Chapter 3359. The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment before suddenly frowning and looking to the side. Ripples spread over there and Yang Kai's figure appeared like a ghost. The old man's eyes narrowed. With his eyesight he naturally recognized that this was the Space Divine technique, an extremely profound Space Divine technique at that. Otherwise he would never be able to achieve such a level of teleportation. Taking a closer look at Yang Kai's face, a look of understanding flashed in his eyes, as if he had recognized Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at the old man and his expression couldn't help but become dignified because he found that this black-robed old man's cultivation was actually at the third-layer Emperor realm. Moreover, this old man gave Yang Kai the feeling that he was not to be trifled with, just like when he was facing Tsang Mo, a false emperor. Yang Kai was surprised but he didn't show it on his face. He had heard from Yang Yin that there were many false emperors who lived in seclusion due to the restrictions of the bottle of heaven and earth, but he never expected that the person he randomly encountered in this vast sea would actually be a false emperor. Counting Tsang Mo, Yang Yin, Li Wuyi and Xing Yuzhu, this was the fifth false emperor he had encountered. When the young girl next to the black-robed old man saw Yang Kai, her frightened eyes suddenly bloomed with surprise, sending out a message for help. Kai Yang swept his eyes over her, his heart filled with amazement. He actually knew this young girl and her background was not small. Yao Lin. The great emperors of Serene Soul Yao Jun had a son and a daughter. The son was Hyoji and the daughter was Yao Lin. Yang Kai had met both of them before. The former was in the Shattered Star Sea, but they had only met face to face and had never interacted with each other. The latter, however, had had some conflicts with him and was almost killed by him. At the critical moment, the souls of the great emperors of Serene Soul descended and scared Yang Kai away, saving Yao Lin's life. It wasn't strange to meet Yao Lin in the Eastern Sea. After all, the Serene Soul Palace was also in the Eastern Territory. What puzzled Yang Kai was who this black-robed old man was. How did he have the courage to attack Yao Lin? Looking at Yao Lin's appearance, it was obvious that she had been captured, and the corpses stained with red seawater were probably Yao Lin's bodyguards, but at this moment they had long been killed. Did this black-robed old man have a grudge against the great emperors of Serene Soul? Or did Yao Lin accidentally provoke this old man and end up being taught a lesson? He had experienced Yao Lin's character before. She was domineering, arrogant, and supercilious. It wouldn't be strange if she really provoked this old man. But in any case, now that Yang Xiao had fallen into the old man's hands, Yang Kai couldn't stay out of this. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to Yao Lin's cry for help. He just looked at Yang Xiao in the old man's hand and said, "Xiao, are you okay?" Yang Xiao smiled and said, "Father, don't worry. I'm fine." "Father?" The black-robed old man frowned when he heard this. This title made him a little confused. He thought that this child had a pure dragon's breath, so he should be a dragon race member. But in this world, which dragon race member would call a human father? The dragon race was such a proud race that even a newborn would not lower their proud heads. Was his guess wrong? Could it be that this little fatty was not a dragon race member? Did he just have a trace of dragon race blood? Strange, really strange. I told you not to run around, but you just had to run around. Since you're fine, get your ass back here. Yang Kai shouted with a straight face. Yang Zhao's eyes twitched, thinking that he also wanted to get his ass back, but now that he was in the old man's hand, how could he just leave? He could only say to the black-robed old man with a bitter face, "Grandpa, my father told me to go back. Please let me go." The black-robed old man didn't say a word, just stared deeply at Yang Kai. A murderous aura gradually filled the air. He also didn't expect to run into someone else in this boundless sea, but what he did today couldn't be easily exposed. He was already considering silencing Yang Kai, but he felt that it was a little tricky since he was proficient in the law of space. Facing such a person, he had to be sure that he could kill him in one strike, otherwise he would definitely let Yang Kai escape. The killing intent was so obvious, how could Yang Kai not sense it? His heart tightened and he hastily said, "Old man, we father and son are just passing by. If my son has been rude, I can apologize on his behalf. You don't have to keep holding on to him, right? He's just a child." He cursed in his heart, "Doesn't this stinking brat know the law of time? Just now he slipped away from my hands so quickly, why is he so scared after being caught? Hurry up and use your law of time to get away." In this situation he didn't dare to act rashly. Yang Xiao was in the enemy's hands, so any strange movements could cause unpredictable consequences. He had just taken Yang Xiao out of Dragon Island a few days ago, so if something happened to him now, how could he face the Great Elder and Second Elder in the future? For a moment he was burning with anxiety, but his expression became calmer and calmer. At that moment, a red light came from afar. The black-robed old man who had been staring at Yang Kai, frowned and turned his head in that direction, immediately showing a look of surprise. With a flash of red light, Qiongqi rushed over with Mo Xiaoqi on his back. At first sight of the black-robed old man, Qiongqi also exclaimed in surprise, obviously sensing the strength of the other party. Qiongqi. The black-robed old man finally spoke, his eyes full of fear, suddenly realizing that the situation was somewhat out of his control. Even though he was a fake emperor, possessing strength that surpassed that of an ordinary third-layer emperor realm master, he still felt some pressure when facing a veteran divine spirit like Qiongqi. Why was Qiongqi here? And there was a girl on his back. Today's events were getting stranger and stranger. On the other side, after Mo Xiaoqi arrived with Qiongqi, she looked around and suddenly saw Yao Lin. Ah! As soon as she spoke, Yang Kai's low voice rang in her ears, "Don't talk nonsense." Mo Xiaoqi quickly swallowed the rest of her words, but kept staring at Yao Lin. Yao Lin was also looking at her with a pleading look on her face. The two girls obviously knew each other. Speaking of which, they were both daughters of great emperors, and they were both in the Eastern Territory, so they had more or less met each other a few times. How could they not know each other? However, with Yao Lin's bad character, Mo Xiaoqi didn't have much of a deep friendship with her, just a mutual acquaintance. But at this moment she absolutely couldn't point it out, at least not before confirming Yang Zhao's safety. Otherwise, the black-robed old man might really be forced to silence them. After all, attacking the daughters of great emperors was too sensational, and no one wanted this news to spread. That was why Yang Kai stopped Mo Xiaoqi from speaking. The situation suddenly became very strange and everyone had different thoughts. Only Yang Xiao didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. His life was hanging by a thread, yet he was still rolling his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long silence, the black-robed old man suddenly spoke, "Qiongqi, what do you mean by this?" His voice was hoarse, like metal rubbing against metal, which was very uncomfortable to listen to. The reason why he asked this was because Qiongqi had been staring at him since he appeared, as if he wanted to be his enemy. This made him a little confused. Was Qiongqi in cahoots with these people? Otherwise, why would they all come here one after another? If that was the case, then it was really a bad year. What do you mean by this? Qiongqi's voice shook like thunder. He didn't need to worry too much about fake emperors. After all, he had followed the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor in the past. He had seen many fake emperors, so he didn't need to be polite with his words. The black-robed old man frowned and suggested, "How about we stay out of this?" Qiongqi nodded and said, "Sure, let go of the boy in your hands." The black-robed old man shook Yang Xiao and Yang Xiao immediately shouted, "Gently, gently, I'm dizzy." "Yes. Is he a dragon race?" the black-robed old man asked. "You don't need to know." Qiongqi spat out 2 white streams of air from his nostrils, his eyes fierce. "You only need to know one thing: if anything happens to this boy, you will die today." The black-robed old man nodded and said, "Anyone can talk big, but since it was you, Qiongqi, who said it, this old master will have to consider it carefully." After pondering for a while, he suddenly raised his hand and threw Yang Xiao towards Qiongqi, shouting, "I'll give him back to you." In the next moment, the black-robed old man suddenly lifted his black robe and the whole sky darkened, as if his black robe had turned into a black curtain that covered the entire sky. Taking advantage of this momentary change, he grabbed Yao Lin with one hand and retreated quickly. Yang Kai had already shot out and hugged Yang Xiao in his arms. Sweeping him with his divine sense, his face changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted, "Old Qiong, kill him for me." Qiongqi didn't respond and had already turned into a small black dot, chasing after the black-robed old man as soon as he threw Yang Xiao out. Mo Xiaoqi fell from the sky. Qiongqi had thrown her out while chasing after her. Fighting with a fake emperor, Qiongqi wasn't confident that he could protect Mo Xiaoqi's safety, so naturally he had to throw her away first. "Xiao, are you okay?" Mo Xiaoqi landed beside Yang Kai and asked, then glanced at the little fatty in Yang Kai's arms and her face couldn't help but change. "What happened to Xiao?" At this moment, the little brat's eyes were wide open with a look of horror on his face. Blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices and his body was alternating between red and white. Obviously he had been poisoned. Presumably, the black-robed old man had done something when he threw Yang Xiao out. Yang Kai tore apart Yang Zhao's clothes and straightened his body. He fixed his eyes on his back and saw a clear 5-finger mark on his smooth jade-like back. Traces of evil energy were spreading out from that 5-finger mark, causing Yang Zhao's entire body to fluctuate between hot and cold. "Come with me." Yang Kai didn't allow any explanation and grabbed Imo Xiaoqi's arm. With a thought, he brought her into the sealed world bead and went straight to the medicine garden shouting, "Mu Zhu Mu Na." The two wood spirits heard the news and came over. At first glance, they saw Yang Kai holding a little fatty with an anxious look on his face. They were startled and hurriedly asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Yang Kai put Yang Xiao on the ground and said hurriedly, "He was injured. I have to force out the evil energy in his body. Help him heal and stabilize his vitality." The two wood spirits nodded quickly. Chapter 3360. The Wood Spirit Clan not only had a unique advantage in cultivating spirit medicines, but also in healing people's wounds. With two wood spirits assisting him, Yang Kai was naturally able to do whatever he wanted. What's more, this was the small sealed world, a world where he was the master and everything here followed his will. Reaching out and poking Yang Zhao's body several times, Yang Kai took a deep breath and meticulously circulated his emperor qi, carefully moving it through Yang Zhao's body. He didn't know what kind of secret technique the black-robed old man cultivated, but it was definitely extremely insidious. Although it didn't take Yang Zhao's life immediately, it was very difficult to resolve. The rescuer had to continuously circulate their energy to maintain Yang Zhao's vitality. During this process, Yang Kai could even feel traces of insidious energy following Yang Zhao's body and trying to erode his own. Hateful old dog. Yang Kai didn't know who that old dog was, but he hated him to the bone. If he had the chance, he would kill him 1,000 times over. The two wood spirits were busy at the side, mobilizing the green fluorescent lights in the medicine garden and flying into Yang Zhao's body like fireflies, giving him endless vitality. Imo Xiaoqi was surprised by the two little wood spirits, but she didn't have the time to think about it now. She just prayed in her heart that Yang Xiao was safe and sound. At a certain moment, Yang Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and cried out in pain, "Adoptive father, I feel so uncomfortable." "Serves you right." Yang Kai's face was full of resentment, his hands moving faster and faster. If this brat didn't run away from home on his own, he wouldn't have encountered such a thing. Speaking of which, I was also a little careless. Who would have thought that I would encounter an evil fake emperor in this vast sea? "Adoptive father, am I going to die?" Yang Xiao asked again. Yang Kai snorted. "With me around, do you think it's that easy to die?" Yang Xiao still wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This blood seemed to be boiling as it splashed onto the ground, causing Imo Xiaoqi to feel extremely anxious, fearing that Yang Xiao would die if he couldn't hold on. Spitting out mouthfuls of blood, Yang Kai constantly checked on Yang Zhao's condition, constantly adjusting the output of his emperor's qi. The two wood spirits also cooperated well. After an unknown amount of time, the abnormality on Yang Zhao's body gradually disappeared. Yang Kai turned him over and looked at him. The 5-finger mark on his back had disappeared. However, the little guy had vomited a lot of blood and was in a very weak state. He struggled to open his eyes and look at Yang Kai. Then he tilted his head and fell into a deep sleep. Yang Kai took out a few healing spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into Yang Zhao's mouth. After helping him refine the medicinal efficacies, he turned to Mu Zhu and Mu Na and said, "It's done." The two wood spirits stopped their cultivation at the same time, their foreheads covered in sweat. "Let him stay here for a few days and heal well. I'll leave him in your care," Yang Kai instructed. Mu Zhu said, "Master can rest assured." Yang Kai looked at Yang Xiao with a complicated expression, touched his forehead and said to Imo Xiaoqi, "Let's go." With a single thought, the two of them left the small sealed world. There was no one around, only a faint smell of blood. The sea below was churning as many sea monsters smelled the blood and were fighting over the corpses of the dead. Imo Xiaoqi was in a daze. She didn't know how she had suddenly appeared in a medicine garden and then in the sea, but she still asked with concern, "Xiao, are you all right?" "He's fine," Yang Kai nodded, but his expression was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Yang Xiao was fine not because the black-robed old man had shown mercy, but because he was a member of the dragon race, so he had an extremely strong vitality and recovery ability. If it were anyone else, even if Yang Kai and the two wood spirits treated them, they would have died long ago. That old dog's last palm strike was not only to take Yang Zhao's life, but also to distract Yang Kai so that he could escape. Such a method was simply insane. But he actually dared to attack the daughter of the great emperors of Serene Soul. Who is he? After waiting for a while, Qiongqi returned. Yang Kai looked at him but old Qiong shook his head. He ran away. If they really fought, Qiongqi was confident that he could defeat the other party, but that person was a fake emperor after all. If he really wanted to escape, Qiongqi really couldn't do anything. He wasn't proficient in the Tao of space like Yang Kai, so he had a unique advantage when it came to escaping and tracking. So, after chasing for a while, he could only return. Although he was mentally prepared, Yang Kai was still a little unwilling to accept Qiongqi's words. He's lucky. If that old man hadn't run away, Yi Shiwen, Qiongqi, and the embodiment would have had a chance to kill him forever if they joined forces. However, since he had run away, there was nothing they could do about it. It was too late to chase after him. Who knew which direction he would escape in? After pondering for a while, he asked, "Do you know who that person is?" Qiongqi shook his head. This old master has been sleeping in the Four Seasons realm for countless years and only came out recently. This old master really doesn't know what kind of masters there are in this world. Yang Kai nodded. Senior Li and the others may know something. Rubbing his chin and thinking for a while, Yang Kai said, "Shao Qi, let's go back to Spirit Beast Island." Originally, he planned to go directly to Spirit Beast Island through the space beacon, but in order to satisfy Yang Zhao's wish and Mo Shao Qi's suggestion, he decided to fly. Now that something like this had happened, Yang Kai was afraid that a long delay would cause trouble, so he decided to send Mo Shao Qi back first. Yang Xiao had an accident right under his nose, so he couldn't let anything happen to Mo Shao Qi, so it was better to send her back as soon as possible. Hearing him say this, Mo Shao Qi didn't insist and stood obediently. Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi, wrapped Mo Shao Qi in Qiongqi, and took out the space spirit bead that Li Wuyi had given him before. Forming a seal with his hands, the space principles fluctuated and formed a resonance with somewhere in the distance. After a flash of light, they felt like they had crossed through the void, and the three appeared by a lake. The world energy here was extremely rich and the lake water was clear. Many fish could be seen swimming in it. Li Wuyi was sitting on a chair by the lake, fishing with a fishing rod in his hand. After noticing the movement, he turned his head and immediately saw the figures of Yang Kai and the others. He couldn't help but smile slightly, put down the fishing rod in his hand, and nodded to Mo Shao Qi. "Shao Qi, you're back." "Uncle Li." Mo Shao Qi greeted him, looked around and asked curiously, "Where's Auntie Feng?" In her impression, Li Wuyi and Jiao Feng had always been inseparable. Although the two were not husband and wife, their relationship was better than an ordinary couple. At this time she only saw Li Wuyi and not Jiao Feng, so she couldn't help but feel strange. "I'm here." Jiao Feng's voice came from the treetops nearby. Mo Shao Qi looked up and saw Jiao Feng sitting on a tree trunk, swinging her long legs. "Auntie Feng." Mo Shao Qi called out tenderly, flew up, and threw herself into Jiao Feng's arms, rubbing her chest. Jiao Feng, however, pinched her little ear and said angrily, "You stinky girl, you went out for so long. If you didn't come back, Master would have gone to Dragon Island to find you." Mo Shao Qi stuck out her tongue. "Aren't I back now? Stop pinching my ear." "It's good that you remembered to come back." Jiao Feng looked her up and down. "Let me see if you've lost weight." Mo Shao Qi quickly put on a serious posture and let her examine her. After a while she asked, "I haven't lost weight, right? I'm very happy at Mother's place. She's very good to me." "You haven't lost weight." Jiao Feng nodded repeatedly. Suddenly she reached out and poked her chest, whispering, "Not only have you not lost weight, you've grown bigger." Mo Shao Qi couldn't take it anymore. Blushing, she turned her head to look at Yang Kai and said shyly, "Auntie Feng, you're talking nonsense. I'm ignoring you." Saying so, she ran away. Yang Kai coughed lightly and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Li and Senior Jiao Feng." Li Wuyi smiled slightly and looked at him. "Did your trip go smoothly?" "Although there were some twists and turns, it was no big deal," Yang Kai replied. "That's good." Li Wuyi nodded lightly. "Since you've come to Spirit Beast Island, you're not in a hurry to go back. Stay here for a few more days. The great emperors also want to know the situation on Dragon Island. Maybe they have something to ask you." Yang Kai said solemnly, "If the great emperors ask, this junior will naturally tell you everything he knows. But before that, there is something I need senior to know." "What is it?" Li Wuyi couldn't help but look solemn when he saw how serious he was. Yang Kai said, "It's like this. After we came out of Dragon Island, we met someone on the sea." "Oh," Jiao Feng asked. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know that person." He described the old man's appearance and age, then continued, "There was another person with him at that time. That person was the daughter of the great emperors of Serene Soul, Yao Lin." "Yao Lin?" Li Wuyi frowned. What's the relationship between Yao Lin and that person? Yang Kai said, they don't seem to be related and that person should be targeting Yao Lin. At that time all the guards around Yao Lin were killed and only Yao Lin was captured. Yao Lin also looked at me for help at that time. Unfortunately, although I wanted to, I didn't have enough strength. Under Qiongqi's pursuit, that person still escaped. Are you sure Yao Lin was captured? Li Wuyi's eyes widened. Jiufeng also said, do you know Yao Lin? This matter can't be wrong. Yang Kai replied, I met Yao Lin once in the past. Although it's been a few years, how could I not recognize her? I can be sure that the girl is Yao Lin. I believe Xiaoqi also recognized her at that time. You two can go and ask Xiaoqi. Li Wuyi and Jiufeng looked at each other, both feeling a little incredulous. There was actually someone in this world who dared to make a move on the daughter of the great emperors? Which old man drank arsenic and was tired of living. However, if this matter was true, then it would be a big deal. How could the daughter of the great emperors be touched so casually? Who could bear the anger of the great emperors? After pondering for a moment, Li Wuyi said, come with me to see the great emperors now. We must immediately inform the Serene Soul Palace about this matter. Yang Kai nodded and said, okay. Chapter 3361. The reason why Yang Kai brought up this matter as soon as they met was that he wanted to inform the Serene Soul Palace through the Spirit Beast Island. Since he had encountered this matter, and even if he couldn't save them, he had to at least send out the news. What's more, that old guy almost killed Yang Xiao, so Yang Kai wanted to know who he was. On the way, Yang Kai asked about the doubts in his heart. Li Wuyi pondered for a long time before slowly shaking his head. I don't have any impression of what you described, but if I really see that person with my own eyes, I might be able to recognize him. Although there are many fake emperors in this world, there aren't many of them. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He thought that Li Wuyi would know the identity of that old guy, but he didn't expect that he couldn't say anything. But it was no wonder. After all, who knew if that old guy changed his appearance without seeing it with his own eyes? Along the way they soon came to a pavilion. There was a small bridge overflowing water and the scenery was unique. A tall and sturdy man stood at the head of the bridge, throwing fish food into the water below, causing red carps to fight over it, splashing water everywhere. Just from this person's appearance, there was nothing unusual about him at all. He didn't even have the bearing of a superior. He was just naturally burly and strong, but those who knew him knew that this was one of the 10 famous great emperors in the star boundary, the martial beast Mo Huang. You're back. Mo Huang looked up at Yang Kai, smiled slightly, and continued to throw the fish food in his hands. Yang Kai cupped his fist solemnly. Yang Kai greets master. Mo Huang nodded gently and asked faintly, is Xiaoqi back too? Yang Kai said, she's back and is talking to Senior Jiufeng. Mo Huang nodded and didn't say anything else. Li Wuyi stepped forward and said with a serious expression, Master, something happened. Mo Huang looked up and narrowed his eyes slightly. He threw the fish food in his hands clean, then clapped his hands and said, what happened? For Li Wuyi to say such a thing, it was definitely not a small matter. Otherwise, Li Wuyi's expression would not be so serious. He instinctively thought that something had happened on Dragon Island, and perhaps it was related to Fu Xian. Li Wuyi said, Yao Lin was captured by an unknown old man, and all her guards were slaughtered. Mo Huang frowned. Yao Lin? Yao Jun's daughter? Not bad. Mo Huang asked curiously, how did you know? Li Wuyi said, Yang Kai saw it on his way back. The first miss was also there. The one who did it was a fake emperor. Mo Huang was even more surprised. A fake emperor. Although a fake emperor was not ordinary, which fake emperor would have the guts to touch the daughter of the great emperors? Since he could cultivate to the level of a fake emperor, there was no reason for him not to know the descendants of the great emperors. Even if he had offended them, he would have only given them a light punishment. However, he had slaughtered their guards and taken them away. He had offended Yao Jun. Are you sure about this? Mo Huang asked with a frown. Li Wuyi turned his head to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said seriously, there is no doubt about it. I can recognize Yao Lin and Xiaoqi can recognize Yao Lin as well. Hearing Yang Kai call his baby daughter Xiaoqi so intimately, the corner of Mo Huang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He stared deeply at Li Wuyi with a meaningful expression. Li Wuyi said, shouldn't we inform the Serene Soul Palace about this? Mo Huang nodded. Yes, we should. It would be best if it was a misunderstanding, but if that is the case, we should inform them. Saying so, Mo Huang suddenly reached out and took out a jade slip. His divine sense surged and poured some information into it. Then, with a flick of his finger, the space principles fluctuated and the jade slip suddenly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai immediately understood that Mo Huang and Yao Jun must have used Li Wui's space beacon to establish a connection between them. It wasn't strange when he thought about it. They were all great emperors and they were all on the Eastern Sea. They could be considered neighbors, so it was normal for them to communicate with each other. Changing the topic, Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Is there anything unusual on Dragon Island?" Yang Kai immediately understood what Mo Huang was getting at and immediately said, "Everything is normal. The third elder didn't receive any harsh treatment. Xiaoqi went to see her this time and she was very happy." Mo Huang's expression softened a lot and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. "That's good." He then asked, "They didn't make things difficult for you this time, did they?" If Fu Xian and Zhu Qing shared the same fate, then Yang Kai and Mo Huang could be said to share the same fate. Both of them had slept with the same dragon girl and were not welcomed by Dragon Island. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said, "Not bad, the misunderstanding with Dragon Island has been resolved." Mo Huang was stunned. "Resolved? What do you mean?" Even though he was one of the great emperors, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. Yang Kai blinked and said, "It means what it means." Mo Huang looked at him with a brilliant expression. "Don't tell me that Dragon Island is no longer hostile to you." Yang Kai coughed dryly. At first they were a little hostile, but later, they became quite enthusiastic. Enthusiastic? Mo Huang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yang Kai was completely stunned. Li Wui also looked at Yang Kai with an incredulous expression. The word, enthusiastic, could be used to describe anything, but it didn't fit well with the dragon race. How could the people of the dragon race be enthusiastic about an outsider? Mo Huang was one of the great emperors, but because he had a daughter with Fu Xian, he was hunted down and killed by Dragon Island. They even almost came to Spirit Beast Island. Although Yang Kai was considered a rising star, he was only a rising star. In terms of cultivation and status, he couldn't even compare to Mo Huang. How could such a person be treated so well by Dragon Island? How could Fu Xi be so easy to talk to? Yang Kai naturally saw the doubts in their hearts. He scratched his face and said, "Little Seven knows the whole story. If Master has the time in the future, why don't you ask her?" He didn't want to explain anything in detail. Otherwise, Yang Xiao would be involved, and it wasn't something that could be explained in 1 or 2 words. At this moment, a wave of spatial fluctuation came. The three of them all sensed it. Mo Huang reached out and grabbed in the air, and a jade scroll appeared in his palm. It wasn't the one he took out before, but another one. This was obviously a reply from the great emperors of Serene Soul. After a little investigation, Mo Huang frowned and said, "That girl Yao Lin might really have been captured." "What did the master say?" Li Wui asked. Mo Huang crushed the jade scroll and shook his head. Yao Jun couldn't contact Yao Lin and her guards. If they couldn't contact them, it meant that they were doomed. Otherwise, it was impossible for there to be no reply. Combined with what Yang Kai said before, it was certain that Yao Lin was captured. "Do you have any urgent matters to deal with?" Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai didn't know why he asked this, so he shook his head and said, "Not for the time being, but the matter in the Eastern Territory is settled. I'm going to return to the Northern Territory." Mo Huang nodded and said, "Since there's nothing urgent, you don't have to leave in a hurry. Stay here for a few days. The Serene Soul Palace will send someone to ask you something." Yao Lin's capture was of great importance, and Yang Kai was a witness at the scene, so he naturally had to ask. Yang Kai could understand, so he nodded and said, "Okay." Anyway, he planned to stay on Spirit Beast Island for a few days. Firstly, he wanted to appreciate the scenery of Spirit Beast Island, and secondly, he wanted to arrange a space array here. This way, it would be much more convenient for him to communicate with Spirit Beast Island in the future, or between Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island. After bidding farewell to Mo Huang, Yang Kai was led by Li Wui to a courtyard near the sea. The courtyard covered a large area, and the scenery was beautiful. It was nice to watch the tide rise and fall. The next day, Yang Kai toured Spirit Beast Island accompanied by Mo Xiaoqi. The entire Spirit Beast Island was a huge island protected by a large spirit array. Outsiders couldn't discover the existence of Spirit Beast Island from the outside. Only those who were familiar with its location could find it. The island was rich in spirit chi with beautiful mountains and clear waters. From time to time they could see many rare monster beasts, each exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Martial beasts were based on beast taming, so the island naturally didn't lack these things. Spirit Beast Island also had its own beast hunters, who searched for all kinds of rare existences all year round. Now there weren't many living people on Spirit Beast Island, but there were at least 800 monster beasts, each of them with extraordinary origins. These monster beasts even understood human nature and were especially close to Emo Xiaoqi. What was rare was that Emo Xiaoqi actually gave each of them a name and she even remembered them. Yang Kai's deepest impression of the many monster beasts on Spirit Beast Island was a 7-colored deer. Compared to the other monster beasts, it wasn't very tall, only about 3 meters tall, but it was a descendant of the ancient divine spirit, the 9-colored deer, and was very handsome. There were many monster beasts on the island with the bloodline of the divine spirit. It was just a matter of numbers. However, bloodline was bloodline. Although they all had a glimmer of hope of reproducing the glory of their ancestors, it was harder than ascending to the heavens for them to do so. After a tour, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. On the surface, Spirit Beast Island only had a few masters, but in fact each monster beast was extremely terrifying. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to a suitable place under the lead of Li Wuyi, and prepared to arrange the space array. Originally, Li Wuyi wanted to arrange it himself and let Yang Kai supervise and guide him. However, if Li Wuyi arranged it himself, he wouldn't be able to establish a connection with the many arrays that Yang Kai had arranged before, and it would lose its original purpose. Helplessly, Li Wuyi could only let Yang Kai do it while he observed carefully from the side. He had observed it once in the Heavenly Wolf Valley last time, and this was the second time. Both of them were proficient in the Tao of space, and space arrays and space beacons had many similarities. Therefore, when Yang Kai finished arranging the array, Li Wuyi had already mastered it. In the future he could also arrange arrays all over the star boundary like Yang Kai and travel back and forth. However, it was hard to say which was more convenient between space arrays and space beacons. Space arrays could teleport more people at once, but it was a bit troublesome to arrange them. Space beacons were convenient, but they had a lot of limitations. On the 5th day after Yang Kai came to Spirit Beast Island, people from the Serene Soul Palace came. Chapter 3362. In the main hall, Yang Kai, accompanied by Emo Xiaoqi, hurried over after receiving the news. Before he entered, he saw 2 guards from the Emperor Realm standing guard outside the hall. They were exuding a very strange aura that Yang Kai felt was somewhat familiar. Thinking about it carefully, this aura was somewhat similar to the aura of the Netherworld sect's cultivator. Yang Kai immediately understood that these 2 guards from the Emperor Realm should be from Serene Soul Palace. However, the guards from the Emperor Realm were only gatekeepers, so the status of these people in Serene Soul Palace was definitely not low. Could it be that the great emperors of Serene Soul have come in person? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he quickened his pace. To be honest, if the great emperors of Serene Soul were really here, Yang Kai didn't know how to face them. After all, he had almost killed Yao Lin back then, provoking Yao Jun's soul to surrender one of Yao Lin's guards. Only then did Yang Kai stop, so he had offended these great emperors. However, after thinking about it carefully, although he wanted to kill Yao Lin back then, he didn't really do it. Moreover, it was Yao Lin's fault in the end. As long as the great emperors of Serene Soul were reasonable, they would have no reason to blame him. Otherwise they wouldn't have let him go. After making up his mind, Yang Kai strode into the hall under the gaze of the 2 guards from the Emperor Realm. In the hall, Li Wuyi was talking to a woman in palace attire. The woman had a cold appearance, her hair was tied up high, and a light green dress set off her enchanting figure. Her breasts were high, and a silk belt was tied around her waist, making her slender waist look like it could be held with one hand. She was about 30 years old and had boundless charm that could cause one's imagination to run wild. Behind the woman stood an old woman with white hair and turbid eyes, looking like she had one foot in the grave. But whether it was the woman or the old woman, they were both from the Emperor Realm, especially the cold woman whose cultivation had reached the 3rd Order Emperor Realm. Although the old woman was not in the 3rd Order, she was still in the 2nd Order. When Yang Kai arrived, the woman's cold face was filled with anxiety and annoyance. Obviously, she was a little impatient from waiting. When she spoke to Li Wuyi, she only said a few perfunctory words, obviously absent-minded. Seeing Yang Kai come in, the woman and the old woman turned to look at him at the same time. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he was being pointed at by 2 sharp swords. Yang Kai frowned, a look of confusion on his face. He didn't know this woman and the old woman, but he could clearly feel hostility from them, and this hostility was directed at him. "What are you doing? I don't have any grudges with you, do I?" Yang Kai cursed silently. Yang Kai is here. Li Wui stood up. Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted, Senior. Li Wui nodded and said with a solemn expression, This is Madame Rong from Serene Soul Palace. Madame Rong wants to ask you about what you saw that day. You must answer truthfully. Madame Rong is also Yao Lin's biological mother. Yang Kai was surprised and looked at Madame Rong carefully. No wonder he felt that this woman was somewhat similar to Yao Lin. It turned out that they were mother and daughter. No wonder. But if she is Yao Lin's mother, then isn't she the wife or concubine of the Serene Soul Great Emperors? No wonder Li Wui wanted to accompany her in person. With such a powerful background as the Serene Soul Great Emperors, Spirit Beast Island obviously couldn't be neglected. Thinking so, Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted, Greetings, Madame Rong. Li Wui pointed to Yang Kai and said, Madame Rong, this is the Yang Kai I told you about. When your daughter was kidnapped, he was nearby and can be considered an eyewitness. You have any questions, just ask him. Madame Rong's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression. It wasn't clear if she heard Li Wui's words, but she said lightly, You are that Yang Kai? What did she mean by, I am that Yang Kai? Yang Kai frowned. Could there be many Yang Kai in this world? He nodded and said, Yes, I am that Yang Kai. Madame Rong continued to ask, Did you see Lin Er being captured that day with your own eyes? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? There was no question in her words, but her tone was somewhat interrogative. Li Wui obviously heard it and couldn't help but frown. He looked at Madame Rong suspiciously. He felt that she seemed to have some hostility towards Yang Kai, but as far as he knew, this Madame Rong stayed in the Serene Soul Palace all year round, so how could she have any conflict with Yang Kai? Since she was being impolite, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be too enthusiastic. He said indifferently, I have reported everything I saw that day to the Beast Warrior Master. I believe that the Beast Warrior Master has already sent a message to the Serene Soul Master. If Madame doesn't believe me, you can ask Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi was also there at the time. Mo Xiaoqi nodded and said, Yes, that was indeed Sister Yao Lin. She was captured by an old man in a black robe. With Mo Xiaoqi's confirmation, the last bit of hope in Madame Rong's heart disappeared. She could still doubt Yang Kai's words, but she couldn't doubt Mo Xiaoqi's words at all. Mo Xiaoqi and Yao Lin knew each other, so it was impossible for her to be mistaken. Combined with the current situation, it was clear that Yao Lin was really captured. After a moment of silence, Madame Rong looked at Yang Kai and gritted her teeth. Why didn't you save her? Yang Kai looked up at her in surprise and asked, How? Madame Rong said angrily, Do I need to teach you how to save people? Since Lin Er was captured, of course we had to get her back. Did you just watch that person take Lin Er away and do nothing? Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Madam, I'm afraid you don't know. The person who took action that day was a fake emperor. So what if he was a fake emperor? Madame Rong was a little hysterical. A fake emperor is also a human. Can a fake emperor do anything to Lin Er? Can a fake emperor scare you away? Yang Kai's face darkened. Madam, are you blaming me? What the hell? This matter involved the Serene Soul Palace, so Yang Kai didn't have any objections when they came to question him. With Martial Beast's instructions, Yang Kai was prepared to cooperate. After all, it was just a simple situation at that time. Who knew that Madame Rong would be hostile to him as soon as they met and now even accuse him of not saving people? Yang Kai really wanted to pry open her head and see if it was filled with water. Is this how the concubines of the great emperors of Serene Soul behave? How dare you? The old woman standing behind Madame Rong shouted at Yang Kai angrily, How dare you speak to Madame like this? Slap your mouth. Yang Kai blinked, his face full of confusion. It was one thing to run into a weirdo like Madame Rong, who could be explained as someone who loved her daughter and spoke without thinking. But what was with this old woman? Seeing him remain indifferent, the old woman became even more annoyed and shouted, Why haven't you acted yet? Her pair of turbid eyes flashed a terrifying light as she glared fiercely towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he looked at her and said, Are you telling me to slap myself? The old woman sneered, Since you like to play dumb, don't blame this old woman for bullying you. As soon as she finished speaking, her withered body flew up like a big bird and raised her hand to slap Yang Kai's face. Emperor's chi surged in her palm, and it looked like she really wanted to slap Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai was furious. Respecting the old and loving the young is my virtue, but it's not something you can rely on. Originally, Yang Kai didn't want to lower himself to the old woman's level. After all, she was already so old and he didn't want to bully her. But since she had already slapped him, how could Yang Kai remain indifferent? His emperor's chi surged as he slapped forward. Li Wuyi held his forehead and sighed. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. He thought it was just a routine questioning, but who knew that after a few words they would actually start fighting. As an outsider, he naturally knew who was right and who was wrong, and he was a little angry. After all, this was Spirit Beast Island. Even if Yang Kai wasn't from Spirit Beast Island, he was still a friend of his young Mississippi. Even if you were from Serene Soul Palace, you should at least give some face, right? Slapping the young Mrs. Friend on Spirit Beast Island was a disgrace to Spirit Beast Island. So, even if he had the ability to stop such a conflict, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. He just wanted to teach the old woman a lesson and let her know who was the master here. Although the old woman was a second-order Emperor Realm Master like Yang Kai, one had one foot in the grave, while the other was full of vigor. What's more, how could Yang Kai be an ordinary second-order Emperor Realm Master? Even if he thought with his toes, Li Wuyi knew that the old woman was destined to suffer a big loss. Sure enough, the old woman's powerful strike was nothing more than an embroidered pillow in front of Yang Kai's counterattack. The moment the two palms collided, the old woman's expression suddenly changed. She only felt a surging force bombarding her. Her palm strike didn't have any effect at all. Instead, it was the other party's palm strike that enveloped her. With a crisp bang, the old woman somersaulted several times in the air before landing hard on the ground. Several of her teeth flew out. She struggled to stand up, but before she could get up, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Her aura suddenly weakened greatly. She looked up at Yang Kai and said in disbelief, "You dare to attack me?" She spoke with a slight lisp. After all, she had lost several of her teeth. Yang Kai looked at her with a sneer and waved his hand. "You can try again." Madame Rome was also dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. It was only now that she came back to her senses and shouted angrily, "Boy, you're courting death." Although the old woman's relationship with her was that of master and servant, they were as close as mother and daughter. Seeing the old woman suffer a loss, Madame Rong, who already disliked Yang Kai, couldn't help but turn red. She no longer cared about her status and immediately wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson to vent her anger for the old woman. As she circulated her emperor chi, a low shout rang out, "Enough!" Space seemed to freeze. Madame Rong felt as if several mountains were pressing down on her, and even her breathing was a little difficult. Her pretty face was gloomy as she turned her head to the side and gritted her teeth. "Li Wuyi, what are you doing?" Even if Li Wuyi didn't really attack, just slightly circulating his space principles was enough to prevent her from retaliating. Li Wuyi stared at her with a sullen expression and said lightly, "This king just doesn't want to embarrass Madame too much. I hope Madame can behave herself." "This short-sighted woman, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a minor realm higher than Yang Kai? If I don't stop you, you might even be beaten up." Chapter 3363. It was fine if the old woman was beaten because she was too arrogant and rude, but Madame Rome was the woman of the Serene Soul Great Emperors. If she was really beaten by Yang Kai on Spirit Beast Island, it would be fine on Spirit Beast Island, but Yang Kai would be in trouble. He couldn't figure it out. Why would the Serene Soul Great Emperors send these two women to question him? Was there no one else in the Serene Soul Palace? "You dare to look down on this queen?" Madame Rong's face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. Although Li Wuyi's words were vague, how could she not understand? Li Wuyi's words were clearly implying that she was inferior to Yang Kai. Although she was a woman, she was still a third-order Emperor Realm Master, while Yang Kai was just a second-order Emperor Realm Master. How could she be inferior to him? Li Wuyi intervened just to protect the other party. "Now I know why Yao Lin's character is so bad. It turns out that she has a mother like you. It would be strange if she had a good character." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Now it seemed that Yao Lin and Madame Rong were not only similar in appearance, but also in character. Sure enough, a loving mother leads to a useless son. Madame Rong gritted her teeth and said, "It's not up to you to judge Lin Er's character." She turned to look at Li Wuyi and said, "Are you going to step aside or not?" Looking at her posture, she was determined to teach Yang Kai a lesson. Li Wuyi lowered his eyes and said indifferently, "Not long ago, Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land were destroyed. I'm sure Madame has heard about it." Madame Rong frowned, not knowing why Li Wuyi brought it up at this time. She said impatiently, "So what?" Li Wuyi continued, "I wonder if Madame Rong thinks she is stronger than Fu Bo and Su Changfeng?" Madame Rong quickly said, "What are you trying to say?" Li Wuyi sighed and stared deeply at her. This woman was really unreasonable and stupid. She was just a little good-looking, but he really didn't know how the great emperors of Serene Soul fell in love with her. If it was someone else who was a little smarter, how could they not guess what was going on? But she, on the other hand, still looked confused. Although the Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land were destroyed by Ahan Temple, the root cause was that the masters of these two great forces had been wiped out, and the person who caused all this is standing right in front of you. Madame Rong hadn't reacted yet. She stared at Li Wui in amazement, wondering why Li Wui would attack the people of Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land. Could it be that those people had provoked him? On the contrary, the old woman's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. She glanced at Yang Kai and hurriedly walked to Madame Rong's side and whispered a few words. Madame Rong's expression changed and she finally focused her attention on Yang Kai. Does Madame still want to make a move? If so, please do as you wish, but this Li won't interfere with the consequences. Li Wui looked at her indifferently. Madame Rong looked conflicted, but in the end she flicked her sleeves and said, "This Madame doesn't want to bully the weak." What a joke. Someone who could destroy so many great forces in the Emperor realm? She was afraid she wasn't his opponent. If she insisted on making a move, she would only suffer. She glared hatefully at Yang Kai. This queen will remember today's matter. Boy, you're on your own now. Let's go. After saying this, he led the old woman away. Before the old woman left, she glared at Yang Kai with resentment, as if she wanted to remember him forever. After all, she had never suffered such a big loss before, so she was naturally angry. Speaking of which, although she was old and only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, she had the backing of Serene Soul Palace and Madame Rong. In the Eastern Territory, anyone who saw her had to treat her with respect. She had never been slapped in the face before, let alone lose a few teeth. Inside the hall, Yang Kai and Li Wui looked at each other, speechless. A few days ago they knew that someone from Serene Soul Palace would come to ask questions, but no one expected things to develop like this. Li Wui smiled bitterly. What kind of conflict do you have with that Madame Rong? Yang Kai shook his head. It's the first time we met, so there's no conflict. Li Wui asked curiously, then why was she so hostile towards you when you just met her? If it weren't for this preconceived notion, this conversation wouldn't have become so tense. Although they couldn't get anything out of him, Yang Kai had already told Emo Huang everything he knew, and Emo Huang had also sent a message to Serene Soul Palace. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then said thoughtfully, maybe it's because of Yao Lin. Back then, I had a conflict with Yao Lin and almost killed her. She should have told this to Madame Rong, so Madame Rong is hostile towards me. After listening to his explanation, Li Wui nodded. That makes sense. Sigh, it's just a woman's view. Although Yang Kai had some conflicts with Yao Lin in the past, that was all in the past. Now that Yao Lin had been captured, if it had been anyone else, they would have asked about the situation carefully instead of showing off their domineering arrogance. However, since Madame Rong acted this way, it wasn't Yang Kai's fault. So what if the old woman hit him? The great emperors of Serene Soul Palace wouldn't stand up for an old woman. They should be tracking down Yao Lin's whereabouts at this moment. Yang Kai stayed on Spirit Beast Island mainly because he was waiting for the people from Serene Soul Palace to come. Now that the matter was over, it was time to go home. He went to see Emo Huang again and bid him farewell. Only then did he step onto the space array under the escort of Li Wui, Emo Shaoqi and Jiao Feng. Shuttling through the void, his vision blurred and he appeared in the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. The disciple guarding the array noticed the abnormality and turned his head to look. After seeing Yang Kai, he immediately saluted. At the same time, someone sent a message to Hua Qingxi to report. Hua Qingxi had specifically instructed him to inform her as soon as Yang Kai returned. It couldn't be helped. This master of the palace was really elusive and rarely stayed in the High Heaven Palace. Moreover, he would be gone for several years or more. This time it was still fine as he had only been gone for a little more than a year. The last time he went to the Lower Star Territory, he didn't show up for more than 10 years. Although Hua Qingxi was the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, she was still just a chief steward. There were many things that she needed to report to Yang Kai. It was Qiongqi's first time coming to the High Heaven Palace. However, he had learned that his young master had established a sect in the Northern Territory. Moreover, it was not small and there were many experts in the sect. Now that he had finally arrived, he naturally wanted to take a look around. After informing Yang Kai, Qiongqi put his hands behind his back and leisurely toured the peaks of the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai naturally let him be and returned to his High Heaven peak. After tidying up a little, he raised his hand and let the little fatty Yang Xiao out. The little brat complained as soon as he appeared. "Adoptive father, why did you lock me up for so long?" The dragon race was indeed a dragon race. Previously, with the treatment of Yang Kai and the two wood spirits, Yang Zhao's injuries had healed in 2 to 3 days. However, when Yang Kai was on Spirit Beast Island, he didn't let him out as he was afraid that he would cause trouble. It was only when he returned to the High Heaven Palace that he was allowed to see the light of day again. "I am your adoptive father. I can do whatever I want to you. Why are you complaining so much?" Yang Kai snorted. Yang Zhao's eyes turned and he smiled apologetically. "Adoptive father, please calm down. I was just saying." He looked around and asked, "Where is this place?" "The Northern Territory, the High Heaven Palace." Yang Zhao blinked, a blank look on his face. Yang Kai said again, "The High Heaven Palace is my sect. You will live here in the future. Remember to be obedient and don't cause trouble. Do you understand?" I understand. Yang Zhao nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. He looked at Yang Kai curiously and said, "Adoptive father, you said that the High Heaven Palace is your sect. Are you the palace master here?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. Yang Zhao was overjoyed when he heard this and jumped 3 feet high. "Waha, then isn't this young master the young palace master here?" After saying this, his face lit up. "Adoptive father, how many people are there in the High Heaven Palace? How strong are they?" This kid's ability to adapt was quite strong. After learning that Yang Kai was the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, he immediately added the word High Heaven Palace in front of the name. Obviously, he treated this place as his home. Speaking of which, Yang Kai and he were as close as father and son. The High Heaven Palace was Yang Kai's home, so it was naturally his home as well. "You will know in the future. Why are you asking so much?" Yang Kai reprimanded him with a straight face. After saying this, his expression changed and he looked outside. Hua Qingxi walked in with a worried expression. She glared at Yang Kai bitterly and bowed. "Palace Master. Sister Hua." Yang Kai smiled. Hua Qingxi snorted and said, "Palace Master, you are still willing to come back." Yang Kai sniffled and said, "What are you saying? The High Heaven Palace is my home. How could I not come back?" Hua Qingxi said, "There were so many things to do with the Southern Territory's disciples' migration, but you just patted your butt and left. Now that everything has been settled, you actually came back. The Palace Master is really living a carefree life. Sister Hua is really envious." Yang Kai clenched his fists and coughed. "Capable people are always busy. Also, I have something to take care of. Is there anything going on at the Orthodoxy Palace's branch sect? There are 3 Monster King guarding it. What could happen? What about the Northern Territory? Everything is normal. And that's good." Yang Kai laughed. "It seems that our High Heaven Palace is thriving under Sister Hua's management. It doesn't make a difference whether I am here or not." "Stop flattering me. I'm going to say goodbye to you." Yang Kai was taken aback. "Goodbye?" Hua Qingxi sighed. "And if I continue to work like this, I'm afraid this Sister Hua will become old in a few years. I don't want to become like that too early." Saying so, she looked at Yang Kai with a smile. How could Yang Kai not know that she was just complaining to him and not really saying goodbye? But then again, Sister Hua was really tired. She had to take care of the basic necessities of the 100,000 disciples, the distribution of cultivation resources, the trade with the Northern Territory and the Southern Territory, and now there were all kinds of trivial matters at the Orthodoxy Palace's branch sect. One person's energy was limited. After Hua Qingxi broke through to the First Order Emperor realm, her cultivation had not increased until now because she had to deal with too many things. How could she have time to cultivate? Chapter 3364. Right now, the management of the High Heaven Palace had not yet matured. The strength of the 6 Monster Kings was enough, but they were Monster Kings after all. It was impossible to let them manage the High Heaven Palace. If they really did that, it would definitely be a mess. Right now, in the entire High Heaven Palace, the only one who could help her was the second chief steward, Bian Yuqing. Therefore, Hua Qingxi would probably have to maintain her current state for a long time. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt guilty. Hua Qingxi was also a cultivator. Naturally, she would pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Right now, she was distracted by so many trivial matters. It was really his fault. However, before he could open his mouth to speak, a crisp voice came from the side. "This beautiful big sister, what's your name?" Hua Qingxi turned her head to look, only to discover that there was another person in the hall. It was a white and tender little fatty with an innocent face. His eyelashes were long, and his face was pink and tender, as if he was carved from gold. She immediately exclaimed and reached out a hand to pinch Yang Xiao's face. She giggled and said, "Where did this little guy come from?" Yang Xiao allowed her to pinch his face and smiled even more happily. "Big sister, you're so beautiful." "Sister Hua, don't be fooled by this stinking brat's innocence," Yang Kai shouted in his heart. Unfortunately, all women like to hear this kind of praise. Hua Qingxi was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and laughed wildly. She pointed at Yang Xiao and said, "This little guy's mouth is really sweet." She turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Who is he?" "Palace Master, where did you kidnap him from?" Yang Xiao giggled and said, "I'm father's son." Hua Qingxi's laughter suddenly stopped. Her pair of beautiful eyes widened. She looked at Yang Xiao, then looked at Yang Kai as if she wanted to see if there was anything in common between the two. However, no matter how she looked, there was nothing in common between the two. Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat. "Foster father, foster son." Hua Qingxi exhaled and nodded. "I was wondering why he had such a big child in just a year. It turns out that he's an adopted son. If this was really his biological child, then the matter would be blown up. The palace master had 4 wives, and he hadn't had any children with the 4 wives yet. If he went out and had a child with someone else, how could that be? Foster father is also father. Father will always be this child's father," Yang Xiao said solemnly. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt relieved. Hua Qingxi also said, "This little guy really knows how to talk. What's his name?" "Yang Xiao." Hua Qingxi's expression suddenly became strange. She wondered if this boy was really Yang Kai's biological son. Otherwise, how could they even have the same surname? If he was an adopted son, his surname shouldn't be Yang Kai. However, she didn't care about this matter. The one with a headache would only be Yang Kai. She pinched Yang Xiao's little face and said, "Good name. They all say that a tiger father won't have a dog son. Your foster father is a dragon among men. In the future your achievements won't be too bad." Yang Xiao laughed and said, "If foster father is a dragon among men, then I will become a real dragon." Hua Qingxi praised, "Good ambition." However, she didn't know that Yang Xiao was really a dragon race. If she knew, she wouldn't know how she would feel. Changing the topic, Hua Qingxi said, "By the way, Palace Master, an old man has come to the palace. He has a ferocious look on his face and has been wandering around the various peaks. The disciples have asked him who he is. It is said that he came back with you." "Jianghu." Yang Kai casually replied. "Jianghu." Hua Qingxi frowned. Such a strange name. Wait, Jianghu? Hua Qingxi suddenly realized something. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment and said, "Palace Master, the Jianghu you mentioned, is it a name or what?" Yang Kai smiled, "It's what you think." "Oh no." Hua Qingxi's face changed. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her strangely. Hua Qingxi's expression twitched. "The disciples reported that the old man didn't look like a good person. I sent a message to Monster King Xie to take a look. There shouldn't be any problems, right?" Yang Kai smiled. "The Monster King lives in the savage, desolate ancient lands all year round. They should be able to recognize Jianghu's aura when facing several Saint Venerables, right?" As he spoke, he was a bit uncertain. "Let's send a message to the Monster King." Hua Qingxi nodded and quickly took out a communication compass to contact Xie Wuwei. After a while, Hua Qingxi wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. "Monster King Xie is fine." "Fine." Yang Kai was stunned. Hua Qingxi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Monster King Xie seemed to have said a few rude words, and then he was taught a lesson by Uncle Jianghu. Now Lu Yan and the other 2 Monster Kings have heard the news and are rushing over. That old man really knows how to cause trouble. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. On a lush mountain peak, Xie Wuwei stood awkwardly beside Jianghu. Jianghu had his hands behind his back and looked forward with interest. Before coming here, although he knew that the High Heaven Palace had a good foundation and that there were many experts, he didn't expect it to be this strong. There were 3 Monster King level existences, and there were many others in the Emperor realm. However, these people were nothing in his eyes. What he really cared about was standing in front of him at this moment. There was a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old, wearing a fiery red dress. The aura of the Holy Spirit. This little girl actually had the aura of the Holy Spirit flowing on her body, and it was the aura of the Phoenix clan. There was actually a phoenix in the High Heaven Palace? Although Jianghu was sure that if they really fought, this little girl in front of him definitely wouldn't be his opponent. Both of their ages were obvious. He had been living in the era of the flowing time great emperors until now, and this girl was full of youthful vigor. Obviously she hadn't reached her limit yet. A Phoenix clan, her future achievements would definitely be greater than his. Who are you? After looking at each other for a long time, Lu Yen opened her mouth and asked crisply. She also felt a strong pressure from this old guy in front of her. This was definitely one of the few strong enemies she had faced in her life. The last time she felt this kind of pressure was on Dragon Island. Cheongchi smiled slightly. Who is this little girl? Lu Yan's face darkened. I asked you first. Cheongchi laughed. You have to ask first? Xie Wuwei said, Miss Lu Yan, this is Cheongchi. I heard that he came back with the palace master. Cheongchi proudly clasped his hands behind his back. He originally wanted to see Lu Yan's reaction after hearing his name, but in the next instant, he saw Lu Yan's face blossom with a light of surprise. Master is back? Xie Wuwei nodded and said, the disciple guarding the spatial formation said that he saw the palace master. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Yan turned into a flame and disappeared from everyone's sight. Cheongchi's mouth twitched. He stared at Lu Yan's back and asked, the master that little girl mentioned, is the palace master here Yang Kai? Xie Wuwei nodded and said, that's right. Is there a problem? Cheongchi's expression was very interesting. He thought to himself, what problem can there be? That guy is also my young master. He originally thought that it was really embarrassing for a dignified holy spirit to be forced to serve him as master, but now it seemed that the Phoenix clan called him master, so what was the point of him calling him young master? Moreover, many of the dragons on the Dragon Island were also very fond of him. He even had the dragon lady and adopted a dragon as his son. Compared to the dragons and phoenixes, a Cheongchi like him was really nothing. Lu Yan entered the palace and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Master. Yang Kai nodded at her. Lu Yan is here. I heard that you came back, so I came over. Lu Yan smiled sweetly and walked to Yang Kai's side and looked up at him. Yang Kai patted her head and asked, did you see Cheongchi? Lu Yan nodded and said, I saw him. Did anything happen over there? No, it was just a small conflict. Since he was brought back by master, then there's no problem. As she spoke, she suddenly sensed something and turned around, only to see Yang Xiao looking at her with wide eyes. They looked at each other and Yang Xiao grinned at her. She couldn't help but frown. Who are you? Me? My name is Yang Xiao, Soaring Heavens. Yang Xiao quickly explained. Yang Kai smiled and said, this is my adopted son. He will live in High Heaven Palace from now on. Xiao, this is Lu Yan you can call her? Before she could finish, Yang Xiao cupped his hands and bowed. Xiao, greets big sister Lu Yan. He really has a sweet mouth. He calls everyone big sister, and is humble and polite. He has a good upbringing. The corners of Lu Yan's mouth curled up as she nodded lightly, ignoring Yang Xiao as she snuggled up to Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai didn't leave for long, there were so many people in the High Heaven Palace in the Southern Territory and the Northern Territory. Hua Qingxi naturally had a lot to report. In the hall, Hua Qingxi continued to talk, and Yang Kai asked a few questions from time to time. Gradually, he figured out the situation of the entire High Heaven Palace. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly said, Lu Yan, take Xiao out for a walk. He will live here in the future. Let him familiarize himself with the environment first. The main reason was that Yang Xiao seemed to be very interested in Lu Yan. He kept walking around Lu Yan looking for things to talk about, which distracted him a little. Yang Kai guessed that the little guy hadn't seen a child of his age since he was born, so he was very interested in Lu Yan. Okay. Lu Yan nodded and waved to Yang Xiao. Come with me. Yang Xiao immediately followed, smiling from ear to ear. Outside the hall, Yang Xiao followed Lu Yan like a tail and asked sweetly, Big sister Lu Yan, where are we going now? Lu Yan tilted her head and looked at him, revealing a faint smile. I'll take you around. Okay. Yang Xiao kept nodding. Obviously he didn't have any objections. Just as Yang Kai thought, he really hadn't met a child of his age since he was born. Now that he suddenly met one, he naturally wanted to get close to the other party. Yang Xiao followed Lu Yan to tour the mountains and rivers all the way. He felt that this place was much more fun than the Dragon Island. Not to mention the excitement, he also had a playmate to accompany him. He thought that it was a wise choice to follow his adoptive father. Chapter 3365. The only thing that made Yang Xiao a little dissatisfied was that this big sister Lu Yan seemed to be relatively taciturn. Even if he asked her 10 questions, he would only occasionally hear an answer. The rest of the time he was basically ignored. In a valley full of blooming flowers, Lu Yen suddenly stopped. Yang Xiao also hurriedly stopped and turned his head to look at her. His eyes gradually bloomed with surprise. The valley scenery was beautiful like a fairyland on earth. In the place full of blooming flowers, Lu Yen stood charmingly, like the most beautiful flower, making the whole world lose its brilliance. As the wind blew, thousands of white butterflies fluttered and turned into colorful light waves, making Lu Yen look more and more like a fairy in the world. Yang Xiao was dumbfounded. For the first time in his life, he really understood the meaning of the word beautiful. Suddenly, Lu Yen tilted her head and looked at him, saying lightly, "Now you should run away." Yang Xiao was looking at her in a daze. Hearing this, he was stunned and asked puzzledly, "Why should I run away?" Lu Yen slowly raised a hand and stretched out her index finger. With a whoosh, a flame bloomed on her fingertip. She said softly, "Because I will burn you with this thing." Yang Xiao was a little dumbfounded and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Sister Lu Yen, why do you want to burn me? Did I do something wrong?" Lu Yen didn't answer and just smiled at him. Then, under Yang Xiao's incredulous gaze, she gently pointed forward with her index finger. The flame on her fingertip suddenly turned into a fire snake as if it had a life of its own and wrapped around Yang Xiao. It happened so suddenly. Although Lu Yen had warned him, Yang Xiao didn't dare to believe that she would really burn him with fire. It wasn't until the fire snake came to his face that he woke up from a dream. He moved his body and rushed back more than 100 feet, shouting, "What are you doing? I didn't provoke you, did I? Why did you burn me with fire for no reason?" Yang Xiao even suspected that there was something wrong with Lu Yan's sister's brain. Lu Yan remained silent, still standing there elegantly, but with a single thought, the fire snake flew out and chased after Yang Xiao like it was an extension of her body. Yang Xiao's face changed as the heat wave hit him in the face. Although he felt that the fire snake did not have the power to kill him if he was really burned, it would definitely not feel good. Although he hadn't been born for long and hadn't cultivated seriously, he was still a dragon after all, so he was able to dodge with great agility. For a time the fire snake couldn't do anything to him. Although the fire serpents were ferocious under Lu Yan's control, they didn't hurt the plants at all. From this, it could be seen that Lu Yan had precise control over the flames. Yang Xiao shouted as he dodged, "Sister Lu Yan, what are you doing? Quickly stop." Lu Yan did not pay attention to him. With a devilish smile on her face, she controlled the fire snake to chase after Yang Xiao. After a few times, Yang Xiao was infuriated. He cursed, "Crazy woman, are you crazy? We don't have any enmity between us." To a large extent, he inherited Yang Kai's character. Being teased by Lu Yan like this, he naturally became angry and became bold, so he spoke without thinking. "What did you call me?" Lu Yan narrowed her eyes, a pair of big eyes filled with cold air. Even her voice seemed to suddenly become the north wind blowing in the cold winter, which made Yang Xiao's hair stand on end when he heard it. "Crazy woman?" Lu Yan asked and answered herself. Suddenly she nervously chuckled twice. Yang Xiao shouted in his heart. How could he dare to stay here? He saw an opportunity and flew to the side. Although he was a true dragon, he was born too recently. How could he be Lu Yan's opponent? The fire snake suddenly split and turned into a fire net to envelop him. Caught off guard, Yang Xiao was caught head-on by the fire net. Immediately, he screamed miserably and smoke rose from his body. The fire net was extremely hot. Although it did not have any lethality, it was still very uncomfortable to be burned by it. A high-pitched dragon roar sounded. Yang Xiao's body flashed with white light, and the dragon's breath filled the air, shattering the fire net. He flew away without looking back. He felt wronged. That sister Lu Yan is definitely crazy. I didn't provoke her, and I even politely called her, but she was actually willing to kill me. What kind of people are following foster father? I must run back and then expose this woman's true face in front of foster father. Foster father must be careful in the future. Run as fast as you can. I told you to run just now, but you didn't listen. Suddenly, a light voice came to his ears. Yang Xiao's little face suddenly turned green. He turned his head stiffly and saw the devil-like Lu Yan running side by side. She was obviously doing vicious things, but there was still a happy smile on her face as if doing this could make her happy. This guy is really crazy. Ah! Yang Xiao screamed in horror. There was no longer any good impression of Lu Yan in his heart. All that was left was a strong fear. He just wanted to get as far away from her as possible. It would be best if they never met again in this life. While chasing and escaping, The two of them ran as fast as lightning, causing the disciples of the peaks to click their tongues in amazement. Yang Xiao asked for help, but the disciples of the peaks did not recognize him. When they saw that it was Lu Yen who was chasing him, how could they care about him? They only thought that this little fatty sneaked into the High Heaven Palace with bad intentions. From time to time Lu Yen would release a fire snake. The fire snake was not enough to kill or even hurt people. It was just that the high temperature was unbearable. Yang Xiao was tortured to tears. He secretly hated that this crazy woman attacked at just the right time. Otherwise, he would have been injured and could have complained to foster father. He also wanted to escape back to Yangkai, but he was chased by Lu Yen all the way. How could he recognize the way back? The High Heaven Palace covered a vast area. He ran and ran and ran and did not know where he ran to. In accordance with the principle that a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him, Yang Xiao begged for mercy. Lu Yen turned a deaf ear to him, making him extremely sad and angry. They rushed all the way into a spiritual mountain, startling countless people in the mountain. In the end, they attracted the attention of a charming woman. Beside the woman was a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. She was about 3 or 4 years old, about the same age as Yang Xiao. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The woman held the little girl's hand and walked out of a stilt house. At a glance, she saw the scene of Lu Yen chasing Yang Xiao. She immediately asked in surprise. Yang Xiao rushed straight to the woman as if he had seen his savior. With snot and tears he said, "Help, someone wants to kill me." Hearing this, the woman looked over and suddenly felt pain in her heart. The little fatty was in a very sorry state at the moment. His whole body was burnt black and his hair was messy. He looked like a little beggar on the street. Behind him was a cold Lu Yen, and fire snakes were lingering around Lu Yen. Perhaps because the little fatty in front of her was about the same age as her daughter, the woman's motherly instinct was aroused. She protected him behind her and comforted him, "Don't be afraid, no one wants to kill you." She also saw that Lu Yen did not have any killing intent. She probably just wanted this little fatty to suffer a little. Otherwise, with Lu Yan's ability, how could this little brat still be alive? Looking at Lu Yen with some confusion, she asked, "What's going on?" Facing this woman whose cultivation was only in the first order Dao source realm, Lu Yen behaved humbly and politely. She immediately withdrew her fire snakes and bowed gracefully, "Greetings, madam." In the entire High Heaven Palace, there was only one woman who could receive such courtesy from her, and that was Yang Kai's mother, Dong Suju. When Dong Suju was in Heng Luo Star Field, she was only an origin king, but after coming to the star boundary with the support of the huge resources of the High Heaven Palace, she naturally broke through to the Dao Source realm easily. With the improvement of her realm, she also became much younger. Now, she looked only 26 or 27 years old, and standing next to Yang Kai, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were siblings. Dong Suju was here, and the little girl she was holding was naturally Yang Shui, who had just been born a few years ago. The little girl was too young and had not yet begun to cultivate, but she was currently tempering her body. When the age was right, she would choose a secret art and begin to cultivate. With the huge background of the High Heaven Palace, her future achievements would not be bad. What did this little guy do wrong? Dong Suju looked at Lu Yen and asked. Lu Yen said lightly, "Nothing serious, he just said the wrong thing." Yang Xiao expressed his dissatisfaction and poked his head out from behind Dong Suju and shouted, "What did I say wrong?" Lu Yen glanced over and Yang Xiao suddenly shivered and quickly shrank his head back. He was really afraid of this guy, who would burn people as soon as they met. Was it just because he said the wrong thing? But after thinking about it, he felt that he did not say anything wrong. Dong Suju rebuked, "Children always make mistakes. Just scold them a little and it will be fine. Look at how pitiful they are. If their parents see this, they will feel distressed." Putting herself in his shoes, if Yang Kai or Yang Shui were tortured like this, she would definitely not be able to accept it. Lu Yen lowered his head and said obediently, "Yes." Dong Suju squatted down and regardless of the dirt on the little fatty's face, used her sleeve to wipe his face. Suddenly, a tender little face was revealed, causing her to smile happily. "Little guy, you're quite good looking, where are your parents?" She thought this little fatty was from one of the spiritual peaks. Although most of the people in the High Heaven Palace came from the territory of the lower plains, there were too many of them. It was impossible for Dong Suju to know every single one of them. It was reasonable for such a little guy to be from one of the spiritual peaks. "My parents are in a place very far away." Finally, Yang Xiao knew that he couldn't easily reveal his background, so he gave a vague answer. When he said this, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. He actually missed his parents a little. The main reason was that he was scared of being tortured by Lu Yen. If he stayed on the Dragon Island, he would definitely be doted on by everyone. How could he be chased to the heavens and have no door to enter the earth? Dong Suju misunderstood and quickly stopped this topic. She changed the topic and asked, "What is your name?" Yang Xiao sniffed and replied miserably, "My name is Yang Xiao, the sky of the 9 heavens." Chapter 3366. Dong Suju was amused when she heard this. "Yang Xiao, what a good name. You have the same surname as my son." Yang Xiao asked in surprise, "Your son's surname is also Yang?" "That's right, my son's name is Yang Kai. He is the palace master of the High Heaven Palace. Since you are a disciple of the High Heaven Palace, you should know about him, right?" Dong Suju proudly introduced him. Although every time she saw Yang Kai she would grumble a little, but in her heart she was very proud of Yang Kai. He came to the star boundary alone and worked hard to build such a huge foundation like the High Heaven Palace. He even returned to the Hung Luo star field and brought a large group of people here, letting 100,000 people enjoy the shade of his shadow. Such an achievement, not to mention that no one would be able to do it in the future, it was absolutely unprecedented. Yang Zhao's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. What? Did he hear wrongly? This woman was actually his adoptive father's mother? If it was just the same name, then it was fine, but the key was how many palace masters there were in the High Heaven Palace? No wonder that demon-like crazy woman was so polite to this woman, so that was the reason. What's wrong? Dong Suju observed his expression and looked at him curiously. She felt that there was something wrong with the little fatty in front of her. Yang Xiao hurriedly tidied up his clothes and casually wiped his face. He took a few steps back and respectfully bowed to Dong Suju, saying solemnly, "Grandson Yang Xiao greets grandmother." This time, it was Dong Suju's turn to be dumbfounded. Even Yang Shui, who was standing at the side, blinked her big eyes and looked at Yang Xiao in amazement. After a while, Dong Suju chuckled and rubbed Yang Xiao's head, saying, "Little guy, what are you shouting for?" Yang Xiao shook his head. "I didn't call you that. You are my grandmother. The palace master of the High Heaven Palace that you mentioned just now is my father." Dong Suju couldn't laugh anymore. Her expression twitched slightly. Yang Shui also showed a shocked expression. The little girl was young, but her mind was very agile. How could she not understand the meaning of these words? "What's going on?" Dong Suju turned his head and looked at Lu Yen. His divine sense surged as he quietly transmitted his voice. Is what he said true? His son actually had a son, but he didn't know about it. At this moment, Dong Suju was furious, but he couldn't show it in front of Yang Xiao, so he could only ask Lu Yen in private. "Master said he's an adopted son." Lu Yen replied. "He also brought him back from outside this time." "Adopted son?" Dong Suju couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought he was outside." Although Dong Suju also hoped that Yang Kai could find a few more wives and give her a few grandchildren or something, the 4 of them hadn't made any moves yet. If they really had a son outside, the 4 of them would be in chaos. Since it was an adopted son, there was no problem. Suddenly, Dong Suju seemed to think of something. He turned around and rushed into the stilted house and disappeared. Yang Xiao was confused. There were only 3 little figures left. They looked at each other. After what happened just now, Yang Xiao was really afraid of Lu Yen. He could only look at Yang Shui and give her a flattering smile. Yang Shui put one hand on her waist and said in a childish voice, "Are you Big Brother's son?" Big Brother? Yang Xiao was stunned and immediately understood. "Oh, you are foster father's sister, right?" "Humph." Yang Shui snorted childish syllables. "You are Big Brother's son and I am his sister. Then what should you call me?" "Call you what?" Yang Xiao looked confused. "How would I know what you should call me? Hurry up and call me something nice. I have something good for you." Yang Shui's pair of big eyes lit up. Yang Xiao couldn't help but twitch. He always felt that there was no normal person around his age in the High Heaven Palace. Lu Yen was like this, and so was the sister of foster father in front of him. When he was thinking this, he suddenly felt a heat wave in front of him. When he looked carefully, he saw a fire snake floating in front of him, quietly staring at him. "You want to burn me again?" Yang Xiao was shocked. Lu Yen walked towards him step by step with a sweet smile on her face. Her voice was incomparably gentle. "Think carefully. What should you call her?" Yang Xiao scratched his ears and cheeks and looked at the stilt house for help. Unfortunately, his grandmother master had just entered and didn't come out. He wanted to run away, but he knew that he couldn't escape from Lu Yan's evil clutches. He could only painstakingly think. Finally, a light flashed in his mind. He looked at Yang Shui excitedly and said, "Aunt?" Yang Shui blinked her big eyes and turned to look at Lu Yen. Lu Yen nodded slightly, indicating that he was right. Yang Shui immediately clapped and said, "Haha, correct. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Yang Xiao said weakly, "I don't want any reward. I just want to go back to foster father's side. The outside world is too dangerous. Foster father, where are you?" "That won't do." Yang Shui shook her small head, her two braids swinging back and forth. She tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then she walked to Yang Zhao's side, stood on tiptoe, and reached out her small hand to rub Yang Zhao's head. Her mouth was still softly muttering, "Yang Xiao is good, Yang Xiao is good, Yang Xiao is the best." The corners of Yang Zhao's mouth twitched as he looked at her. The little girl in front of him was not even as tall as him, but she dared to rub his head. He was a member of the dragon race. Who dared to rub his head? But thinking about it carefully, who told her to be his foster father's sister? His seniority was indeed lower than hers. He could only accept his fate. He smiled bitterly and said, "This is the reward." Yang Shui nodded seriously. "Yes, mother always rewards Shui like this." Haha. Yang Zhao's temper was almost gone. "Andy, you're really easy to satisfy." Yang Shui snorted and said angrily, "You should be happy." Yes, 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 I'm very happy." Yang Xiao nodded repeatedly. Lu Yen smiled from the side and said, "Do you know what you said wrong now?" As soon as she opened her mouth, Yang Xiao couldn't help but shiver. He swallowed his saliva and said, "What did I say wrong?" Lu Yen didn't answer. She just stared at him quietly. Yang Xiao had a bad feeling. He faintly felt that he had reached a critical moment. He realized that if he couldn't answer or if his answer didn't satisfy Lu Yen, his future would be very difficult. He immediately racked his brain, but he couldn't think of what he said wrong. He could only look at Lu Yen pitifully. "Can you give me a hint?" The corners of Lu Yan's mouth curled up as she looked at Yang Shui and said, "Shui, call me." Yang Shui immediately said crisply, "Sister Lu Yen. Do you understand now?" Lu Yen continued to look at Yang Xiao. "Yes, yes." Yang Xiao nodded fiercely, but he was roaring in his heart. "What do I understand? I call you Sister Lu Yen. Why do you want me to be burned by your fire?" "Wait." Yang Xiao suddenly seemed to realize something. He looked at Lu Yen timidly and then carefully and tentatively said, "Lu Yen." Lu Yan's face immediately bloomed with a smile like a spring breeze. She said to Yang Xiao, "From now on, I'm your elder aunt and Shui is your younger aunt. Do you remember?" Yang Xiao was dumbfounded. So that's what it was. It turned out that it was only because he called her elder aunt incorrectly at the beginning that he was chased by her fire. If that's the case, why didn't you say it earlier? Why did you have to let me understand it myself? How could I understand this kind of thing by myself? Yang Xiao was so angry that he wanted to bang his head on the ground and die. Yang Shui clapped her hands and said, "Yes, yes, I'm your younger aunt and Sister Lu Yen is your elder aunt. We're family. Only a ghost would want to be your family." Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from the stilt house. Yang Xiao turned his head and saw Dong Suju and a middle-aged man walking over. At first glance, the middle-aged man looked somewhat similar to his adoptive father. Then, thinking of the intimate manner between him and Dong Suju, Yang Xiao immediately realized that this man was most likely his adoptive father. Fourth Master Yang was cultivating when he heard Dong Suju run over to him as if he was reporting good news. He was surprised that his son had adopted a white and chubby little boy. Naturally, he came out to see what was going on. Looking carefully, he found that it was indeed as Dong Suju said. The little boy's appearance was not bad, but he was a bit embarrassed. After looking at him for a while, he nodded and said, "Is this the child?" "Yang Xiao." "Yes, that's him. He said that he came back with our son this time." Dong Suju nodded. Fourth Master Yang smiled slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Yang Xiao bowed to the ground and said, "Greetings to grandfather, master." This call of grandfather greatly comforted the fourth Master Yang. Although he was not his biological grandson, he was so sensible at such a young age. It could be seen that his upbringing was indeed good. He quickly raised his hand and said, stand up, stand up. Let me take a good look at you." Yang Xiao immediately straightened his posture and stood there meticulously, letting the fourth Master Yang examine him carefully. Fourth Master Yang smiled and nodded. "Not bad, not bad. Child, since your ninth master's adopted son, why are you also surnamed Yang? Could it be that your family also has this surname?" Yang Xiao respectfully replied, I was only able to be born because of Godfather's help, so I asked Godfather to give me a name as soon as I was born. That's why I took on Godfather's surname. Fourth Master Yang suddenly said, "Then your parents don't have any objections?" Yang Xiao smiled. "No objections. That's good." Fourth Master Yang smiled and nodded. Suddenly his eyes widened. "You were born not long ago? Child, how old are you this year?" Yang Xiao said shyly, "I was born in January or February." January or February. Dong Suju and Fourth Master Yang were stunned. Lu Yen said, "He's not human. He seems to be of the dragon race." As a holy spirit, Lu Yen could naturally feel the dragon breath on Yang Xiao. Dragon race. Fourth Master Yang and his wife were shocked. As far as they knew, Yang Kai had an unclear relationship with a dragon race girl. Last time he seemed to have gone to Dragon Island as well. This time he came back with an adopted son of the dragon race who also had the surname Yang. Could it be, where's the little brat? Dong Suju asked with a straight face. Lu Yen said, "He's talking to the head chief." Dong Suju scoffed. "Tell him to come see me immediately." Chapter 3367. After being summoned, Yang Kai naturally hurriedly ran to the spirit peak where his parents lived to greet them. After much persuasion he finally dispelled their misunderstanding and let them know that Yang Xiao was really just his adopted son, not his biological son. Dong Suju's expression became much better and she earnestly advised, "Old Nine, you're not young anymore. Now that you've established a firm foothold in the astral boundary, if you really want to have a child, Mother won't oppose it. In fact, I'm very supportive of it, but you can't mess around outside. There are 4 girls at home, you can have a child with any of them, understand?" I know, I won't mess around." Yang Kai repeatedly nodded. When he said this he couldn't help but think of Ji Yao and inexplicably feel guilty. Dong Suju saw that he was being perfunctory and couldn't help but sigh. "Forget it, I see that you don't have this idea in the short term. You've been running around outside all year round, and it's not suitable for Xiao to follow you all the time. Let him live with me and he can accompany Shui. What do you think?" Yang Kai heard this and thought for a moment, then nodded, "That's fine." With his mother taking care of Yang Xiao, he naturally didn't have anything to worry about. However, he had to ask for Yang Xiao's opinion on this matter. If he didn't agree, then there was nothing he could do. He called Yang Xiao in and told him about this matter. Yang Xiao naturally didn't have any objections and immediately agreed. He could see that if he stayed with his grandmother, he could enjoy her protection, but if he followed Yang Kai, then he might be tortured by Lu Yan's eldest aunt. She was simply a demon, and if she didn't agree with him, she would burn him with fire. Yang Kai was very surprised by this, and thought that it was difficult to understand a child's mind. After this matter was settled, Yang Xiao stayed with Dong Suju. Whether it was the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory or the Orthodoxy Palace in the Southern Territory, they were all peaceful recently. Yang Kai didn't plan to go out for a short time after returning this time. He was ready to go into seclusion and digest the harvest of the past few days. Since he came back from the astral boundary, he had been running around non-stop and didn't have much time to cultivate. On the path of a cultivator, he had to cut through all obstacles and bravely move forward. It was rare for him to have free time, so he naturally couldn't waste it. But before that there were still some trivial matters to deal with. At the very least he had to ask about his women. Yang Kai first went to Spirit Pill Peak to find Xia Ning Chang and accompanied her for a day and a night, which made Jiying very unhappy. Xia Ning Chang was now the last disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. Although they didn't have the status of master and disciple, Jiying was the one who taught her. Xia Ning Chang's talent in alchemy was praised by the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. They once said that if she had the opportunity, her future achievements would definitely not be lower than Jiying's. This was the second of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. Yang Kai came to waste Xia Ning Chang's time, so it would be strange if Jiying was happy. Although he usually got along well with Yang Kai, when it came to the future achievements of his little junior sister, Jiying didn't dare to be careless. He was afraid that he would fail to live up to Xia Ning Chang's talent. After Xia Ning Chang, it was Shui Yu's turn to accompany her for a day and a night. Then he casually set off to Iceheart Valley to find Su Yan and dual cultivate with her. Before leaving he couldn't help but sneak around with Ji Yao, which was quite exciting. Returning to High Heaven Palace and standing in front of the space array, Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, but in the end he sighed and decided not to go to the ancient wild lands. If he really went to find that dragon lady again, his body wouldn't be able to bear it. For the first time, he discovered that having more women wasn't necessarily a good thing. From today onwards, he announced that he would enter secluded retreat and was not to be disturbed unless something major happened. Inside High Heaven Peak's palace, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a large number of high-rank source crystals were scattered around. Circulating his emperor chi, the high-rank source crystals exploded one by one, and the world energy stored inside them dissipated, turning the entire room into a sea of world energy in an instant. As source crystals were constantly thrown out, world energy filled the room. The world energy in the room gradually turned into a mist, so thick that it was almost visible to the naked eye. Only then did Yang Kai silently circulate his secret art, cultivating while comprehending the various gains he had gained from Dragon Island. In the Dragon Temple, the dragon souls of the dragon race's great elders had imparted many dragon race secret techniques to him. Each secret technique had great power and had their own uses. However, even though Yang Kai had obtained these secret techniques, if he wanted to use them, he would need to have his own understanding and comprehension of each secret technique. This wasn't something that could be done overnight, and it required constant experimentation and experimentation. Spring passed and autumn came and flowers bloomed and withered. When one's cultivation reached the Emperor realm, it was common for them to enter secluded retreat for a few years, or even 100 years, not to mention that Yang Kai had already reached the Second Order Emperor realm. If he wanted to make another breakthrough, he would need the accumulation of time. During this period, he would occasionally come out of seclusion to check on the situation in the High Heaven Palace and see if anything major had happened. Fortunately, the High Heaven Palace was managed by Hua Qingxi, so everything was in order, giving him enough time to improve his cultivation and strength. One day 2 years later, Yang Kai, who was swallowing world energy like a whale, suddenly frowned. He took a deep breath, slowly stopped cultivating and opened the barrier around the room. Hua Qingxi quickly walked in from outside and cupped his fists. "Palace Master. What's the matter?" Before he entered seclusion, he had ordered that no one should disturb him unless there was something major. Now that Hua Qingxi had triggered the barrier outside, it was obvious that something had happened. "Someone from the Southern Territory has come, saying that they have an urgent matter to discuss with Palace Master." "Who?" "Elder Gao Shuating and Elder Xiao Yu Yang of Star Soul Palace." Yang Kai was surprised. They came together? If Gao Shuating came to look for him, Yang Kai might not be too surprised. After all, he was also a guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. What was Xiao Yu Yang doing here? Yes. Hua Qingxi nodded slightly with a complicated look on her face. Speaking of which, she was originally a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and her master was one of the elders of Star Soul Palace. However, her master, Tan Junhao, was not very reliable. For his own interests, he could even sacrifice his disciple. In the end, he was killed by Yang Kai. Since then, Hua Qingxi left Star Soul Palace and joined the High Heaven Palace. Now that she saw Xiao Yu Yang as the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. "Did he say anything?" Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi shook her head. "He didn't say anything, but it seems that the situation is not good." "Invite them to the main hall, I will come later," Yang Kai ordered. Hua Qingxi accepted the order and left. Yang Kai sat on the ground and rubbed his chin for a while. He couldn't figure out the purpose of these two people's visit, so he simply got up and went to meet them directly. Inside the main hall, Gao Shuating and Xiao Yu Yang were sitting and standing. Gao Shuating's expression was cold and indifferent, but Xiao Yu Yang's expression was a little anxious, looking up from time to see if Yang Kai had come. It was difficult to see such a situation on someone of his cultivation. After all, Xiao Yu Yang was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and was one of the elders of the Southern Territory's Overlord sect. Even if a mountain collapsed in front of him, he would not bat an eyelid. Seeing him so anxious showed that the situation was not optimistic. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not make them wait long and came to the main hall after a little tidying up. Seeing him appear, Gao Shuating just nodded lightly, but Xiao Yu Yang hurriedly greeted him. "Yang Kai." "Elder Xiao." Yang Kai cupped his fists and nodded to Gao Shuating as a greeting before asking, "What is the matter with the two of you coming to my High Heaven Palace?" Xiao Yu Yang got straight to the point and said, "Please save someone." Oh. Kai Yang furrowed his brow, thinking that it couldn't have been that little brat Xiao Chen who had met with an accident. If that smelly brat really had met with an accident, then Kai Yang wouldn't necessarily be in the mood to save him. That little brat had always disliked him, so of course Kai Yang also disliked him. However, since Xiao Yu Yang had personally come forward, Shouldn't he give him some face? Just as he was thinking this, he heard Xiao Yuyang say, Princess Lan Sun. Yang Kai was startled. What happened to Princess Lan Sun? Xiao Yuyang said with a gloomy expression, Princess Lan Sun has been captured. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this and looked at Xiao Yuyang with a strange expression, as if he had not heard wrong. He then turned to look at Gao Shueting and saw her nod at him. Only then did he know that Xiao Yuyang was telling the truth. Lan Sun had been captured? Who would be so bold as to capture Lan Sun? She was the pearl of the great emperor's Mingyu, and Lan Sun's cultivation was not low either. She had broken through to the emperor realm a long time ago, and although she was only a first order, she seemed to have inherited the special physique of the great emperor's Mingyu. Her true combat power was not something a first-order emperor realm cultivator could compare to. She definitely had a life-saving artifact given to her by the great emperor's Mingyu. If someone wanted to capture her, they would need to be at least a third-order emperor realm cultivator. Which guy ate the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard? Thinking about it, Yang Kai's heart suddenly jumped as he remembered something from 2 years ago. This sounds familiar. How could it be so coincidental? Faintly, Yang Kai smelled an ominous aura and hesitated for a moment before asking, Do you know who did it? Xiao Yuyang said with a solemn expression, I have some guesses but I'm not sure. Yang Kai said, Since you have some guesses then just do it. What about the great emperors? Lan Sun was captured so the great emperors can't just sit back and do nothing, right? Why are you looking for me for this? Although he was strong, he was still just a second-order emperor realm cultivator. Star Soul Palace was a big place. Not to mention the great emperors, they even had several third-order emperors, so it was impossible to rule out the existence of a hidden fake emperor. Yang Kai could not figure out why Xiao Yuyang wanted to go so far away. Xiao Yuyang pondered for a moment before asking, Do you still remember what happened at Orthodoxy Temple? Yang Kai said, Of course I don't forget. It happened 3 years ago, so how could he not remember? But why bring it up all of a sudden? Xiao Yuyang said, What happened at Orthodoxy Temple back then could be said to be related to the safety of the entire southern territory. Logically speaking, the great emperors should have appeared, but in the end the great emperors did not appear. Do you know why? Hearing him say this, Yang Kai also found it strange. He had also found it strange back then. The incident at Orthodoxy Temple was so big, but the great emperors did not appear. Only a few elders from Star Soul Palace came to deal with it, which was obviously somewhat unreasonable. Chapter 3368. At that time, what Xiao Yuyang said was that the great emperors had already set off for Orthodoxy Temple, but after hearing that the matter had been resolved halfway, they returned home. No one questioned this statement, but now it seemed that the truth was not so. At that time, Princess Lan Sun had already disappeared. The great emperors have been tracking down the princess whereabouts, so the great emperors have no idea what happened in Orthodoxy Temple. Xiao Yuyang explained with a heavy expression. Princess Lan Sun disappeared at that time? Yang Kai was shocked, wondering why he hadn't seen Lan Sun at the Southern Territory's martial meet. Although it was a little strange at the time, he didn't think much about it, but now he understood the reason and frowned. So, the great emperors have not been in Star Soul Palace for the past few years? Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the great emperors not to have heard about Orthodoxy Temple after so long. Yes. Xiao Yuyang nodded. Her Highness the Princess is the only relative of the great emperors, so naturally the great emperors are anxious about her disappearance, so they have been tracking down clues. This matter can only be done in secret and cannot be announced to the public. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. The daughter of the great emperors had been captured, so if they searched for her openly, it would give someone an opportunity to take advantage of the situation or anger the person who had captured her. If Lan Sun was killed to silence her, it would be over. It wasn't until a year ago that Star Soul Palace received a message from the great emperors, but the message was incomplete. It seemed that the great emperors had sent it back in a hurry, or it had been interfered with. We followed the map and found a suspicious place, but we couldn't enter. What? Yang Kai asked curiously. Star Soul Palace's masters had all been dispatched, so where in this world could they not enter? It seems to be an independent world, and no one can enter without the corresponding method to open it. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. So you came to me. Xiao Yuyang sighed. You are proficient in space principles, so maybe you have a way to enter. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. If that place was really an independent world, then finding him was definitely the best and only way. Where are the great emperors now? Yang Kai asked again. Xiao Yuyang slowly shook his head. After sending that message, the great emperors have not responded. Yang Kai was shocked. Even the great emperors did not respond? Could it be that the odds were against him? But that was impossible. Who in this world could threaten the great emperors? But if he used Lan Sun to threaten him? Yang Kai shook his head secretly. He was not sure if the great emperors of the Bright Moon Empire would surrender because of their love for their daughter if they were really threatened by Lan Sun. The key was who could catch him. This matter was a little too big. As if seeing through his thoughts, Xiao Yuyang said, "The great emperor's divine technique is vast, so you don't need to worry too much. The lack of response may be due to some delay, or perhaps he has already entered that independent world. Yang Kai, I heard that you have a good personal relationship with Her Highness, so this time, I must ask you to help her. At the very least, you must open that world and let my Star Soul Palace's people go in and search." Yang Kai nodded. "I also owe Her Highness a debt of gratitude. Since she is in trouble, I naturally cannot stand by and do nothing." Hearing this, Xiao Yuyang was overjoyed. He was worried that Yang Kai would refuse, but now it seemed that he was a warm-hearted person. "But there is one thing I am curious about." Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic. "Speak." Perhaps because Yang Kai readily agreed, Xiao Yuyang's attitude towards him became much more cordial. As Elder Xiao said, Her Highness disappeared 3 years ago. The great emperors also began to investigate 3 years ago and sent back a message a year ago. Why did you only come to find me now? It was not a secret that he could arrange space arrays in the Southern Territory. Azure Sun Temple and High Heaven Palace were connected by space arrays, so there was no reason for it to take a year. Xiao Yuyang sighed. "You may not know, but that place is very far from the Southern Territory. Even if we flew, it would take at least half a year." Half a year? Yang Kai's expression changed. "In another territory?" "Western Territory," Xiao Yuyang said solemnly. Yang Kai suddenly understood. So that place was in the Western Territory. It would indeed take a lot of time to go back and forth. No wonder it took a year to find him. Speaking of the Western Territory, Yang Kai had some resentment. When he returned from the reincarnation world, he had been to the Western Territory and met the little girl Lin Yun. They had caused a big ruckus in a big sect in the Western Territory. Later, he arranged a space array to take her back to the High Heaven Palace, but who knew that the space array would be destroyed at the critical moment, causing him to be the only one to return while Lin Yun was left behind in the Western Territory. Although Yang Kai did not see the person who did it, he felt that it should be the Iron Blood Great Emperor. If not for this, it would have been convenient to go to the Western Territory. Now, if he wanted to go there, he would have to fly, which would waste a lot of time. There's no time to lose. Yang Kai, if you don't have anything else to deal with, let's go now, Xiao Yuyang said anxiously. Things had been delayed for too long and he did not know if there were any changes over there, so he was eager to take Yang Kai to have a look. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay." While speaking, he took out his communication artifact and sent a message to Hua Qingxi, telling her that he was going out and that his return date was uncertain. Hua Qingxi was also used to his style of coming and going without a trace, so she naturally had nothing to say. The three of them immediately set off and teleported back to Azure Sun Temple through the space array. Then Xiao Yuyang directly summoned a 2-story flying boat and invited Yang Kai to board before flying away. It seemed that he really did not want to delay for a moment. Gao Shueting did not follow. She was just taking Xiao Yuyang to the High Heaven Palace. Without her lead, Xiao Yuyang could not use the space array of Azure Sun Temple, so she had nothing to do with this trip to the Western Territory. The speed of the flying boat was very fast. Xiao Yuyang almost disregarded the consumption and hurried on with all his might. After all, this matter was related to the great emperors and Princess Lan Sun, so he was also eager to know the truth. On the deck, Yang Kai stood with his hands behind his back and carefully asked Xiao Yuyang about the ins and outs of this matter, but he did not get more information. He only knew that they followed the information sent back by the great emperors and found a place where a sealed world existed, but there was no way to open it, so they went to find Yang Kai. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded, took out a jade slip from his space ring, and poured information into it. Immediately after, with a flick of his finger, the jade slip shook slightly and disappeared. Xiao Yuyang raised his brow. "Space beacon?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. "Elder Xiao actually knows this little trick." Xiao Yuyang said, "The great emperors used this method to communicate. I heard that this method was created by Spirit Beast Island's Li Wuyi. Back then, the great emperors went to Spirit Beast Island and asked for something from Li Wuyi. I didn't expect you to know it too." Yang Kai smiled. I also learned it from Senior Li. Xiao Yuyang was surprised. You met Li Wuyi? Yang Kai nodded. 2 years ago, I went to the Eastern Territory and had the honor of discussing the Tao of Space with him. Xiao Yuyang suddenly understood. Yes, you can arrange a space array that can cross territory so it's convenient for you to travel between different territories. In that case, you can freely travel between the eastern, southern, and northern territories of the star boundary's 4 territories. What about the Western Territory? Yang Kai's mouth twitched. I could have, but the space array I arranged was destroyed. Xiao Yuyang was amused. Who would be so bored as to destroy your space array? Yang Kai smiled and did not answer. However, this time he happened to be going to the Western Territory so he could arrange a space array there. In the future he could really travel between the 4 territories at will. Who did you send a message to just now? Xiao Yuyang asked curiously. Li Wuyi, Senior Li. Yang Kai did not hide it from him. There is one thing that Elder Xiao may not know. 2 years ago, on the eastern sea of the Eastern Territory, Yao Lin, the daughter of the Serene Soul Great Emperors, was also captured. What? Xiao Yuyang was shocked when he heard this. The daughter of the Serene Soul Great Emperors was also captured? Lan Sun's incident happened about 3 years ago, while Yao Lin's incident happened 2 years ago. Although there was a difference of 1 year between them, it was not that long. Moreover, one was in the Eastern Territory while the other was in the Southern Territory. If the difference in territory was taken into account, could it be the same person? Xiao Yuyang suddenly thought of a possibility. I'm not sure about that, but the person who captured Yao Lin at that time was a fake emperor. A fake emperor? Xiao Yuyang sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he was now a third-layer emperor realm master, he was still no match for a fake emperor, so he calmly asked, How do you know so much? Chem? You just said that I went to the Eastern Territory 2 years ago, and Yao Lin was also captured 2 years ago. Could it be? Yes, I was also there when Yao Lin was captured. Yang Kai nodded, confirming his guess. Now that 2 years have passed, I want to ask Senior Li if there is any new information. Xiao Yuyang nodded. I should ask. If it was the same person who did it, then this person is too bold. What does he want to do? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. You'll have to ask that old man himself. As he spoke, the space spirit bead on his wrist released a spatial fluctuation, and a jade slip suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, his divine sense surging as he immersed himself in it to investigate. After a while, his face became solemn. How is it? Xiao Yuyang asked anxiously. Elder Xiao, take a look at it yourself. Yang Kai reached out and threw the jade slip to him. Xiao Yuyang took it and checked it, and after a while his face changed drastically. How could this be? The disciples and descendants of many great emperors have disappeared? Who could have done this? The great emperors had many connections with each other, and with the space beacons created by Li Wuyi, it was convenient to send and receive information, so Spirit Beast Island had much more information than Star Soul Palace. According to Li Wuyi's reply, after Yao Lin disappeared, Serene Soul Palace's cultivator went out in full force to search the Eastern Territory, but in the end they found nothing. Yao Lin seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Since their daughter was missing, the Serene Soul Great Emperors were naturally very concerned, so they sent a message to several great emperors on good terms, asking them to keep an eye out. Chapter 3369. Who would have thought that this message would reveal a piece of horrifying news? Many of the descendants and disciples of the great emperors had gone missing, and all of them had happened in the past 2 to 3 years. This matter involved 4 or 5 great emperors. In addition to the Serene Soul and Bright Moon that Yang Kai already knew, there were also the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations, the great emperors of Flower Shadow, and the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Lin Yun, was also missing. Whether the other great emperors had descendants or disciples that had gone missing, Spirit Beast Island did not know for the time being. After all, not every great emperors had space beacons to communicate with each other. However, judging from the current situation, it was likely that these 5 great emperors were not the only ones whose disciples or descendants had gone missing. There might be even more. The others were fine, but what worried Yang Kai the most was Lin Yun. He had not seen her since they parted ways in the Western Territory, but he did not expect to hear news of her again because of this. Exchanging a glance with Xiao Yuyang, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Although they didn't know who did it, both of them had a vague feeling that an invisible black hand was covering the entire astral boundary. These missing descendants or disciples of the great emperors were scattered across the various territory of the star boundary, so anyone with such courage and ability was definitely not an ordinary person. It was very likely that this person was from some huge hidden organization. However, what Yang Kai could not understand was what the purpose of this person behind this was. The great emperors were the strongest existences in this world, so what good would it do to offend them? After a long silence, Yang Kai suddenly spoke. Elder Xiao, you said before that you had some guesses about who had taken Princess Lan Sun away, but you were not sure. May I ask who you think is behind this? Xiao Yuyang pondered for a moment before replying. Originally, we guessed that it was the Shadow Kill Hall who had done something. Assassin Hall. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Of course, he was no stranger to the name of the Assassin Hall. It was the overlord sect of the Western Territory, the force of the Night Shadow Great Emperors. However, this force was extremely mysterious, just like the Night Shadow Great Emperors themselves. Even the cultivator of the Western Territory had no idea where the Assassin Hall was located. All he knew was that there was such a behemoth in the Western Territory, but it was extremely difficult to pinpoint its exact location. Because the information sent back by the Great Emperors pointed to the Western Territory? Yang Kai asked. This was a reasonable guess. Daring to lay hands on the daughter of Great Emperors could only be done by another Great Emperor, and the message sent back by the Great Emperors Mingyu pointed to a certain place in the Western Territory, which made Xiao Yuyang and the others think of something. Hearing what he said, Xiao Yuyang shook his head and said, This is only one of the reasons, there are other reasons. I'd like to hear the details. Xiao Yuyang said, You may not know, but the one in the Western Territory has always been at odds with our master. The two of them have been entangled with each other ever since they were young. Yang Kai asked in surprise, Why is that? It's just a struggle for the great Tao. Since Xiao Yuyang had already spoken, he had no intention of hiding it anymore. Think about the titles of these two master. Yang Kai frowned and muttered, Mingyu Night Shadow? After muttering a few times, a look of understanding suddenly appeared on his face. Under the bright moon, everything is revealed. Nothing can hide. How can there be a shadow of the night? These two lords are on opposite sides. If one represents light, then the other represents darkness. Yang Kai frowned. If there is no light, then how can there be darkness? Xiao Yuyang was startled when he heard this, but he soon burst out laughing. You should tell this to the two master and see what they think. Yang Kai's expression twitched as he waved his hand. I'm just speaking casually, but since Elder Xiao originally guessed that Her Highness' disappearance was caused by the Shadow Kill Hall, did you not go to the Shadow Kill Hall to ask for her? Xiao Yuyang sighed. In this world, I'm afraid that only the great emperors know the location of the Shadow Kill Hall, so how could I possibly know where it is? Besides, if it was really the Shadow Kill Hall who did it, then it means that they want to make a move against my Star Soul Palace. If we really went there, wouldn't we be walking right into a trap? Although I originally had this guess, it was because of the relationship between the two master, but now, it seems that someone is deliberately trying to frame the Shadow Kill Hall. Yang Kai nodded slightly. If Lan Sun was the only one missing, then this guess might be true, but there were too many great emperors involved. Even if the great emperors Night Shadow and Bright Moon great emperors were not on good terms, they would not involve others in this quarrel. Of course, a guess is still a guess and we can't rule out this possibility. After all, the final clue is that it is in the Western Territory. As for the truth, perhaps we can only find out if we find Her Highness and the others. Yang Kai nodded and the two fell silent for a while. Xiao Yuyang was worried about Lan Sun's safety and the whereabouts of the great emperors, while Yang Kai was worried about Lin Yun'er. He did not know if the little girl was also on this trip. If she was, then things would be easy and he could save her along the way, but if she was not, in this vast star boundary, where could he find her? The Iron Blood Great Emperor should know about this, so Yang Inflammation should also know about it. Would they make any moves? The flying boat moved as fast as lightning, and under Xiao Yuyang's urging, its speed reached its limit. However, even if he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, he could not support such a long period of continuous operation. Fortunately, Yang Kai was helping him, and after he let go of the control of the flying boat, the two of them took turns to drive it forward. When one of them rested, the other would travel at full speed, so there was no delay. The journey was long, and Yang Kai took the opportunity to cultivate intermittently for a few days. In his spare time, he would discuss various cultivation experiences with Xiao Yuyang. Xiao Yuyang was a third-order Emperor Realm cultivator, and as the saying goes, a stone from a mountain can be used to polish jade, so the two of them had a lot to gain. 2 months later, the two arrived at the Western Territory, and it was no longer suitable to use the flying boat to fly with great fanfare. According to Xiao Yang, because the relationship between the Great Emperor's Bright Moon and Night Shadow Great Emperors was not good, Star Soul Palace and Shadow Killer Hall were like fire and water. Therefore, the people from Star Soul Palace entered the Western Territory stealthily to avoid being found out and causing trouble for no reason. After getting off the flying boat, the two of them disguised themselves before flying off. They did not speak a word along the way, flying and stopping, occasionally searching for mountains and rivers to rest for a while before continuing on. It was not until nearly 5 months later that Xiao Yang pointed to a sea of sand in front of them. "We've arrived, it's in that sea of sand." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. These past few months of non-stop travel had exhausted him. His body could still bear it, but the main thing was that he was mentally repulsed by it. Ever since he was able to arrange space arrays, he spent most of his time shuttling back and forth through them. Occasionally he would have to travel, but he would not have to travel for several months at a time. This journey had been very torturous, but now that he heard that they had arrived at their destination, he felt inexplicably happy. "We finally arrived." The two of them shot into the sea of sand one after the other, and in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by sand and disappeared from sight. Compared to the other territories of the star boundary, the Western Territory's landscape was generally more desolate. Seas of sand and broken rocks could be seen almost everywhere, and there were very few spirit mountains or rivers. However, it was also because of this that the cultivator of the Western Territory was so valiant. In this vast sea of sand, one could not see the end of it at a glance. When the wind blew, sand and dust would fly everywhere, making it impossible to see anything within 3 meters. Moreover, the scenery within a 10,000-kilometer radius was the same, without a single point of reference. Even a cultivator with low cultivation could get lost and be trapped in this sea of sand, not to mention that there were many unpredictable dangers in this sea of sand. Even those from the Emperor realm could lose their lives here if they were not careful. After Yang Kai entered this sea of sand with Xiao Yang, he immediately realized the ruthlessness of nature. When the wind blew, grains of sand the size of grains of sand would hit him head-on, slamming into his protective Emperor Qi and making a cracking sound. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, there was almost no aura of life within the range of his perception. There were only a few monster beasts that struggled to survive in this harsh environment. 2 days later, the two of them passed by an oasis-like place. Yang Kai called out to Xiao Yang and flew down with him. Xiao Yang looked travel-worn and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Elder Xiao, you haven't rested for a long time, you should rest." Xiao Yang frowned and said, "We're almost there, it won't be too late to rest after we get there." Yang Kai shook his head, "Let's rest. I'll take this opportunity to arrange a space array here. You don't want us to fly all the way back, do you?" Hearing this, Xiao Yang nodded and said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble you." Yang Kai waved his hand and began to observe the oasis. This was no longer an oasis, or rather it used to be an oasis, but the water source had dried up and the trees had withered, leaving only a rudimentary oasis. However, compared to the sand-filled desert, this was Yang Kai's only choice to arrange a space array. After all, he couldn't arrange a space array in the middle of a desert. If he really did so, the space array would be buried by the sandstorm within a few days. Although the water source in this place had dried up, since it had existed for so long, it meant that it wouldn't disappear anytime soon, so it was best to use it to arrange a space array. This time Yang Kai couldn't care less about hiding it. In any case, his space array could only be activated with the transmission token he had specially refined, so it wouldn't matter even if it was discovered. The only thing he had to worry about was that it would be destroyed. Choosing a place with a relatively solid foundation, Kai Yang began to work. After working for most of the day, a brand new space array was formed. After carefully inspecting it and confirming that it could connect to the various space arrays he had arranged before, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Xiao Yang noticed the movement and opened his eyes, asking, "Is it done?" Yang Kai nodded. Xiao Yang walked over and observed the space array for a while, praising, "You've done so much in just half a day." If this Xiao hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Practice makes perfect. Yang Kai smiled lightly and tossed a transmission token to him. Chapter 3370. This is. Xiao Yang looked at the transmission token in his hand suspiciously. After Yang Kai explained the purpose of this thing, Xiao Yang immediately put it away as if he had obtained a precious treasure. With this thing, it would be much more convenient for him to travel between places in the future. He could freely travel through any space array arranged by Yang Kai. When you have time, come to my Star Soul Palace and arrange a space array. Xiao Yuyang looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai nodded and said, no problem. He had already planned to use space arrays to connect various places in the star boundary, so arranging one at Star Soul Palace would be a piece of cake. After this matter was agreed upon, the two set off again. After another 3 days they finally arrived at their destination. As Xiao Yuyang landed in a desert, Yang Kai looked at a certain spot in front of him in amazement. 1,000 meters in front of him, a huge pit had appeared in the endless sea of sand. This pit was at least a dozen square meters in radius and several dozen meters deep. If one looked down from above, this pit looked like a huge funnel embedded in this sea of sand. The funnel was constantly rotating, and a large amount of sand rolled down to the bottom, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai was amazed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that such a strange sight could exist in this world. Yang Kai didn't know how this funnel was formed or how long it had been in existence, but he could feel traces of space force fluctuations coming from the bottom of this funnel. Focusing his vision, Yang Kai discovered that the bottom of this funnel seemed to be connected to an unknown location. Is this the independent entrance to the world that Xiao Yuyang mentioned? Yang Kai took a closer look and found that this was indeed the case. There should be a void corridor at the bottom of the funnel, and although he didn't know where it led to, it was obviously in a sealed state. If one didn't know how to open this void corridor, let alone enter it, it would be impossible to open it. If he used brute force rashly, it was very likely that he would destroy this void corridor, making it difficult to enter. No wonder Xiao Yuyang didn't hesitate to run back to the southern territory from the western territory and ask Gao Shuiting to take him to High Heaven Palace to find me. With the current situation, it is indeed more appropriate for me to deal with it. Noticing the arrival of Yang Kai and Xiao Yuyang, the hidden figures gradually revealed themselves and gathered around. Yang Kai looked over and found that they were all familiar faces. Shui Jingmao and Lei Hong, the 2 third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, were also present, and with the addition of Xiao Yuyang, the 3 great emperors of Star Soul Palace were all present. In addition, there were also a dozen or so cultivators from the Emperor Realm, all of whom were obviously high-level members of Star Soul Palace. Xiao Yuyang greeted them and asked a few simple questions. After confirming that there had been no abnormalities while he was away, he relaxed. Yang Kai also walked over and greeted everyone. Shui Jingmao looked at him with a dignified expression. Yang Kai, we can only rely on you. Although we can't be sure, the information sent back by the great emperors ultimately points to this place. We suspect that Princess Lan Sun is inside, so please help us. Yang Kai sternly said, Great Elder is too serious. I am also a cultivator in the Southern Territory and have a good personal relationship with Her Highness. If Her Highness is in trouble, I am naturally duty-bound to help. Shui Jingmao was relieved to hear this and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. If you can really rescue Her Highness, this old master and others will be extremely grateful. If you have any requests in the future, my Star Soul Palace will not refuse. This was a heavy promise, so it was obvious that Shui Jingmao and the others were also at their wits' end, otherwise, they would not have made such a promise so easily. Great Elder, please don't worry, I will take a look first, Yang Kai said before flying towards the bottom of the funnel. Lei Hong shouted from the side, Be careful, there seems to be something strange down there. Yang Kai nodded and soon approached the bottom of the funnel. Standing here and observing it, it was even more shocking than looking at it from above. The flowing sea of sand and the rotating funnel gave Yang Kai the illusion that the world was about to be swallowed up. Carefully releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai urged his space principles and silently probed the funnel for a long time. After coming up with a plan in his heart, he flew up. How is it? Shui Jingmao asked anxiously. Yang Kai frowned and said, The entrance has been sealed. You have been waiting here for so long, haven't you found any trace of anyone? Shui Jingmao shook his head and said, We haven't found anything. No one has been here for so long. Yang Kai said, There are traces of human activity here, indicating that all this was planned. Perhaps this is a conspiracy. If we really open the entrance, who knows what will happen? What will happen? Shui Jingmao's expression became serious. Yang Kai shrugged and said, I don't know. Maybe it will alarm someone, or maybe it will make Her Highness' situation more difficult. If that's the case, are you sure you want to open this entrance? Everyone looked at each other and was silent for a long time before Shui Jingmao quickly said, There is no news of the great emperors, and we don't know whether Her Highness is dead or alive. Now this is the only clue. In that case, we can only open it. If she is alive, we must see her. If she is dead, we must see her corpse. The others nodded slightly, indicating that the Great Elder was right. Since there was a clue, they should explore it. No one would be willing to let it go just like that. What's more, what Yang Kai said was only a relatively bad situation. What if the situation was not so bad? Maybe they could find the Great Emperors and Lan Sun if they open the entrance. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Since you have decided, let's open it. However, this entrance seems to be a little unstable. If you want to go in, you must hurry. In addition, you must protect yourself as soon as you enter, so as not to give others a chance to take advantage of you." Shui Jingmao smiled slightly. "We have lived for so long and are all afraid of death. Naturally, we will not be careless in doing things." Yang Kai nodded and said, "In that case, come with me." Saying so, he turned around and flew down again. The group of people hurriedly followed and scattered around Yang Kai, their expressions tense, waiting for him to open the entrance so that they could enter one after another. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, Yang Kai carefully unlocked the seal of the entrance and opened the entrance that should have been there. The void rippled as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, and ripples spread out. Not long after, at the bottom of the funnel, a dark corridor suddenly appeared. A void corridor. Everyone's expression brightened when they saw this, especially Xiao Yang. He felt that his efforts in inviting Yang Kai over had not been in vain. They had tried to open the entrance before, but they had been unable to do so. If they had really used brute force, they might have destroyed this place. The problem that had stumped them was solved in the blink of an eye by Yang Kai. Sure enough, there were specialists in every field. Pairs of eyes kept darting between Yang Kai and the void corridor, waiting for him to give the order so that they could enter. However, the void corridor had just been formed and was very unstable, constantly distorting and changing. Yang Kai could only urge his space principles to reinforce it so that it would be more convenient for everyone to travel. After a stick of incense worth of time, the void corridor that had been distorting and changing slowly stabilized. Yang Kai shouted, "You can enter now. Everyone be careful." Shui Jingmao, who had been waiting for him to say this, immediately rushed in, his figure flickering as he disappeared into the void corridor one after another, with Xiao Yang bringing up the rear. After waiting for Xiao Yang to enter the void corridor, Yang Kai set off and prepared to follow. But at that moment, his face suddenly changed as he looked up. Up above, a stream of light shot down towards the void corridor, and within this stream of light, a vague figure appeared. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai could not see the face of this person. "Who is it?" Yang Kai roared as he raised his palm and blasted upwards. Although this palm strike was hurried, he had been comprehending the dragon race's secret techniques recently, so he had unconsciously used it. A brilliant dragon pressure filled the air as the palm he stretched out seemed to transform into a dragon claw, capable of piercing a hole in the sky. However, the person who had just arrived did not dodge and continued to rush straight towards him. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's whole body shook violently as he fell straight down into the sand pit. His entire body had sunk into the sand pit, but he was unable to resist the rebound of his own strength. When he flew out of the sand pit again, his face covered in dust, there was no one in front of him. Turning his head to look at the void corridor that was about to disappear because he had lost control of himself, Yang Kai's expression became a little uncertain. In that instant of contact, he had not been able to sense the other party's strength, and he had not even been able to see what this person looked like. His palm strike was something that even a third-layer Emperor Realm Master would not be able to withstand, but this person had taken it head-on without being affected. In other words, this person's cultivation was definitely above the third-layer Emperor Realm. False Emperors? Or Great Emperors? Only an existence with such a cultivation could withstand Yang Kai's blow and remain unaffected. However, there was one thing that Yang Kai was sure of, and that was that this person had no malicious intent towards him. Otherwise he would not have just taken it head-on. Based on the other party's cultivation, if he had taken advantage of the situation to counterattack, Yang Kai would have been in big trouble. If this person was a false emperor, then who was it? If this person was a great emperor, then who was it? Yang Kai was confused, but this person had coincidentally rushed into the void corridor at this time, so he had obviously been monitoring this place, but Shui Jingmao and the others had not been able to find him. Could it be the great emperors of the Bright Moon? But if it was really the great emperors of the Bright Moon, why did they not show up before? Who was it? Yang Kai was extremely depressed. Seeing that the void corridor was about to close up again, Yang Kai did not have time to think about it. His figure flickered as he rushed into the corridor. His vision blurred for a moment before he appeared in another world. His emperor chi surged as he protected himself in case of any unforeseen circumstances, but there was no sneak attack. Yang Kai turned his head to look around and could not help but frown. Because as far as the eye could see, there was no one around. Shui Jingmao and the Emperor Realm of Star Soul Palace, who had entered before him, were nowhere to be seen. Even when he released his divine sense he could not detect them. Where are they? Yang Kai was at a loss. Chapter 3371. The dozen or so Star Soul Palace members from the Emperor Realm had clearly entered this place before him, but he didn't see a single one of them, which was a bit strange. However, if the entrance had a random teleportation function, it could explain the current situation. Yang Kai had also entered a similar sealed world before. Although the entrance was the same, the people who entered would not appear in the same place. Judging from the current situation, this sealed world should be such an existence. That was why Yang Kai couldn't see anyone after everyone entered, and it was probably the same for everyone else. At this moment, they were probably in a situation where they were fighting alone. However, this also had its benefits. If everyone was spread out, there would be a higher chance of finding Lan Sun if she was really here. After confirming that there was no danger in his surroundings, Kai Yang began to examine his surroundings. This was a gray world and the world energy here wasn't very rich. The entire world seemed somewhat dead and still. It was impossible for such a place to give birth to any kind of precious treasure. At first glance, the environment here was similar to some places in the Western Territory. The ground was full of sand, limestone, and some short plants. There was not the slightest sign of life in all directions. But for some reason Yang Kai felt his heart palpitate as soon as he entered this place. He couldn't explain why, as if there was some great danger hidden here. Standing in place and pondering for a while, Yang Kai chose a direction at random and flew forward. This was indeed an independent small world. Although it had its own world principles, these principles were not complete. It was somewhat similar to the original small sealed world and it was not small. Yang Kai flew forward for half a day, but he didn't see anything of note, nor did he find any trace of Xiao Yu Yang and the others. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. There was no distinction between day and night in this sealed world. It was always gray and the surrounding environment was very similar. Being alone in this kind of lonely environment, it was easy to feel tired. Another day later, Kai Yang, who was looking around, suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked in front of him. There was someone. More than a dozen kilometers ahead, there was a life aura. Yang Kai immediately focused his vision and looked in that direction. The person seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's gaze and after a flash, he flew in a certain direction. It was not easy to find a living person in this damn place, so how could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? He immediately chased after him. But soon Yang Kai discovered that this person's speed was incredibly fast. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to close the distance between them. On top of that, this person's divine sense was extremely powerful, making it impossible for Yang Kai to see his true face or specific cultivation. Whenever his divine sense approached this person, it would be blocked by an invisible force. Yang Kai felt like he was being toyed with for no reason. Although he was annoyed, he also realized that the other party seemed to want to lead him somewhere. After making some guesses, Kai Yang deliberately slowed down a bit. Sure enough, the guy in front of him also slowed down. He sped up a bit, but the other side also sped up. Hateful. Yang Kai was furious and no longer hesitated, chasing after him with all his strength. Although he knew that there was likely to be some kind of trap waiting for him ahead, this was still a clue after all. So even though he knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, he had no choice but to follow it. One chased, one fled. After about an hour, Kai Yang's expression suddenly twitched. Because in that instant he actually lost track of the other person's aura. That person seemed to have disappeared from this world for no reason, and there was no trace of him at all. On the contrary, not far ahead, there were several life auras that obviously belonged to other people. Among them, 3 were familiar to Yang Kai. Thinking of this, Yang Kai raised his brow and hurriedly rushed in that direction. Not long after, he arrived at a high rocky slope. On the high slope, there were 5 figures sitting cross-legged, 4 women and 1 man. When Yang Kai's gaze swept over them, he couldn't help but look happy and quickly shouted, "Yun Er." Among the 5 figures, one of them was actually Lin Yun Er. Although on the way here he learned that Lin Yun Er had also disappeared, and Yang Kai also guessed that it might be the same group, he didn't expect to find her here. Looking at the others, he found that sure enough, Yao Lin, who was captured on the Eastern Sea, and Lan Sun, who had disappeared in the Southern Territory, were all here. Yang Kai didn't know the remaining man and woman, but with the previous information he could guess that this man and woman were either related to the great emperors by blood or were direct disciples. One of the men had a fair complexion and looked handsome. He seemed to be around 30 years old. The other woman was covered with a layer of gauze, making it impossible to see her true appearance. However, judging from her exquisite and enchanting figure, this woman's appearance was definitely not ordinary. Yang Kai didn't rush over rashly. He had been led here by someone, otherwise he wouldn't have found the missing children and disciples of the great emperors so quickly. Why did that person lead him here, and what kind of conspiracy was he up to? In this unfamiliar environment, how could Yang Kai not be on guard? Yun-er. Yang Kai called out again, but Lin Yun-er, who was sitting cross-legged opposite him, didn't respond at all, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Yang Kai's divine sense wandered back and forth, but he couldn't find the aura of the person who had led him here, nor did he find any traces of traps around Lin Yun-er and the others. The five of them seemed to have been subjected to a divine technique, falling into a deep sleep without any perception of the outside world. Of these 5 people, except for Yao Lin, who was from the Third Order Dao Source realm, the remaining 4 were all Emperor realm masters, especially the veiled woman, whose cultivation was the highest, equal to Yang Kai's, at the level of a Second Order Emperor realm master. This woman should be a disciple of the great emperors, right? Sure enough, a famous teacher produces a brilliant disciple. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, Yang Kai was sure that she wasn't too old. Obviously, her aptitude was extremely good to have such a cultivation. However, thinking that the person who had captured Yao Lin was a fake emperor, Yang Kai was relieved. Although the strength of these 5 people was good, they were still far inferior to a fake emperor. If they were targeted by a fake emperor, none of them would be spared. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai strode towards Lin Yun-er and the others. Since he had found Lin Yun-er, Lan Sun, and the others, Yang Kai couldn't just sit back and watch. No matter what, he had to wake them up and ask them about the situation first. At the very least, he had to know who had attacked them, captured them here, and what their ultimate purpose was. Not long after, Yang Kai arrived in front of them. To his surprise, everything was as usual, without the slightest abnormality. He went straight to Lin Yun-er, stretched out a finger, and tapped her forehead, slightly urging his Emperor Qi and divine sense to check the situation in her body. There were no injuries, no abnormalities, and her life signs were very stable, but at this moment Lin Yun-er seemed to have fallen into a strange state. Her knowledge sea was wide open and unguarded, as if she had fallen into an illusion, completely unaware of everything in the outside world. In other words, if someone wanted to harm her at this time, they could easily succeed. Perceiving this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Lin Yun-er and the others had been implanted with some kind of strange barrier, but if that was all, then he had a way to wake them up. Silently urging his golden divine dragon source, Yang Kai sent his divine sense into Lin Yun-er's knowledge sea, transforming into a giant dragon head that roared, "Yun-er, wake up!" Dragon roar. The most basic of the dragon race's many secret techniques and had the effect of clearing one's mind. The dragon's roar reverberated in Lin Yun-er's knowledge sea, creating layer after layer of ripples. When these ripples spread out, Lin Yun-er's knowledge sea was flooded with monstrous waves, and then her knowledge sea became clear. Faintly, there seemed to be the sound of something shattering. Lin Yun-er let out an unconscious whimper as her brow furrowed, and then she slowly opened her eyes. As her vision focused, Yang Kai's face appeared in front of her. Lin Yun-er blinked her big eyes, a blank look on her face. "Yun-er, how do you feel?" Yang Kai asked nervously. Although he had used the dragon race's secret technique to wake her up, using it in her knowledge sea could have injured Lin Yun-er's knowledge sea with the slightest carelessness. Uncle Yang?" Lin Yun-er was obviously still a little out of it as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "I came to find you, so don't worry about me for now. What about you? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Hearing this, Lin Yun-er checked her condition and then laughed heartlessly. "I don't feel uncomfortable." Suddenly, her brow furrowed. "It's just that." Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly became nervous. "Just what?" "A little hungry." Lin Yun-er reached out and rubbed her belly before sticking out her tongue at Yang Kai. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Only then did he remember that this girl had somehow been raised to be a foodie by the Iron Blood Great Emperor's side. The last time he met her, she was like this. This time, she had just escaped danger and was already crying out that she was hungry. How careless. "If you're hungry, find something to eat first, I'll wake them up," Yang Kai said and walked over to Lan Sun. "What happened to them?" Lin Yun seemed to have only just realized that there were other people around her, and her eyes widened in surprise. Don't you remember? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Lin Yun suddenly showed a thoughtful look, and after a while she clapped her hands and said, "Oh, I remember, I was caught by someone. That old man was so strong I couldn't beat him." Old man? Yang Kai raised his brow. Was it an old man in a black robe? Lin Yun shook her head and said, "He wasn't wearing a black robe, he had white hair." "I don't know." White hair. Yang Kai was a little stunned. He remembered that the guy who caught Yao Lin last time did not have white hair. So, the person who caught Yao Lin and Lin Yun were not the same person. Chapter 3372. But if Yun sees him next time, I'll have to thank him properly. Lin Yun smiled sweetly again. Thank him for what? Yang Kai asked with a straight face. No matter who did it, it was obvious that they wanted to harm her, so why should she thank him? Lin Yun said matter-of-factly, if he hadn't brought Yun here, Yun wouldn't have been able to see Uncle Yang. Of course, I have to thank him properly. Yang Kai was speechless and smiled bitterly. Do as you wish. Uncle Yang, were you also brought here by him? Lin Yun asked again. Yang Kai shook his head. I came here to find you. As he spoke, he stretched out a finger and touched Lan Sun's forehead. Lin Yun chattered from the side. Uncle Yang, it wasn't that I didn't want to go to the Northern Territory with you last time, it was Master who brought me back and destroyed the thing you worked so hard to arrange. You're not angry, are you? Sure enough, it was the Iron Blood Great Emperor who did it. Yang Kai had already guessed this, and now that Lin Yun confirmed it, he knew that his guess was right. It was really the Iron Blood Great Emperor who destroyed his space array. Immediately, he shook his head and said, No, your master did it for your own good. Lin Yun suddenly laughed. When you see master next time, I'll ask him to apologize to you. Yang Kai sweated profusely. I wouldn't dare. He then solemnly said, You can tell this to me, but you can't tell your master. If he did, he would be skinned alive by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Lin Yun nodded obediently. At this moment, Lan Sun also woke up, but she was obviously not as careless as Lin Yun. As soon as she woke up, she urged her Emperor Qi to protect her body and rushed out, staring at Yang Kai with a vigilant expression. After reacting, she asked in surprise, Brother Yang? Junior sister Lan? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Lan Sun stretched out her hand and rubbed her forehead, dispelling the hostility, and smiled awkwardly. Excuse me. It's fine. Yang Kai slowly shook her head. Her reaction was a normal reaction, but Lin Yun was a little confused. Where is this? Lan Sun turned her head and looked around, asking blankly. Yang Kai said, I'm not sure. I just came from a sea of sand in the Western Territory. It seems to be an independent secret realm. You should recover first. I'll wake the others up. Lan Sun glanced at the three people who were still in a deep sleep, nodded slightly, walked back, sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. She had many things to ask, but now was obviously not the time. The third one that Yang Kai woke up was Yao Lin. This woman had the lowest cultivation, so Yang Kai was the most careful when dealing with her. However, what made Yang Kai speechless was that as soon as she woke up, she screamed in fear, Don't kill me, don't kill me. My father is the great emperors of the Serene Soul. He can give you a lot of good things. Don't kill me. Yang Kai looked at her fiercely. Do I look like I want to kill you? Yao Lin looked at Yang Kai's face seriously and quickly recovered. She pointed at him and said, It's you. Yang Kai snorted. So what if it's me? What do you think? You dared to leave me in the lurch? I'll definitely report this to my father and have him punish you severely. Yao Lin ground her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai. She clearly still remembered the scene of her being captured 2 years ago. Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Are you sure you want to do this? Yao Lin opened her mouth, obviously wanting to shout something, but when she met Yang Kai's cold eyes, her heart couldn't help but jump. She swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue and muttered, Why are you so fierce? My father is the great emperors of the Serene Soul. Yang Kai reached out and pointed at Lan Sun. Guess who her father is? How could Yao Lin not know Lan Sun? After all, the 5 of them had been together for a while and knew each other very well. The identity of the daughter of the great emperors may be very deterrent to others, but it was meaningless to the others present. Yao Lin shrunk her neck in fear at his fierce look. Only then did she remember that this guy in front of her wanted to kill her back then, and she almost died at his hands. For a moment she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Well, Brother Yang, Sister Yao Lin is just a little ignorant of the world. Don't be angry with her, Lan Sun tried to smooth things over. Yang Kai snorted coldly, I think she's spoiled. After meeting Yao Lin's mother, how could Yang Kai not understand how Yao Lin's arrogant personality had been nurtured? Like mother, like daughter. Yao Lin stopped talking and just hid behind Lan Sun. Yang Kai didn't bother to pay attention to her and walked straight to the man in his 30s and used the Dragon Roar secret technique again. After a while, the man's figure moved and he obviously woke up, but what surprised Yang Kai was that he kept his eyes closed. Although his eyes were closed, Yang Kai felt like he was being scrutinized, which made Yang Kai a little uncomfortable. This guy was too arrogant. So what if he was a disciple of the great emperors? This old man had saved his life, but he couldn't even open his eyes to look at his savior? How should I address you? The man suddenly spoke, his voice as gentle as jade, very pleasant to the ears. Yang Kai said indifferently, Yang Kai. A look of surprise appeared on the man's face, so it's Brother Yang. Yang Kai was surprised, you know me? The man smiled slightly, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Seeing you today, you really deserve your reputation. Yang Kai said lightly, you're flattering me. Seeming to feel his indifference, the man pondered for a moment before understanding the whole story and smiling slightly, Brother Yang, please forgive me. This one didn't mean to be rude, it's just that it's inconvenient for me to show my true face. Saying so, he suddenly opened his eyes and their eyes met. Yang Kai was surprised because this guy was blind. His eyes were pure white without the slightest trace of black. If anyone saw this appearance at first glance, they would definitely be a little scared. Yang Kai understood why he kept his eyes closed. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, scratching his face and saying, sorry, I didn't know about this. He thought this man was putting on airs, so he closed his eyes, but he didn't expect it to be because he was disabled. However, this man's cultivation was the Emperor realm, and his honored master was one of the great emperors, yet he still couldn't see the light of day. It could be seen that his eyes were innate, so no matter how hard he tried, it would be difficult for him to recover. How should I address you? Yang Kai asked. Gao Zhan. Lan Sun explained with a smile, Brother Gao is the only disciple of the Master of Heaven's revelations. It is said that he has grasped 80% of the Master's teachings. Yang Kai was shocked, Brother Gao is amazing. Among the 10 great emperors, the great emperor of Heaven's revelations may not have been the strongest, but he was the most knowledgeable. It was rumored that the Heaven's Revelations great emperors could see through the Heaven's secrets, see the past and see the future. Gao Zhan was the only disciple of the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations, so obviously his talent was outstanding and he was suitable to inherit the mantle of the Heaven's Revelations great emperors. Lan Sun saying that he had grasped 80% of the great emperor's teachings wasn't just a compliment, but a genuine ability. Gao Zhan smiled modestly, Junior Sister Lan is too kind. Honored Master's strength is far above mine, and this Gao Zhan will never be able to reach Honored Master's height in this lifetime. Suddenly changing the topic, he stared at Yang Kai with his pale eyes and said, Brother Yang, be careful. Yang Kai frowned, be careful of what? Gao Zhan had already closed his mouth and was sitting there quietly, as if he had fallen asleep. Yang Kai looked at him blankly and turned to look at Lan Sun. Lan Sun's mouth moved a few times, indicating that she didn't understand either. As far as she knew, the great emperors of Heaven's revelations also seemed to be like this. They would often say some inexplicable words, but they could be completely verified afterwards. Several great emperors had received warnings from the great emperors of Heaven's revelations when they were young, so they were able to avoid disaster. Gao Zhan was the disciple of the great emperors of Heaven's revelations, so now that he suddenly said such words to Yang Kai, it was no doubt that Yang Kai might also be in danger. After thinking about it, he told Yang Kai about his concerns. Yang Kai grinned and replied, different situations call for different measures. After all, it was just a warning, so no one knew what the situation was. Yang Kai couldn't always be cautious in the future, so he could only wait for things to happen and then think of a solution. After this matter was over, Yang Kai turned to look at the last woman and said, this should be the disciple of Master Huaying, right? Lan Sun was surprised, Brother Yang, how do you know? Have you seen Senior Sister Li before? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I haven't seen her before, but I received some news on the way here. I know that several of you have disappeared together. Now that everyone else is a match, it's not difficult to guess who the last one is. So that's how it is. Lan Sun nodded and suddenly smiled mischievously, Senior Sister Li is a great beauty. Brother Yang, do you want to see her true face? While senior sister Li is asleep, Brother Yang can feast his eyes on her. If you miss this chance, I'm afraid you won't have another chance in the future. Yang Kai laughed. Junior sister is also a great beauty. If you want to see her, do you need to be so sneaky? Lan Sun pursed her lips and said, Brother Yang, don't say that. Although Suner is not bad, she can't compare to senior sister Li. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai was a little interested. Lan Sun was already a heavenly fragrance national beauty, but she said that this senior sister Li was even better. This naturally piqued his curiosity. However, he was just curious. He wouldn't really lift this woman's veil to take a look. If he really did that, wouldn't he be acting like a hooligan? There were still a few people watching from the side. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Circulating his divine sense and Emperor Qi, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. After a short while, the woman in front of him trembled slightly, her long eyelashes trembling a few times, and then her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly opened. When their four eyes met, Yang Kai suddenly felt a very strange feeling. Those bright, star-like eyes seemed to have become the only thing in this world, attracting his attention and making him constantly sink into them, giving him a feeling that he would not hesitate even if it meant he would never be able to recover from it. Alarm bells rang in Kai Yang's heart. Just as he was feeling that something was wrong, the pair of eyes in front of him returned to their normal state. The invisible force that was pulling at his mind suddenly disappeared, allowing him to escape from that strange state. While he was secretly rejoicing, he also felt a sense of loss as if he had missed something. Chapter 3373. Shiqing thanks brother for saving me. How should I address you, brother? The woman opposite him suddenly spoke, her voice crisp and clear, like the tinkling of a mountain spring, extremely pleasant to the ear. Yang Kai. So it's Brother Yang. Li Shiqing nodded and expressed her gratitude again before getting up and looking around. Where is this place? Lan Sun explained to her, and Li Shiqing gently nodded. Yang Kai frowned and stared at the side of her face, faintly feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Thinking about what happened just now, it seemed to be quite normal. The other party didn't show any signs of using a bewitching technique. The reason why he lost his composure for a moment should be due to her natural charm. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think about it anymore and clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, saying, This is a dangerous place, we shouldn't stay for long. Let's leave as soon as possible. He had been led here by someone before, and before he came in, there was a suspected false emperor or great emperors who had broken into this place. This damned place gave Yang Kai an inexplicable sense of palpitations, so of course he wanted to leave as soon as possible. Now that the missing children and disciples of the great emperors had been found, as long as they looked for the exit of this sealed world, they could leave this place. Lan Sun nodded and said, Brother Yang is right, but we know nothing about this place, so we'll have to trouble brother to lead the way. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, I don't have a clue, let's take it one step at a time. It's best if we can find the elders of Star Soul Palace and then discuss with them. Maybe they'll find something. Naturally, no one had any objection to this, and after the discussion, Yang Kai led the way and rushed forward in a certain direction. Apart from Yang Kai, whose background was unknown, the remaining 5 were all existences with huge backgrounds. Such a luxurious lineup could be said to be rare even in 1,000 years. After all, these people were usually scattered throughout the various territory of the star boundary. If it weren't for the mastermind behind the scenes who caught them this time, it would be impossible for them to gather together. However, although everyone's backgrounds were not poor, they were actually quite easy to get along with. Except for Yao Lin's overly arrogant and domineering personality, whether it was Lan Sun or Lin Yun, none of them had ever done anything to bully others. As for Gao Zhan, although his eyes were crippled, he was still gentle and refined. Li Shiqing's temperament was a bit colder, but fortunately from the moment she opened her eyes and called Yang Kai's senior brother, it could be seen that she would not look down on anyone because of her background. They didn't know how big this secret territory was, and the whole world was gray. After a day and a night, the group of 6 did not encounter any living creatures. What they saw seemed to be some repetitive scenes, making them involuntarily wonder if they had been going in circles in a certain place. However, under Yang Kai's perception, there was no trace of an illusion array, which made him very puzzled. Uncle Yang Yun is hungry. Lin Yun suddenly cried out. When she was awakened by Yang Kai, she was already saying that she was hungry. At this time her stomach was already growling. Yang Kai was actually very curious. What kind of cultivation method did the Iron Blood Great Emperor teach her that she had to eat to replenish her energy in the Emperor realm? Under normal circumstances, the people in the Emperor realm had already gotten rid of the desire for food and could survive by simply absorbing world energy. But Lin Yun was obviously not like this. Although this girl's strength was amazing, whether she ate or not seemed to have some impact on her. With the previous experience, he also knew that the things cooked by Guiyi were not only used to satisfy the appetite of the stomach, all the essence of the monster beast's body was cooked out. Long-term consumption would definitely have the effect of improving one's cultivation. Lin Yun'er's cultivation progress was so fast, it was estimated that it had something to do with her eating these things. In her space ring, there must be some monster beast corpses stored at all times. For example, the one being cooked now was at least a ninth-order existence. Lin Yun divided the meat one by one, leaving no one behind. Lan Sun held a large piece of meat and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hadn't eaten these things for many years, but since Lin Yun was so enthusiastic, she couldn't refuse. Looking at Yang Kai eating with relish, she couldn't help but take a bite, her eyes suddenly lighting up. She felt that the meat in her hand was more delicious than any kind of pills. She had never eaten something so delicious before. How could she bear it? She tried her best to maintain her image and chewed slowly. Yao Lin had long forgotten what she had just said. At this time she was wolfing down the food, even gnawing the bones clean. Gao Zhan didn't say a word, but he ate no less than the others. At this time, any kind of divine strategy was nonsense and the first would get the first prize. With meat in her mouth, Lin Yun said vaguely, "There's also soup. Master said that soup is the best thing." As he ate, Yang Kai suddenly frowned. "Where's Li Shiqing?" Everyone's movements stopped at the same time. They looked at each other and suddenly realized a problem. Originally there were 6 people, but now there were only 5 left. Li Shiqing had disappeared without them noticing. Although everyone's attention was attracted by what Lin Yun'er was cooking, there were several people from the Emperor realm present. Even if they didn't deliberately keep an eye on Li Shiqing if she left, there was no reason for them not to notice. But it was not until Yang Kai reminded them that the others realized this problem. She seemed to have evaporated without a trace. For a moment they couldn't help feeling a little creeped out. Lin Yun swallowed the meat in her mouth and said, "She was here just now, but when I was dividing the meat, I didn't seem to see her." Yang Kai frowned and looked at the others. No one noticed? He also knew that he probably wouldn't get anything out of asking. Among the people present, his cultivation was the highest, but even he didn't notice anything, so it was impossible for the others to notice. Lan Sun shook her head solemnly, losing her appetite all of a sudden. Yao Lin asked nervously, "Was she caught by someone again?" Probably because she remembered the scene of her being captured. She couldn't help shivering and leaning closer to Lan Sun, trying to find a sense of security. "Who can take her away quietly under our noses?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Even the great emperors couldn't do such a thing. Gao Zhan didn't say a word, but suddenly turned his hand and took out 3 pieces of turtle shells, 1 big and 2 small. The big one was the size of an adult's palm and the small one was the size of a baby's fist. But each turtle shell exuded an extremely ancient and desolate aura. Obviously they had a long history. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and formed a seal, then threw the 3 turtle shells forward. When the turtle shells landed, Yang Kai reached out and touched the patterns on the 3 turtle shells, closed his eyes and pondered for a while, then pointed in a direction. "Senior sister Li should be in that direction. You can calculate that?" Yang Kai was surprised, but this hint was enough. Although he and Li Shiqing didn't know each other, since he had met her, he naturally had to rescue her together. Moreover, he didn't know why Li Shiqing suddenly disappeared, which made him a little upset and anxious to find her. "I'll go over there and take a look. You wait for me here," Yang Kai said and stood up. Lan Sun said, "Let's go together." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I don't know whether that place is good or bad. I can deal with it alone, but if we go together, it won't be good if it turns out to be a trap." Hearing what he said, Lan Sun also nodded slightly. Yang Kai was proficient in the space principles. Unless the space around him was imprisoned, it would be really difficult for ordinary people to keep him here. A strange light flashed in those beautiful gem-like eyes, like a star field at night, shining brightly with stars. Yang Kai seemed to have been cast a spell and stood there motionless. The invisible divine sense easily broke through the defenses of Yang Kai's knowledge sea and planted a brand in his mind. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly moved, and his vision refocused. Looking forward, he saw Li Shiqing in front of him showing a gentle smile, a smile that was enough to make all things in the world lose their color in an instant. That smile would only ever bloom for him. Yang Kai flew into a rage, grabbed Li Shiqing's slender neck, jumped out of the water and floated to the shore, pressed her against the trunk of a big tree, stared at her coldly and said, "What did you just do to me?" At this time, how could Yang Kai not understand that Li Shiqing's encounter was just a self-directed play? There was no danger under the lake at all. He was a little confused. The lake water was so clear that it was impossible to hide any monsters, and Li Shiqing was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and a disciple of the Flower Shadow Great Emperors. How could she be in danger so easily? Only now did he understand that everything was just a trick to lure him closer. It was laughable that he had really fallen for it. But who would have thought that Li Shiqing, a stranger he met by chance, would use such a method to scheme against him? Suddenly he remembered Gao Zhan's warning. Could it be that it was Li Shiqing? But why? Why did she scheme against him? What did she do to him just now? Yang Kai didn't feel any discomfort, and there was no trace of injury on his body. His knowledge sea was also normal. But what was that feeling just now? He clearly felt that Li Shiqing had done something to his knowledge sea. If that was really the case, why didn't the seven-colored soul-warming lotus have any abnormalities? Yang Kai even suspected that Li Shiqing had come out alone to lure him over. At the edge of the small lake, a naked, enchanting beauty was being held by the neck by Kai Yang and pressed against a tree trunk. Kai Yang's face was filled with anger and murderous intent. No matter how one looked at it, this situation was extremely strange. Yang Kai flew into a rage out of humiliation after accidentally falling into her trap. Naturally, he didn't hold back. Although Li Shiqing's cultivation wasn't bad, with her neck pinned like this, she had difficulty breathing and her face was flushed red. But she didn't complain at all. She had a smile on her face that was enough to melt one's heart. She looked at Yang Kai quietly as if she would have no complaints even if Yang Kai killed her. Yang Kai's heart clenched and he couldn't help but loosen his grip a little. He shouted in a low voice, "Speak. From now on, let's never be separated again," Li Shiqing suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai felt sweetness in his heart, but he still frowned. "Are you crazy? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll really do it. Don't think I don't dare kill you." Li Shiqing looked at him with a smile, not knowing what fear was. She reached out her jade hands and grabbed Yang Kai's big hands, softly saying, "Are you willing?" Yang Kai sneered, "Why wouldn't I?" Damn. He really couldn't bear to. As soon as the idea of killing her appeared, he immediately rejected it. In front of him, this woman he had only known for a few days, yet she seemed to have become one of the most important existences in his life. It was as if they had known each other for a long time and had already left their brand in each other's lives. These words seemed to have a big impact on Li Shiqing, causing her body to soften and her whole body to fall into Yang Kai's embrace, a happy and sweet smile blossoming on her face as she whispered softly, "I believe you are sincere, but I also believe you have other intentions. Unless you come with me to that place, I won't tell you." Yang Kai immediately threw her away, abandoning her like a worn-out shoe. Everyone looked up and saw a full moon hanging high in the sky, exuding a bright and soft light. "Father?" Lan Sun called out in surprise. Yu Meng was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "What did you call me?" "You are a cheap person." Kai Yang responded slowly, one word at a time. He had even cursed the dragon race's second elder, So what did you Ru Meng count for? The earth and space cracked open piece by piece, and then, under the influence of some unknown force, they gradually drifted away into the depths of the void. This was the first time that everyone had seen such a strange scene. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they watched. It's over. Shui Jingmao let out a long sigh. As the great elder of Star Soul Palace, a third-order Emperor Realm Master who had lived for so many years, he wasn't afraid of death, but Lan Sun was still here. If he died then so be it, but what if Lan Sun died? Moreover, in addition to Lan Sun, there were also the descendants and disciples of the other four great emperors here. Everyone was a little worried for a while. Yang Kai on the other hand was calm. Although he had described the situation as very dangerous before, in fact if it really came to that point he could only take everyone here into the sealed world bead and then find a way to escape through the void. As long as he was safe, everyone else would be safe. If it were any other time he would have had great confidence in escaping safely, but at this time, there were three great emperors fighting here, and the entire world was collapsing. He didn't know what kind of situation he would face when the time came, so he didn't dare to make any unnecessary promises to everyone. He was only prepared to take action when the situation became extremely bad. Kacha-kacha sounds rang out incessantly as the world collapsed faster and faster, pieces of earth drifting away and gradually disappearing. In less than 2 hours, the place where they were standing had already been reduced to nothingness. Only the place where they were standing was safe because of the protection of everyone. However, it was only a radius of a few dozen feet, making everyone feel as if they were trapped on an island in the sea. And this island was still flowing in the cracks of space. There was no light, no path of origin, as if it had been forgotten by the entire world. Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and fixed his eyes in a certain direction. What's wrong? Xiao Yu Yang, who was standing next to him, heard his voice and asked. Yang Kai didn't answer and just silently sensed his surroundings. After a while, his expression brightened. There is an exit over there. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this, and Lei Hong shouted, an exit into the star boundary? Yang Kai nodded and said, it's very likely. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look, Lei Hong shouted impatiently. Yang Kai gently nodded and was about to lead everyone in that direction when his figure suddenly froze. After carefully sensing for a while, his expression changed greatly. Not good, run. Saying so, he pushed his space principles to wrap everyone up and lead them in the opposite direction. Everyone was confused, but seeing Yang Kai's dignified expression, they knew that the situation was not good. Even from 100 kilometers away, he could perceive the various evils contained in this dark aura. On top of that, a few years ago, the demon thought had broken out an orthodoxy temple in the southern territory. Xiao Yu Yang was also present at that time, so he was naturally no stranger to demonic qi. However, the demonic qi in orthodoxy temple at that time was incomparable to what he was seeing now. Whether it was quality or quantity, it was obviously not on the same level. How could demonic qi be erupting from the sand funnel, and in such a continuous manner, as if the sand funnel was connected to a source of demonic qi? Chapter 3379. The boundless old demon qi gushed out from the sand funnel and crazily spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the demonic qi filled an area of more than 10 miles, and it was still spreading in all directions at an extremely fast speed. A few years ago, the demon thought broke out in the southern territory, and a few years later, demonic qi appeared in the western territory. This made people think of many things. Yang Kai even suspected that the invasion of the demon territory was about to begin again. In the Thousand Illusions dream world, he had personally experienced the invasion of the demon territory. Although it was just a dream according to Xiao Dai, everything in the Thousand Illusions dream world was based on the real history. In other words, in ancient times, there really was such a great war between humans and demons. However, in the real history there was no such person as Yang Kai. He only participated in the copy of that great war as a latecomer. In that war, although the demon race was defeated, it was not extinct. After hundreds of thousands of years, was the demon race really going to make a comeback? And in the Western Territory was the breakthrough point of the demon race? If this was the case, then the demon thought in the Southern Territory could be explained. The demon thought was just the preliminary preparation of the demon race to invade this land. Think about it, If the plan of the demon soul at that time was really successful, then there would be countless demons lurking in all the major sects in the Southern Territory. When the incident in the Western Territory broke out, the countless demons in the Southern Territory could cooperate and completely occupy the Western Territory of the Southern Territory. In this way it would be enough to compete with the creatures of the star boundary. Just thinking about it made him shudder. At this moment Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Yu Meng. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk, looking through those stars-like eyes, as if he wanted to see the depths of her heart. Yu Meng had obviously expected all of this, otherwise she would not have said those words before. Then who was she? What role did she play in this drama? She also said that he, who was proficient in the law of space, would be of great use in a major event in the future. Suddenly Yang Kai seemed to understand something. Why is there so much demonic qi? Shui Jingmao looked at the scene 50 kilometers away in disbelief, and the beard on his chin trembled. Great calamity, great calamity. The last time the demon thought broke out in the Southern Territory, the cultivator in the Southern Territory suffered heavy losses, and the entire Orthodoxy temple was destroyed. Now, the situation in the Western Territory was many times worse than before. What should they do? Gao Zhan's crow's beak came true once again, and the speed was so fast that it caught everyone off guard. What about the master? Someone asked. No one could give an answer. The three great emperors fought in the sealed world, shattering the entire world, and then disappeared without a trace. No one knew if they had fallen into the endless cracks of the void. Both Lan Sun and Lin Yun showed worried looks. Although the great emperors of the Bright Moon and Iron Blood Great Emperor were extremely powerful, if they really fell into the cracks of the void they might lose their way. Unless they could find their way back, even if they had the ability to break the void, they would not be able to escape safely. Which sects in the Western Territory can take charge? Yang Kai turned and asked. Shui Jingmao pondered for a moment and said, there are 3 in total: Pointed Star Sect, 100 Barbarian Mountain, and Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Wind and Cloud Pavilion could not be counted on. Yang Kai and Lin Yun went to Wind and Cloud Pavilion last time and killed a lot of their masters. There was no need to set up a new spatial array. There was already a spatial array in the deserted oasis 3 days away. What's more, he had other ways to get here. After spending some time, Yang Kai made a new space spirit bead and made it into a bracelet. He called Lin Yun over and handed the space spirit bead to her, solemnly saying, wear this on your wrist. Don't put it in your spatial ring. I know. Lin Yun nodded and put on the bracelet. Yang Kai glanced at Yu Meng, who was healing her wounds, and then urged the space principles to activate the space spirit bead given to him by Li Wui. After the ripples passed, Yang Kai disappeared. After a cup of tea's time on Spirit Beast Island, Yang Kai met the martial beast Mo Huang under Li Wui's lead. Mo Huang asked with a strange expression, boy, why are you here again? It had only been a few years, yet this brat had come to Spirit Beast Island again. Mo Huang was really worried. He didn't know how long his precious daughter could stay. Master, something happened. Li Wui's expression was solemn. What happened? Mo Huang frowned. The last time Li Wui told him this, it was when Yao Lin was captured. This time, the situation was obviously more serious because Li Wui's expression was much more serious. Li Wui turned his head and looked at Yang Kai, motioning for him to answer. Kai Yang didn't beat around the bush and simply recounted the events that had transpired. Mo Huang was shocked and quickly asked, Night Shadow actually colluded with the demon territory? Yang Kai said, it's just a guess and there's no way to confirm it. However, this boy is certain that there is a great emperor overseeing the void corridor. His aura is similar to the great emperor Night Shadow's and he has severed this boy's divine sense. Now that the Bright Moon Master and the Iron Blood Master are missing, and the demonic chi in the Western Territory has broken out, this boy has no choice but to come here and ask the Master to take action. This matter should not be delayed, so I ask the Master to act quickly. If you're late, I'm afraid the situation in the Western Territory will worsen. Mo Huang stood up and said, if things are as you say, then this is indeed not a matter of the Western Territory alone. This king naturally can't stand idly by. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Li Wui and said, go to the Serene Soul Palace and bring Serene Soul here. His daughter is also there, so he can't stay out of this. There's no need to worry about him not coming. Li Wui received the order and immediately left. He must have left the space spirit bead in the Serene Soul Palace. Using this method, he could freely travel between Spirit Beast Island and the Serene Soul Palace. It wouldn't take long for him to go there and bring the great emperors of Serene Soul back. Yang Kai was a little surprised by this result. He originally came to Spirit Beast Island to ask Imo Huang for help, but he didn't expect that the great emperors of Serene Soul would also be pulled in by him. This made him feel a lot more at ease. He didn't need to mobilize any other people. If these two great emperors couldn't solve the problem, then it would be useless no matter how many people he had. While waiting, Imo Huang carefully asked about the situation on the other side. Yang Kai naturally told him everything he knew. After listening, Imo Huang's face turned gloomy. It seems that the demonic territory is really going to invade the star boundary. But why would Yi Ying collude with the demonic territory? What benefits can the demonic territory give him? Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Master, you can't guess the reason?" Imo Huang slowly shook his head. "Among the 10 of us, Yi Ying is the most mysterious. He doesn't have much contact with others. Speaking of which, I've only met him a few times and we haven't spoken more than 10 words. After speaking, she walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. Yang Kai looked around and found that everyone was adjusting their breathing. Those who were paying attention to demonic chi were paying attention to demonic chi, so he quietly sent a message to Yu Ruming. "How do you feel?" Yu Ruming opened her eyes, looked up at him, and then closed her eyes again without saying a word. "Ahem." Yang Kai looked embarrassed and his tone was very soft. "Are you angry?" This was obvious. Yu Ruming was definitely angry, and if it were in her shoes, Yang Kai estimated that he would also be angry. However, at that time he had no other choice. He only wanted to destroy the Void Corridor as soon as possible, but at that critical moment, Yu Ruming had used her Heart Seal secret technique to interfere with him. In a moment of desperation, he had no choice but to resort to this method. "You should have made it clear to me," Yang Kai scratched his face. "If you had made it clear in advance, I wouldn't have done it. If you are still angry, I will let you hit me once, no 10 times. Don't be angry, it won't be good if people see through it. Speaking of which, how are you going to explain it to the great emperors of Flower Shadow?" Li Shiqing is the disciple of the great emperors of Flower Shadow. It is impossible for her to ignore her disciple. She is the great emperor's and Li Shiqing's master. You can deceive others, but can you deceive her? What will you do if your identity is exposed? After rambling for a while, Yu Ruming completely ignored Yang Kai and didn't say a word. Kai Yang was also a bit scared, talking to himself like a crazy person. But in the end he was in the wrong, so he could only grit his teeth and swallow it down. Finally, he said in a low voice, "Then you heal yourself first, call me if you need anything." After saying this, he walked forward. "Come back." Yu Ruming's voice suddenly came to his ears. Yang Kai stopped and said, "Didn't you ignore me? Why are you going back?" "I told you to come back." Yu Ruming gnashed her teeth. Yang Kai said, "Tell me what you want to do first. Are you coming back or not?" Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. "You are the one who ignored me, and now you are the one who told me to go back. What do you want? Why is this woman like a child?" He really had never met a woman with such a character. While it was a novelty, he also couldn't bear it. "You can do whatever you want, whether you are angry with me or ignore me. After this, you go your way and I will go mine. We will have nothing to do with each other, and we won't contact each other even if we die." Yang Kai made up his mind and said what he had always wanted to say. Suddenly, he was in a good mood and had a wonderful feeling of venting his anger. Yu Ruming was suddenly angry and trembled all over. "You actually said such things to me, you heartless stinky man." Yang Kai sneered, "I am a stinky man? You and I just met by chance. It was you who used some kind of secret technique to force us together. How can feelings be forced, let alone that bullshit secret technique? You don't understand my character. This is my true face. If you can't stand it, you should remove the secret technique." Wishful thinking. Yu Ruming sneered. "Do as you like. After this we will go our separate ways." "Okay, you said it. I will tell them now that I am the fake Li Shiqing. The real Li Shiqing was killed by me long ago." Yang Kai's eyes twitched and he said stubbornly, "That is your own business. What does it have to do with me?" As soon as this was said, Yu Ruming fell silent. Kai Yang quietly turned his head to look back, only to see her quietly looking back at him with an expression that said, "There is no greater sorrow than death." If they didn't think of a way to contain this situation, then the entire Western Territory and even the star boundary would be filled with demon chi. At that time, hundreds of millions of cultivators might become existences like demons. At this time, the people who had left to report to the Western Territory's great sects returned. Several of them had left, but only one had returned. Moreover, he was covered in wounds and was on the verge of death. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly treated his injuries. Yang Kai also took out the emperor pill he had refined and fed it to him. This person was a protector of Star Soul Palace. His surname was Chu, but Yang Kai did not know his name. He only heard everyone call him Protector Chu. After stabilizing his injuries with great difficulty, the first thing Protector Chu said when he opened his eyes made everyone's expression change. Thousands of people in the Pointed Star sect have all become the demon race. What? Shui Jingmao was shocked. Protector Chu was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, one of the strongest in the entire star boundary. How could he be beaten black and blue just because he went to report the news? With the protection of Star Soul Palace, how could the sects of the Western Territory dare to act rashly? Now, after hearing what Protector Chu said, he suddenly understood. Thousands of people in the Pointed Star sect had all become the demon race. Xiao Yuyang said with a solemn expression, "Protector Chu, did you see it clearly? You can't speak carelessly about this kind of thing." Protector Chu smiled bitterly. "My injuries were given to me by the Pointed Star sect master, Lian Zheng, and several elders. How could I be wrong?" Pointed Star sect was one of the top sects in the Western Territory. Its sect master, Lian Zheng, was naturally a third-order Emperor Realm Master. There were more than a dozen people in the sect in the Emperor Realm. If it were any other second-order Emperor Realm Master, they would definitely die if they fell into that kind of danger. Protector Chu was from Star Soul Palace and had the heritage of an overlord sect, so he was able to escape with his life. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned ugly. Thousands of people in the Pointed Star sect had all become the demon race. The scene was somewhat familiar. It reminded everyone of the Orthodoxy Temple a few years ago. Several thousand people in the Orthodoxy Temple had also become the demon race. Even the temple master, Lei Gu, was no exception. Now, it seemed that those demon souls had not only set up traps in the Southern Territory, but also in the Western Territory. It was just that nothing had happened in the Western Territory until Protector Chu went to report the situation. Yang Kai's expression changed. "Everyone, I suddenly remembered something." "What?" Xiao Yuyang looked at him. "When I was chasing Lei Gu back then, he seemed to be running in the direction of the Western Territory. However, under my relentless pursuit, he could only escape to the southern swamp, where I killed him in the end." Shui Jingmao raised his brow. "You mean Lei Gu wanted to join up with the other demon souls?" Yang Kai said, "Now it seems that he did have this idea." "Not good." Xiao Yuyang's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to the Star Soul Palace members in the Emperor Realm and said, "Quickly contact the others and see if there is any reply." Hearing what he said, Shui Jingmao and the others obviously thought of something. The corners of their eyes twitched as they waited quietly. After a while, the group of Star Soul Palace members in the Emperor Realm slowly shook their heads, indicating that they could not get in touch with their fellow disciples who had gone out to report the situation. "The Western Territory is finished. I'm afraid that the others are also doomed," Xiao Yuyang said with an ugly expression. Xiao Yuyang said with an ugly expression. Protector Chu had managed to escape with his life, but the others might not have had such good luck. Not being able to contact them was the biggest problem. A strange look flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he asked in shock, "Elder Xiao means to say that the Western Territory has already been ruled by the demon race?" Xiao Yuyang smiled bitterly. "Think carefully about the deployment of Orthodoxy Temple back then. If you had not turned the tide back then, what would the Southern Territory be like now?" Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine as he said bitterly, "The demon race wreaked havoc and plunged the people into misery and suffering." Xiao Yuyang said, "Orthodoxy Temple's scheme was destroyed because of you, but how many people like you are in this world? In the Southern Territory at the very least, my Star Soul Palace can still shoulder the burden. Even if Orthodoxy Temple's scheme had succeeded, we might not have been unable to fight back. However, in the Western Territory, even Shadow Kill Hall seems to have colluded with the demon race, so how can the other sects remain unaffected? Indeed, now that even Great Emperor Ying had personally guarded the Void Corridor, and a top sect like Pointed Star sect had all become the demon race, what was the situation with the other sects in the Western Territory? It was very likely that they had already fallen into the hands of the demon race. The situation in the Southern Territory and the Western Territory should have been similar, but Yang Kai had intervened and pulled in countless powerful reinforcements in a very short time, resolving that crisis. However, the Western Territory was not so lucky. At this moment, Yang Kai and Li Wuyi's expressions suddenly changed as they glanced at each other. Immediately after, the two of them flashed and disappeared from where they were standing. More than a dozen kilometers away, a figure was sneakily hiding under a sand dune, silently observing the gathering place in the Southern Territory. When he saw Yang Kai and Li Wuyi's figures mysteriously disappear, he knew that something was wrong and immediately leaped up and fled in a certain direction. However, he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly came to a halt. This was because there was a person standing in front of him, looking at him coldly. Li Wuyi. The person's expression changed as he shouted, recognizing Li Wuyi's identity at a glance. The person who was known as the strongest under the great emperors was indeed very intimidating. This person did not dare to face him head-on, so he hurriedly turned around and fled in another direction. You think you can escape? Yang Kai blocked his path as if he had foreseen this, his large hand reaching out and swatting at the person. Scram! The person shouted, his originally normal body suddenly erupting with rolling demonic chi as his aura soared. He threw out a punch, intending to kill Yang Kai with one blow. Chapter 3383. It was only now that Yang Kai saw this person's face clearly. His face was sallow and emaciated, as if he was suffering from some kind of illness, but he was indeed a second-order Emperor Realm Master. However, the rolling demonic chi on his body showed that he was from another race, another demon soul. Even though Yang Kai had sealed his body with space force, he didn't panic at all. He just stared coldly at Yang Kai before a look of determination flashed across his eyes. The demon race is immortal. As soon as he said this, Yang Kai knew that things weren't going well. He hurriedly raised his hand to grab him, wanting to completely imprison him, but it was too late. The sound of something shattering suddenly came from this person's body. Then this person's vitality quickly faded and the light in his eyes dimmed. Yang Kai froze in place, his face twitching. Li Wuyi walked over, looked at him, then at the person. Is he dead? Yang Kai quickly said. He severed his own heart. Li Wuyi was horrified, so decisive. As the saying goes, it's better to live than to die, so neither Yang Kai nor Li Wuyi expected that this guy would choose to kill himself immediately after being captured. Obviously, he didn't want to fall into the hands of the enemy and suffer unnecessary torture and pain. This was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, not some random cat or dog. This was the first time Li Wuyi had encountered such a thing, but it wasn't the first time Yang Kai had encountered such a thing. Back when they chased Lei Gu to the southern swamp and lured him into the encirclement of Fan Hua and the others, Lei Gu also said the same thing before he self-destructed. The demon race is immortal. What a similar scene. Yang Kai finally witnessed the ferocity of the demon race. Each one of them didn't take their lives seriously, casually blowing themselves up or severing their own life veins, as if they weren't courting death, but instead doing something glorious and noble. Since he was already dead, there was no way they could get anything out of him. The two of them carried the corpse all the way back and threw it on the ground. Protector Chu glanced at it and said, I remember this person. He was an elder of the Point Star sect. He attacked me before, but I didn't expect him to come after me. Xiao Yuyang gazed into the distance and said meaningfully, I'm afraid he's not the only one chasing after us. Although he could not detect the presence of any aura, since an elder of the Pointing Star sect had appeared, the other members of the Pointing Star sect might be hiding nearby. Even the demons from the other sects in the Western Territory would come to take a look after hearing the news. Although the Western Territory was desolate, the martial arts were not weak. The Emperor Realm was similar to the other three territories in terms of both quantity and quality. If the previous guess was true, and the entire Western Territory had silently fallen, then the current situation was not good. This was equivalent to making an enemy out of all the experts in the Western Territory. Even if there was an existence like Li Wuyi here, it wouldn't give them much sense of security. After all, they had a fake emperor like Li Wuyi on their side, so who could guarantee that the other side wouldn't have the same? The ones who captured Yao Lin and Lin Yun before were all fake emperor-level masters, and they hadn't shown up yet. Now, everyone could only pray that the great emperors would return from the sand funnel as soon as possible. Only then would everyone have a backbone. While on guard, Yang Kai suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and stared at the area covered by the demonic chi. You found it? Li Wui also looked forward. Yang Kai frowned. Since Senior said so, it seems that my perception is correct. Li Wui nodded. The demonic chi spread has slowed down. Regardless of whether they were red or green, they were all called exploding devils in the devil domain because their attacking method was to explode their own bodies. Their own cultivation was not enough to reach the apex, but after exploding, they could produce unimaginable power. When a red devil exploded, it could cause a huge amount of damage, and when a green devil exploded, it could release a highly toxic devil chi. Even the devil race themselves were not willing to be contaminated by the poison of a green devil. Red demons and green demons could self-destruct, so what about these similar black demons? Even if he thought with his toes, Yang Kai could guess what their attack method was. Is this also considered a demon race? Xiao Yu Yang had a strange expression. If the demon race were all like this, he could flatten the entire demon territory with his sword alone. Yang Kai quickly said, there are hundreds of races in the demon territory, and each race has its own special innate divine technique. These should be exploding demons and they can self-destruct. Self-destruct? Xue Jingmao frowned. No one noticed, but Yu Meng suddenly glanced at Yang Kai in surprise, but she quickly withdrew her gaze and sat quietly in place, meditating to heal her wounds. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Xue Changlao, don't underestimate these exploding demons. Since they can appear here, it means that the demon territory is really connected to the star boundary. That sand funnel may be the passage between the two worlds. They are just the vanguard. If they can't destroy that passage, then more demon race will come to the star boundary. Xue Jingmao's expression became solemn. It seems that we can only hope that the master will succeed and retreat. While they were talking, a series of rumbling noises suddenly came from below. The noises were endless and dense. Looking over, Yang Kai's words had come true. Those rolling black demons really did explode one after another. The power was not too great, but after they exploded, a large amount of demonic chi spread out from their flesh and blood, dyeing the ground black. The situation that was originally under control suddenly worsened. Li Wui's expression changed. The demon territory can't be thinking of using this method to invade the star boundary, right? The place where the black demons exploded became the demon land. If there were enough black demons in the demon territory, they would not even need to send out any experts. They could just keep sending black demons out. In any case, this demon race had a low status in the demon territory. No one cared about their survival. They existed for the sake of the final explosion. However, this was obviously impossible. No matter how many black demons there were, they could not possibly explode across the entire star boundary territory. Yang Kai secretly guessed that the demon territory wanted to seize a piece of land in the star boundary first and use it as a foundation to gradually encroach on the entire star boundary. The rumbling sounds continued, and no one knew how many black demons exploded. Everyone looked over and saw that the black demons continued to expand the demon land with their explosions. Yang Kai took a deep breath and slowly said, "Everyone, although it should not have much effect, I think we should take action to stop them. At the very least we should slow them down." Everyone gently nodded. Yang Kai said, "Then everyone should be careful. Don't be corroded by the demonic chi. If you feel that something is wrong, retreat immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to rush over. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had arrived at the edge of the demon land. He stretched out his hand and grasped at the void, summoning the myriad sword. With a shake of the sword and a surge of Emperor Qi, the sword swept forward. Chapter 3384. The 100 races in the demon territory were also divided into different levels. Explosive demons were undoubtedly the lowest level of existence. They had low intelligence and were often the vassals of other demon race. However, it was precisely because of their low intelligence that they were so fearless and treated self-detonation as their mission. Even though Yang Kai wielded the myriad sword and cut down countless explosive demons like cutting vegetables, he still couldn't make them hesitate in the slightest. They continued to emerge from the center of the demon land, and they didn't even look at Yang Kai. They just kept charging forward and detonating their bodies at the right places. Everyone else was basically facing the same situation. Everyone present was basically from the Emperor realm, except for Yao Lin, so it was very easy to deal with these explosive demons. They would fall like straws with just a casual attack. 1,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, Yang Kai didn't know how many explosive demons he had killed. He had already charged into the demon land and was closing in on the center. Everywhere he passed, the ground was littered with pieces of black demon corpses. What flowed out of them wasn't blood, but a pitch-black liquid. It was this liquid that turned the earth into the demon land. At this time, the difference in cultivation was quickly revealed. While First Order and Second Order Emperor Realm Masters could cut through the Gordian knot quickly, being surrounded by the demonic chi for a long time consumed a lot of energy. They had to be constantly on guard against the corrosion of the demonic chi, not daring to be contaminated by the demonic chi at all times. After 2 hours, the First Order Emperor Realm Masters had basically all retreated. Half a day later, the Second Order Emperor Realm Masters also retreated. After that, the Third Order Emperor Realm Masters also retreated. Only Yang Kai and Li Wuyi were left to wreak havoc in the demon land. It wasn't surprising that Li Wuyi could hold on for so long. After all, he was a fake emperor and the strongest person under the great emperors. It was surprising that Yang Kai could hold on for so long. What they didn't know was that Yang Kai wasn't afraid of the demonic chi's corrosion at all. He didn't even take any precautions and allowed himself to be exposed to the demonic chi. Yu Ruming followed closely beside Yang Kai. Since the moment Yang Kai rushed in, she had been following him closely. However, she had no intention of killing those black devils. Yang Kai had only said a few words to her, and she had turned hostile. This made Yang Kai so angry that he almost killed her with his sword. The black demons seemed to be inexhaustible. After a full day and night, Yang Kai suddenly stopped swinging his sword. Looking around, there were broken corpses everywhere, and the air was filled with an unpleasant smell. At this moment, the entire world suddenly became extremely quiet. There were no more continuous sounds of explosions, nor were there any continuous sounds of running. It was so quiet that it made people feel a little uncomfortable. The explosions of the black demons finally stopped, and it could be said that there were no more black demons appearing. However, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became dignified. Holding the myriad sword at an angle, he turned his head and looked towards the center of the demon land. Asterisk ta ta ta. Asterisk strange sounds came from there. It seemed to be the sound of horse hooves, neither fast nor slow. There was also the sharp sound of sharp weapons scratching the sand on the ground. Be careful, Yu Ruming suddenly warned. Yang Kai didn't say a word as if he was facing a great enemy. He could perceive that a powerful aura was slowly approaching him. A moment later, 2 dark red lights appeared in his field of vision. Immediately after, a huge figure entered his field of vision. Chapter 3385. How could Yang Kai not know about the demon race? In the Thousand Illusions dream world, he had personally participated in the war between the two races and had been there for several decades. It could be said that in the entire star boundary, no one understood the nature and characteristics of the demon race better than him. A sect like Star Soul Palace might have some records about the demon race, but how could such records compare to personal experience? I know a little, Yang Kai responded lightly. A strange look flashed across Yu Ruming's eyes, but she didn't ask any more questions. Let's go back. The Demon King had appeared and the demon race's army would arrive soon. He had to quickly inform Li Wuyi and the others of this news. This matter was related to the survival of the entire star boundary and was not something he could intervene in at will. Not long after, Yang Kai returned to the group. Li Wuyi had also returned and nodded slightly when he saw Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him and said, I encountered a demon king. A demon king? Li Wuyi was shocked when he heard this, and Shuijing Mao and the others also paled. Lan Sun frowned. I have read some records about the demon race in ancient books. The demon king in the demon territory is comparable to the emperor realm. Yang Kai nodded. That's right. That demon king had the strength of a third-layer emperor realm master, and he was also a demon king of the stone demon clan. His defense was incomparably tough. Although I wanted to kill him, I failed and he managed to escape. Li Wuyi said with a dignified expression. First, there were countless black demons and now even the Demon King has appeared. Could it be that the passage between the demon territory and the star boundary has really opened? Yang Kai said, I'm afraid there is no doubt about this. The Demon King just said that the demon race's army will soon flatten the star boundary. If the passage hasn't opened, how could he be so confident? Moreover, the current situation proves what Brother Gao said earlier. He turned to look at Gao Zhan. The great calamity is about to begin. Li Wui said solemnly, if that's the case, then the situation here is no longer something we can handle. We need to inform the entire astral boundary and mobilize the cultivator in the other 3 territories to come here and stop the demon race. I think so too. The war between the 2 races is no small matter. It concerns the entire star boundary. No one can stay out of it. Shui Jingmao said, but the great emperors have yet to return. We don't know what's going on over there. If they can destroy the passage between the 2 worlds. Yang Kai said, that would be for the best. But so many days have passed, and there has been no news from the master. We can only prepare for the worst. Shui Jingmao nodded lightly, thinking that what he said was not without reason. There's no time to lose. Before Li Wui could finish speaking, he suddenly sensed something and looked up towards the center of the demon land. In the boundless darkness, several extremely terrifying auras suddenly appeared and shot straight towards the crowd. In the blink of an eye, 3 auras approached. Everyone only saw a blur before 3 people appeared out of thin air. Li Wui and the others all looked overjoyed and cupped their fists together. Master. The 3 people who appeared were the 3 great emperors, Serene Soul, Iron Blood, and Beast Warrior. Everyone was overjoyed. Just a moment ago, everyone felt that they had no backbone, but now all 3 great emperors had appeared. However, there was no trace of the great emperors. Lan Sun glanced at the 3 people and her face suddenly turned pale. Yang Kai's expression was also a little serious because the 3 great emperors were not in good condition at the moment. Their bodies were surrounded by demonic qi, and it was obvious that they had been somewhat eroded. Although she knew that Serene Soul was only comforting her, there was nothing she could do. Li Wui looked at Mo Huang and said, Master, has the passage between the 2 worlds really opened? Mo Huang nodded heavily, we miscalculated. The demon territory had been planning this for many years, but we did not notice. I'm afraid the star boundary is in trouble this time. Then what about Ying and the great emperors? Li Wui asked again. Mo Huang slowly shook his head, obviously unwilling to say anything more about this matter. After all, they were all great emperors and Yi Ying's actions had made him lose face. Seeing him like this, Li Wui did not ask any more questions. However, it was undeniable that Yi Ying and the great emperors had colluded with the demon territory. Otherwise, this incident would not have happened in the Western Territory. This time, the star boundary was facing both external and internal troubles, and the situation could not be worse. Iron Blood said, the demon territory's army is on standby, sharpening their blades. The star boundary must organize as soon as possible to have a chance to resist. Otherwise, I'm afraid the Western Territory will soon fall. Yang Kai looked at him and said, Master, I'm afraid you don't know, but the Western Territory has probably already fallen. Iron Blood frowned and looked at him, why do you say that? Yang Kai sighed and briefly explained everything that had happened before, finally saying, several thousand people from the Point Star sect have become the demon race, and several Star Soul Palace members from the Emperor Realm who went to the various sects in the Western Territory to report the situation have disappeared. All of this indicates that the Western Territory has become the demon race's paradise. It's just that we have been kept in the dark all this time. Iron Blood's expression changed slightly, the situation has become so bad. Mo Huang said, Yi Ying and the Western Territory situation is not surprising, but I don't think the Western Territory is full of demon race. If the demon race wants to invade our star boundary, they must expand the demon land. We only need to keep an eye on this point to stop their actions. Iron Blood and Serene Soul nodded slightly. Mo Huang said, there's no time to lose. Let's begin the operation. I will stay here for the time being to monitor the situation and prevent it from getting worse. Serene Soul nodded, then I will return to the Eastern Territory and gather everyone in the Eastern Territory. She turned to Shui Jingmao and said, although Mingyue is not here, the Southern Territory is still ruled by the Star Soul Palace. You should return to the Southern Territory as soon as possible to deal with this matter. Yes. Shui Jingmao nodded solemnly. Iron Blood said, then I will go find the other old men. I'm afraid they won't be able to rest easy this time. The old men he mentioned were probably the other great emperors. Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai and then at Li Wui. This time I will need the help of the 2 of you, so I'm afraid the 2 of you will be very busy in the coming days. If you have any private matters to attend to, take care of them first. Don't delay the important matter. Yang Kai and Li Wui looked at each other and cupped their fists. Yes. In order to gather people from the three territories, the space divine technique was naturally indispensable, especially the space array arranged by Yang Kai. It was simply a weapon of war. After the discussion, Yang Kai and Li Wui immediately got busy. The two of them worked together to arrange a huge space array nearby and refine many space spirit beads for everyone to wear so that it would be easier for them to communicate in the future. Half a day later, the space array was completed and everyone began to move as they had discussed. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "They went to the Four Seasons realm." The Four Seasons realm? Hua Qingxi was stunned. Why did they go to the Four Seasons realm? Isn't that place not open yet? Old Xiong can open that place, and if I'm not wrong, there is an opportunity there. An opportunity that could truly be considered the flowing time Great Emperor's legacy. That day, Old Xiong had used this condition in exchange for his protection, making him agree to keep him by his side and escape the fate of being captured by Li Wu Yi and Nine Phoenix and imprisoned on Spirit Beast Island. If not for this, why would Yang Kai care about Qiongqi that day? For him, Qiongqi being captured to Spirit Beast Island was not a loss, and he didn't need to embarrass Spirit Beast Island for a divine spirit he didn't know. Originally, he planned to wait until things settled down a little before letting Old Qiong take him to the Four Seasons realm. But now it seemed that Yang Xiao, that brat, had snatched away the opportunity that belonged to him. But that was not right. Opportunities could not be snatched away. Perhaps Old Xiong felt that Yang Xiao was more suitable for this opportunity. After all, Yang Kai had seen Yang Xiao use a trace of the law of time to escape from his hands that day. There was not much difference between the father's things and the son's things. Yang Kai smiled slightly, looking forward to seeing Yang Xiao's changes when he saw him again. Hua Qingxi suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai miserably. "Palace Master, your mother sent a message." "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked casually. After saying this, he reacted and rubbed his forehead. "Don't pay attention to her. I will explain to her myself later." After discussing with Hua Qingxi for a while, Yang Kai asked her to gather the cultivator in the Northern Territory and gather at the High Heaven Palace as soon as possible. Only then did Yang Kai head to the Spirit Peak where his parents were. After a cup of tea, he saw the fourth Master Yang at the foot of the stilted building. The fourth Master Yang had a gloomy expression on his face. When the father and son met, Yang Kai cupped his hands and bowed. "Father!" The Yang family's fourth master weakly nodded, then waved his hand towards Kai Yang as if he was shooing away a fly. Presumably, he had been annoyed to no end these past few days, so all he wanted was to be left alone in peace and quiet, not even willing to say a word. Taking a deep breath, Kai Yang straightened his clothes and stepped into the stilted house with an unflinching attitude, as if he was not afraid of death. After a short while, the sound of Dong Suju's crying and scolding came from the building, making the veins on the fourth Master Yang's forehead twitch. Inside the building, Yang Kai's expression twitched. He stood there awkwardly, looking at Dong Suju, who was sitting on the ground and making a scene. He only felt that the situation was difficult to imagine. I don't care. You bring Xiaoxue back. She has never left my side since she was born. How can she survive outside? You go and find her quickly. Tell the disciples in the palace to go out and find her. If something happens to her, I won't be able to live." Yang Kai comforted her. "Mother, with Lu Yan and Old Xiong guarding her, who in this world can harm Xiaoxue? Don't worry, they will be back in a few days. Moreover, Xiaoxue is slowly growing up. She can't always be by your side. It's better to go out and see the world as soon as possible." Dong Suju looked up and glared fiercely at him. She suddenly stood up and poked Yang Kai's chest with her finger. "You are always free and unfettered outside. You have long forgotten about your father and mother. You only see them a few times a year. Chapter 3389. Yu Meng was a woman who changed her mind faster than flipping through a book, so she could not bear the slightest grievance. Now Yang Kai had broken through her psychological defenses with his tender and sweet words, followed by vicious insults. She simply could not accept the huge difference between the two. She felt as if she had been betrayed and stabbed by the person she trusted the most. This kind of injury was far more serious than the last time she was injured by Yang Kai. Last time, at least there was a reason for it, so it was easy for her to recover, but this time she really felt hurt, so it was no wonder she was so angry. Yang Kai just looked at her with a smile, as if he had not said those words just now. Seeing him act so unrepentant, Yu Meng became even angrier and sneered, "Apologize and I can forgive you." Yang Kai's smile did not diminish as he slowly shook his head. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Yu Meng's beautiful eyes were cold. Yang Kai said firmly, "Words spoken are like spilled water, how can I take them back? You want me to apologize? Over my dead body. Then as you wish." Yu Meng suddenly sat cross-legged in front of him and stared at him with a pair of cold eyes. Then her face turned pale and she let out a muffled groan. At the same time Yang Kai felt as if his head was about to explode. "I knew you would do this." Yang Kai was in unbearable pain, but in his heart, he was secretly delighted. If Yu Meng did not do this, then all his efforts would have been in vain. It was as if there were tens of thousands of swords wreaking havoc in his mind. That kind of unimaginable pain was simply unbearable. After a while, Kai Yang began to tremble. His face was as white as a sheet of paper, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. On the other hand, Yu Meng was not much better. Her heart seal secret technique was a bit strange, but its drawbacks were also quite big. It was the kind of technique that hurt others but also hurt herself. If she wanted to use this method to torture Yang Kai to vent the anger in her heart, she would inevitably suffer a great deal of pain. After a while, Yu Meng's whole body was dripping with sweat, as if she had just been fished out of water, but she gritted her teeth and did not say a word, only staring at Yang Kai with a look that said, she would never let him go if he did not apologize. The forced smile on Yang Kai's face had become extremely twisted, but Yu Meng's expression became colder and colder. In the secret room, the man and woman were constantly trembling, pale and sweating. Obviously they were suffering from great pain, but no one took the initiative to show of weakness. This scene was strange. Under such torment was torturing him. Yang Kai truly experienced the feeling of days passing like years, but when he looked inside his knowledge sea, he still couldn't find the slightest abnormality. It was not enough. Yu Meng suddenly said, "If you can't stand it, just tell me. Maybe I'll soften my heart and let you go." Staring into her eyes, Kai Yang grinned, "Awesome. Meng? Feel." Yang Kai nodded vigorously. Yu Meng said hysterically, "Then I'll make you feel even better." Just as her voice fell, the intense pain suddenly intensified, as if his knowledge sea was about to be torn apart. In the world of his knowledge sea, the sea water violently churned as if it was boiling. Yang Kai's vision darkened and his consciousness became a little blurred. Looking at Yu Meng, her delicate body also swayed and she almost fell to the ground. However, both of them were extraordinary. Their divine senses were incomparably powerful, so even if they were in so much pain, they still supported themselves. Both of them had an unyielding expression on their faces, waiting to see who would collapse first. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus bloomed and enveloped him, stabilizing his soul avatar. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai's thoughts flickered as he urged the seven-colored soul-warming lotus to rush towards the woman's phantom. The brilliant light overflowed and immediately enveloped the phantom, taking it into the lotus. The next moment, the phantom disappeared again, and the boiling knowledge sea gradually calmed down, and the unbearable pain completely disappeared. Yang Kai inexplicably felt like he had been reborn as a human. He flew over to the seven-colored soul-warming lotus and carefully observed it, but he did not find any clues, nor did he see the woman's phantom. Although it was only a glimpse, Yang Kai could still see that the phantom should be Yu Meng's true appearance, because their figures were almost the same, the only difference was their appearance. Yu Meng's current appearance was Li Shiqing's, not her own. She had also said that her true appearance was no worse than Li Shiqing's, and now it seemed that what she said was true. Even Kai Yang couldn't help but feel amazed by her beauty. But what was the situation now? He had not hesitated to ruthlessly insult Yu Meng in order to stimulate her to use the Heart Seal secret technique in order to find a flaw in this secret technique and break free from its suppression. Judging from the scene just now, he had succeeded because he had really grasped the trace of the Heart Seal secret technique at the last moment and used the 7-colored soul-warming lotus to take it away. But he had only taken it away, not broken it. Was this a success or a failure? What made Yang Kai even more confused was why the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, did not react to the abnormality that had invaded his knowledge sea before. Logically speaking, the soul-warming lotus would react to anything that tried to invade his knowledge sea and harm him, but it did not react to the Heart Seal secret technique. Could it be that the Heart Seal secret technique was not harmful? Thinking about it this way, it was possible. Yu Meng had used this secret technique to forcibly connect them together and had no intention of harming him. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai flew to the top of the soul-warming lotus and looked down, but he could not see anything at all. Slightly urging the power of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai released a burst of 7-colored light and the phantom of a woman appeared on top of the lotus. Yang Kai could feel that if he hardened his heart, he should be able to destroy this phantom, break the Heart Seal secret technique from its foundation, and cut off the connection between him and Yu Meng. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai did not immediately do so, instead dispersing his soul avatar and opening his eyes again. Yu Meng had fallen not far away, her whole body soaking wet, her clothes clinging to her body, outlining her exquisite and graceful figure. Her face was as pale as paper and her breathing was weak. That final struggle had also caused great damage to her body. Yang Kai looked at her with a complicated expression and suddenly found that he didn't feel much heartache. Although he had cursed and scolded Yu Meng before, in fact he had only forced himself to do so. If he were in his previous state, seeing Yu Meng like this, he would definitely feel distressed. However, at this moment he just couldn't bear it. The effect of the Heart Seal secret technique had been greatly weakened. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He had not suffered in vain. Moving a little distance away, Yang Kai came to Yu Meng's side, reached out, and helped her lie on his lap. Yang Kai looked down at her. The origin of this woman and her purpose for approaching him were worth investigating. Chapter 3390. After a while, Yang Kai raised his head helplessly. Yu Meng's knowledge sea defenses were extremely strong. Even though she was unconscious, Yang Kai couldn't break through them. If he forced his way in, it was very likely that she would wake up. After trying for a long time, Yang Kai could only give up. Yang Kai was a little confused. How could Yu Meng, a trivial second-order Emperor Realm Master, have such powerful spiritual energy? From her knowledge sea defenses, it could be seen that her soul cultivation was more powerful than an average third-order Emperor Realm Master. If he couldn't even break through her defenses, he naturally couldn't pry into her secrets. Yang Kai could only put this matter aside and take out some spirit pills. First, he pinched open Yu Meng's mouth and stuffed a few into her mouth, helping her swallow them. After that, he took a few more himself and sat down quietly to meditate. Time passed slowly. After a full day and night, Yu Meng let out a groan and frowned. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. Immediately, she saw Yang Kai looking at her with a smile. Yu Meng blinked and looked a little dazed. Obviously, she still hadn't reacted and habitually smiled at Yang Kai. But soon, she remembered everything that happened before she passed out and her pretty face couldn't help but change. Suddenly, she became extremely cold and pushed Yang Kai fiercely, trying to get up from his lap. Yang Kai's arrogant attitude and unwarranted insults from before really hurt her. Yang Kai grinned and pressed her back down again. Yu Meng struggled a few times, but how could she compete with Yang Kai's brute force? She could only say angrily, "Let go." Okay, Yang Kai comforted her softly, "Don't be so agitated, you haven't recovered yet. I told you to let go of me." Yu Meng stared at him coldly. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and his expression suddenly became serious. Meng, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. Don't be angry. This sincere apology caught Yu Meng a little off guard. Her anger instantly dissipated, and she suddenly became somewhat at a loss. Her eyelashes trembled and she was stunned for a long time before she said, "What do you mean?" Yang Kai's previous attitude was extremely firm, even refusing to apologize even if they had to die together. Even after she gave in, he still didn't compromise, but now he had suddenly changed his mind. Yu Ming really couldn't understand what Yang Kai was thinking. In comparison, Yu Ming felt that this guy was more of a lunatic. Yang Kai gazed at her tenderly. Without saying a word, he bent down and kissed her. This was undoubtedly the most impactful response. Yu Ming's body immediately softened, and she no longer had the slightest resistance. After a long while, Yang Kai let go of her with a mischievous smile on his face. Yu Ming wiped her mouth and said angrily, "You bully me." Yang Kai was extremely amused by this girly attitude and couldn't help laughing. "That's your own fault. Who told you to plant that bullshit heart seal secret technique on me? If it weren't for that, who would have known you were Yu Ming?" Yu Ming snorted, "Don't pretend to be innocent. There will be plenty of time for you to snicker in the future." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Yu Ming smiled and said triumphantly, "You will know in the future. For now, don't ask so much." After a pause, she said seriously, "Don't scold me like that in the future. I can't accept it." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, "I know, I will never scold you again." Since he had already succeeded, there was no need for him to make himself suffer. Receiving his response, Yu Ming snuggled into his arms with a satisfied look on her face. After a moment of silence, she suddenly raised her head and stared at Yang Kai's profile, the happy smile on her face slowly fading away. After all, there was no telling when Yang Kai's words here would become their life-saving straw. Wan Feng and the others were amazed. She and Fan Hua had inherited the memories of their ancestors, so they knew more about the demon race than ordinary people. However, they were far from Yang Kai's level. Yang Kai's understanding of the demon race was as if he had been to the demon territory and fought with the demon race. This made Wan Feng and the others puzzled. They didn't know how Yang Kai knew so much. Time passed. Yang Kai talked endlessly in front of the hall. The hundreds of disciples in the Emperor realm listened to his voice with a sincere expression. After 4 hours, Yang Kai stopped and said with a serious expression, "There is one more thing I need to tell you. In the Western Territory, the demon race has invaded the demon territory. I'm afraid the situation in the Western Territory is not good." Yang Kai couldn't help but nod. "I'll pretend I didn't hear anything." Mo Huang continued, "After that, Serene Soul and I entered the territory that became the demon race through the gap between the two worlds. We saw Iron Blood and Bright Moon fighting with someone, so we went to help them. In the end, you know what happened. Bright Moon fell into the demon territory, and the three of us fled back in a sorry state." Yang Kai said in horror, "You 4 great emperors working together weren't a match for him?" Mo Huang said, "They were already prepared. There were 6 demon saints gathered there. Yes, a demon saint's position in the demon territory is equivalent to the great emperors of the star boundary." He thought that Yang Kai didn't know about the power distribution of the demon race, so he explained it to him. 6. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. But then again, it was 4 against 6 in the enemy's territory. The fact that 3 of them were able to return safely was enough to show the strength of the great emperors. However, it was also thanks to the great Emperor Bright Moon sacrificing herself for a righteous cause. Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. He worriedly asked, "Master Bright Moon fell into the demon territory, could it be that something unexpected happened?" Chapter 3393. By the time the light dissipated, there was no one in the front row of the demon clan. Only pits of various sizes and dark green poisonous gas were left in the place where they had been standing. Of the 100,000 red demons and green demons, at least 30,000 had been killed in this round of attacks. "Can't even withstand a single blow." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Although his voice was not loud, with the support of his emperor's chi, It was enough for all the cultivators in the Northern Territory to hear him clearly. The Northern Territory Army's morale was greatly boosted. Seeing was believing. When Yang Kai had said that the 1 million strong demon race would be like this, they had not believed him, but now that they had seen the demon race fall one after another and tens of thousands of demons die in the blink of an eye, the fear in their hearts had greatly dissipated. If the demon race was like this, then this battle would not be difficult to win. With this confidence, their attacks became even more ruthless. After 3 breaths of silence on the noisy battlefield, another round of attacks erupted, causing the red demons and green demons to fall and explode. After 3 or 4 rounds of attacks, the red demons and green demons at the front were completely wiped out. As far as the eye could see, the world in front of them was wrapped in a green hue, making it impossible to see what was behind them. The only thing they could hear was a rumbling sound rapidly approaching. The main force of the demon race was clearly galloping over. All 100,000 pairs of eyes stared at the green world behind them, everyone gripping the artifacts in their hands tightly. Yang Kai raised the myriad sword high and shouted in a thunderous voice, "Flank, prepare." With his reminder, everyone turned their gazes to the left and right sides of the green world. At this moment, 2 waves of demon race cavalry charged out from both sides. Even the demon race did not dare to touch the poison of the green demons, so how could they rush out from the poisonous area? They would only circle around the poisonous areas and attack from the sides. Yang Kai's know yourself and know your enemy played a huge role at this moment. The people from the Northern Territory were already prepared. This time they didn't need to give any orders. As their power surged, they launched attacks at the demons riding on the demonic beast. In the blink of an eye, the demon race was once again thrown off their feet. One by one, the demonic beasts fell to the ground. The demonic beasts howled as their pitch-black blood dyed the ground black. However, these demon race were clearly not cannon fodder. Although they had suffered many casualties, they still continued to advance. They were not something that the red demons and green demons could compare to. On the way, the demon race's side finally retaliated. The experts of the demon race blasted out terrifying attacks. One after another, pitch-black energy balls flew over, containing unimaginable killing power. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the Luanfeng and the others. The Luanfeng understood and let out a phoenix cry. The 3 Saint Sovereigns and the 36 Monster King rushed forward and blocked the demon race's attacks. Boom boom boom. One after another, the pitch-black energy balls exploded in the air. Not a single one of the attacks managed to reach the Northern Territory's army. With the experts of the ancient lands guarding their side, they were practically impregnable. Even if there were some fish that slipped through the net, the other cultivator of the Northern Territory were not to be trifled with. They would naturally find a way to stop them. The rest of the people only needed to attack. For the 100,000 soldiers of the Northern Territory, this was undoubtedly an extremely happy matter. The demon race continued to advance. But, whether it was the bloodthirst technique or the life chain, they were both ancient wizard techniques. They were secret techniques that only the ancient great wizard could perform. In this era, under the laws of heaven and earth, how could anyone be able to practice and perform them? Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's relaxed appearance, it was obvious that his attainments in wizard techniques were very deep. He was actually a wizard king. Yuru Ming thought that she knew enough about Yang Kai, but only now did she realize that what she knew was only the surface. There were many more secrets that she didn't know. Today's battle was the first confrontation between the armies of the 2 realms. As Yang Kai said before, it was of great significance and there couldn't be any mistakes. Although his side had a strong lineup with countless masters, Yang Kai still blessed his army with 2 wizard techniques in order to ensure that nothing went wrong. These 2 wizard techniques were the 2 weapons that the ancient barbarian race relied on the most in war against the demon race. The barbarian race focused on physique, so their vitality was abundant. Coupled with the bloodthirst technique, they could naturally move freely in the demonic chi for a short time without being eroded. Although there were very few cultivators in the star boundary who focused on physique, the world principles of today were different from those of ancient times. Among the people present, the lowest cultivation was at least at the Origin King realm. Even if they didn't focus on physique cultivation at this level, their vitality was incomparably vigorous, even surpassing that of the ancient barbarian race. What the barbarian race could do, the current star boundary cultivator could do the same. In just a dozen breaths, the army of 100,000 had been blessed by the 2 wizard techniques. The bloodthirst technique made people brave and fearless, while the life chain made hundreds of people closely linked together. As long as they didn't suffer a fatal injury such as having their heads chopped off, all injuries would be shared equally by the hundreds of people. The demon race was already charging over. Yang Kai waved his sword and shouted, "Kill!" Alone he was the first to rush into the army of the devil race. The myriad sword shot out rays of sword light, and wherever it passed, there was no one who could withstand it. The devil race was cut into pieces. Behind him, the army of 100,000 from the Northern Territory also came out in full force. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood as they roared and displayed everything they had learned. For a time, the light of artifacts and secret techniques danced in the air. Anyone who came into contact with the demon race would either die or be injured. If one looked down from above, they would see that the 100,000 people from the Northern Territory were like a sharp knife as they followed Yang Kai into the demon race's camp. Wherever they passed, the demon race was cut down like straw. Although the demon race had the advantage in numbers, how could they compare to the Northern Territory's elite army blessed by the two great wizard techniques? The Northern Territory's army fought bravely as they fought. Even if the demon race surrounded them from all directions, they still fell one after another. The scales of victory were tilted towards the Northern Territory's side from the beginning. Even so, the demon race had no intention of retreating. Every demon race member did not seem to care about their own lives. The huge battlefield instantly turned into a huge meat grinder as one fresh life after another was ground into dust. Mo Huang stood in the air and watched everything indifferently. Even if a cultivator from the Northern Territory was killed, he had no intention of intervening. His gaze was deep as he stared at the center of the demon land. Chapter 3396. When Yang Kai destroyed the high-level members of Netherworld sect in Brahma Holy Land outside Heavenly Wolf Valley, he told Qigui that he wanted half of the treasures of these two sections. He also knew that with the destruction of the high-level members of Netherworld sect in Brahma Holy Land, the foundation of their sects was doomed. Ahan Temple would definitely take action. At that time, Ahan Temple would be the only one left of the three top sects in the Eastern Territory, so it wouldn't be too much for him to ask for half. However, after going to Dragon Island and Spirit Beast Island, he directly returned to the Northern Territory, so he didn't have time to visit Ahan Temple. This time, Qigui personally delivered the treasures. In fact, among the people from the Emperor Realm who asked Yang Kai about the demon race, there was the Temple Master of Ahan Temple. Yang Kai didn't know his name, but Yang Kai heard people call him Temple Master Qin. This Temple Master Qin didn't hand over the treasures himself, probably because he didn't want to lose face. After all, these were the spoils of war of Ahan Temple. Yang Kai wanted half of it as if he was afraid of Yang Kai. But now that the two realms were at war, there were many places where they needed to rely on Yang Kai, so they couldn't easily offend him. This was why Qigui, who had dealt with Yang Kai several times before, delivered the treasures as a sign of goodwill. Qigui grinned, looked around, and lowered his voice. Temple Master said that if there is a war in the future, he asks Brother Yang to take care of my Ahan Temple. Yang Kai squinted at him and said, Ahan Temple sent out all its elites this time, and Temple Master Qin is personally overseeing it. They are under the command of Serene Soul Palace, why would they need me to take care of them? Qigui grinned and said, I heard that in the war a few days ago, Brother Yang used a secret technique to stimulate people's blood essence to resist the corrosion of demonic qi, and to combine the vitality of 1,000 people into one to withstand the damage together. So this was what he wanted. Yang Kai didn't comment. I will try my best. It was not that he did not want to take care of the cultivator in his territory, but he did not have the ability. It was true that he was the Wizard King, but casting bloodthirst and life chains on 100,000 people at once was his limit. He couldn't do anything more than that. Now that the allied army of the three territories had 300,000 people, he wouldn't be able to handle all of them by himself. Then I'll thank you in advance. Chi Gui cupped his hands and left. Yang Kai stood in place, deep in thought. A good idea popped into his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was possible. He hadn't considered this before because the demon race hadn't invaded on a large scale. Now that the situation had forced him, perhaps he could make some plans. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a fragrant wind flashed by his side. A beautiful figure wearing a veil and smiling with beautiful eyes appeared in front of him. What are you thinking about? Yang Kai was stunned. Was this woman all right? How could this woman be fine? When she was summoned by Hua Linglong, Yang Kai thought that her disguise was going to be exposed. He didn't expect that she would appear in front of him in one piece. Are you all right? Yang Kai thought about it and showed a worried expression at the right time. He quietly sent a message to her. Ru Ming's eyes curved up. Are you worried about me? Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said seriously, Nonsense, of course I'm worried about you. She didn't do anything to you, right? Ru Ming smiled. If she did anything to me, would I still be able to appear in front of you? That's good, that's good. Yang Kai put on an expression of relief, but in fact he was very confused. Although this old man also wants to leave this realm, this old man still owes the imperial family a debt of gratitude. It's not just me but the other old brothers as well. Yang Kai said, I won't make things difficult for you. Zhou Yuchuan wanted to say something else, but Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look out the window and smiled. We have guests. Elder Zhou, please excuse yourself for now. Zhou Yuchuan was taken aback when he heard this because he didn't sense anything at all. However, Yang Kai's words were so incisive that he began to doubt his own judgment. He didn't dare stay for long and immediately cupped his hands. Then this old man will take his leave. With that, he scuttled out the window and quickly disappeared. Yang Kai put down his teacup and sat on the spot, waiting quietly. After a short while, the surrounding windows suddenly opened, and 7 or 8 figures rushed in, smashing the windows and doors to pieces. A gust of wind swept up, causing the candles in the room to dim. By the time the candles stabilized again, there were 7 or 8 fierce-looking existences in demonic chi in the room. The demon race. Yang Kai glanced around and raised his eyebrows slightly. He couldn't help but laugh. They wanted to taint him with demonic chi and become the demon race. Although he didn't know who in the imperial family was behind this, it was indeed a good way to deal with him. As long as he became the demon race, then he naturally wouldn't be protected by the holy tree, and the imperial family wouldn't have to be afraid of him anymore. He knew that the words he said a few days ago would make the imperial family uncomfortable, and they might even secretly use some means to deal with him, but the situation in front of him was still a little unexpected. These demon race were obviously thrown in by someone, and their cultivations were probably sealed before. One of them was a demon king, comparable to a first-order emperor realm master, and the others were all demon commanders. With such a lineup, it was obvious that the imperial family had put in a lot of effort. It wasn't surprising that there was a demon race in the human sovereign city. After all, the two races had been fighting in this world for more than 100,000 years, so it was normal for them to have captives. Otherwise, Where would the imperial family find these demon race to deal with him in such a hurry? Inside the room, a group of demon race masters filled with malevolent chi immediately turned to stare at Yang Kai after crawling to their feet, their eyes flashing a fierce light. Although they didn't know why they had been released, since there was a human in front of them, they would naturally attack. Under the surge of demonic chi, the Demon King and the Demon Commander rushed over together. In an instant, the demonic chi tumbled and the scene was terrifying. Yang Kai sat still and didn't even look at them. He raised his hand and a small black dog appeared in front of him. He brought Return to Ruins with him when he returned to the High Heaven Palace last time, so this was a good time for it to show off its power. Bow Wow obviously didn't understand the situation, but under the stimulation of the demonic chi, it instinctively opened its bloody mouth. In an instant, its mouth almost swallowed half of the room. With a bite, the room became quiet. Whether it was the Demon King or the Demon Commander, they were all gone. The bloody mouth also returned to its original appearance. Bow Wow stuck out its tongue and licked the corner of its mouth. It turned its head to look at Yang Kai and barked as if to say, "I did a good job, right?" Yang Kai just finished his cup of tea. He put down the teacup, patted the dog's head and stood up. He looked in a certain direction and sneered, "Stupid." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. After the two slaps, Shanqing Luo immediately sneered, "Kill her, kill this vixen." Shui Yu also looked excited, "Shameless, you deserve to be beaten to death. Are you still going to make a scene?" Yang Kai raised his hand and pretended to slap Yu Ru Meng as he asked. Yu Ru Meng gritted her teeth and struggled, but Yang Kai's space principles were fluctuating, so how could she break free? Tightly bound to Yang Kai's thighs, maintaining an extremely shameful posture, Yu Ru Meng angrily shouted, "Either you kill me today or I won't let you off. You still dare to be stubborn." Yang Kai slapped her again, causing Yu Ru Meng's face to pale. It was obvious how strong he was. As he slapped her, he scolded, "You shrew, who told you to make a scene in front of me? Who told you to break my cup?" Every time she said a word, he would slap her. Every time she said a word, he would slap her. At first, Yu Ru Meng was still clamoring, saying that she wanted to perish together with Yang Kai, but after a while she stopped. Her proud head lowered and she lay motionless on Yang Kai's thighs. Asterisk drip drip drip, asterisk the sound of water falling to the ground could be heard. Only then did Yang Kai stop and look down. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yu Ru Meng, this shrew, was crying because of him. He was too embarrassed to slap her again. If this woman continued to clamor, he really wouldn't stop, but now that she was crying, it was a bit of a headache. Did he have to be like this? Reaching out and scratching his head, Yang Kai's original anger had already disappeared. He gently poked Yu Rumeng's face with his finger and said, "If you have something to say, say it properly. Why are you crying?" Yu Rumeng turned her head to the other side and ignored him. She just sobbed, her tears dripping to the ground as if they were free. "Don't cry." Yang Kai comforted, "I naturally have my reasons for dumping you. The place I'm going to is very dangerous. If I take you there, what if an accident happens?" As he spoke, he covered her round buttocks with his big hands and urged his Emperor Qi to rub them. Just now he had slapped her more than a dozen times and didn't hold back. Her buttocks were probably swollen. While healing her wounds, Yang Kai said, "You're too much. You're always throwing tantrums at me and saying that you want to die with me. How can there be a woman like you in this world? If all men were like you, how could they live? If you have something to say in the future, we can talk it out. I'm an impulsive person. What happened just now was my fault. I'll apologize to you. Don't take it to heart. If you can talk it out, just say something. If you feel angry, I'll give you a beating. You can do whatever you want." After chattering for a while, Yu Rumeng just cried and didn't respond at all. Yang Kai also lost his patience. He stopped his movements and said lightly, "What do you want? Tell me, don't be so silent." Yu Rumeng was silent for a while and suddenly muttered, "What?" Yang Kai turned his ear. "Don't stop." This time he finally heard it clearly. Chapter 3407. The demon race has dispatched their troops, Gao Shueting replied. Yang Kai frowned. If the demon race has dispatched their troops, then we should prepare for battle. What are they doing here? Gao Shueting pointed to the front. They want to escape from the city. Yang Kai's brow twitched. At this time? He knew a little about the situation in Roaring Tiger City. Although there were many cultivators from the Emperor realm in the city, there were definitely not many of them, and Li Jiao was the only third-order Emperor realm master. The number of people that could be mobilized in the city was no more than 50,000, but the demon race outside had 340,000 cultivators. Since they were outnumbered, they had to rely on the Roaring Tiger City's city barrier array to have a glimmer of hope. In other words, the city barrier array could not be damaged. At this critical juncture, when the demon race was dispatching their troops, there were still people who wanted to escape from the city. Wasn't this tantamount to tearing a hole in Roaring Tiger City's greatest defense? Although the barrier could still be closed, who knew what would happen when it was opened? What's more, this was the time when the cultivators of Roaring Tiger City were working together to defend against the enemy, yet such a group of people wanted to escape from the city. Wasn't this a case of chaos? No wonder Gao Shueting would lead a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples to confront this group of people here. Gao Shueting obviously knew that the city barrier array must not be opened at this time. Who are these people? Yang Kai glanced at the group of people with disgust. There were a lot of them, at least a few hundred of them, and many of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. However, he did not see anyone from the Emperor Realm. There are 5 great families in Roaring Tiger City. These are all from the 5 great families. Families? Yang Kai snorted coldly. There were countless families like this in the entire star boundary. Generally speaking, these families had good positions in their respective cities and were used to doing whatever they wanted. They probably had the intention to leave long ago, but they had not made up their minds until the demon race invaded. Presumably, they felt that Roaring Tiger City could not be defended, so they wanted to escape in advance. Open the array. Quickly open the formation and let us leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. What's the point of wasting time with them? If they don't open the array, we'll just snatch the array disk. A group of people were standing below the city walls, shouting at a certain Dao Source Realm cultivator on top of the city walls. That Dao Source Realm cultivator should be one of the people in charge of the spirit array, as he controlled the array plate that controlled the city defending array. At this moment he was standing on top of the city walls, looking down with an awkward expression on his face. He kept cupping his fists and bowing. "Patriarchs, please don't make things difficult for this old master. If you want to leave the city, please go to the city lord's master. As long as you bring me the city lord's personal order, this old master will immediately open the spirit array. Otherwise this old master cannot do this. The demon race has invaded, and the city lord master is currently dealing with this matter. How would he have the time to care about us? Don't be long-winded. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to activate the array. Otherwise, don't blame us for not remembering our old friendship." As the words fell, the hundreds of people showed a covetous look, as if they would really attack if they didn't open the spirit array. The face of the old man in charge of the city defending array changed drastically. The blood demon king was shocked and struggled with all his might, his hands turning into sharp claws as he dug holes in Lin Tong's chest. Lin Tong's expression remained unchanged, and a dazzling light burst out from his body. A loud bang rang out, with Lin Tong as the center, the area within a radius of 500 meters was emptied. Not only was the blood demon king's corpse nowhere to be seen, but even the thousands of demon race had disappeared. City Lord. Ma Yin cried out in grief, and the eyes of the other Roaring Tiger City's people from the Emperor realm also turned red. They felt the blood in their bodies boiling, crying out in grief and clamoring to avenge Lin Tong. This was the first person to die in today's battle, but no one expected that the first person to die would be the City Lord of Roaring Tiger City. Just as they were in a daze, a pair of hands quietly reached out from under Ma Yin's feet and grabbed her. Just now Lin Tong was also caught by these hands and was stuck in the ground, unable to move. Ma Yin was in grief and did not notice. Yang Kai's figure suddenly flashed over, and while pushing Ma Yin away, he slapped the ground with his palm, causing the power of space principles to surge. The ground trembled and a muffled groan came from underground, as if something had been crushed. Only then did Ma Yin look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at her and quickly said, "Sand demons are best at escaping through the earth, be careful." Since the great emperors didn't inform Dragon Island about this, I reckon they also have the same idea. Zhu Yan nodded his head and said, "You are right. In that case, what do you want from Dragon Island?" "The people of Half-Dragon City?" Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly. "I am currently stationed in a city called Roaring Tiger City. A few days ago, I had a great battle with the demon race and suffered a lot of casualties. I need to replenish my manpower, but there aren't many reinforcements left in Astral Realm. If the Great Elder can let me take the people of Half-Dragon City away, it will definitely ease the situation on my side. Zhu Yin said, you can discuss this matter with the second elder. She can make the decision. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. The people of Half-Dragon City aren't considered part of the dragon race. Do I still need to tell the second elder? Zhu Yin smiled and said, although they aren't considered part of the dragon race, many of them are still descendants of the dragon race. How can I let you take them away just like that? Yang Kai helplessly said, alright, then let's ask the second elder to come over. Originally he wanted to quickly take the people of Half-Dragon City away and not meet with Fu Tianyi, but now it seemed that would not be possible. Zhu Yin immediately sent a message to Fu Tianyi. While waiting, Zhu Yin naturally asked about Yang Zhao's situation. Yang Kai was at a loss. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to tell her the truth. When Zhu Yin heard this, he glared at him and said, Xiao, went to the Four Seasons realm with Jianghu? Yang Kai braced himself and said, and Lu Yan. And you've seen her before. She's the little girl with the phoenix bloodline who came with the beast warrior master more than 10 years ago. Zhu Yan angrily said, what are you doing? Can't you watch over a child? You actually let her run away with Jianghu. Do you know what kind of existence Jianghu was in ancient times? She was an evil spirit that ate people without spitting out their bones. You're making this old master angry. Yang Kai was spat on by him, but he still had to smile and said, Great Elder, please calm down. Sit down and talk, don't get too worked up. Calm down my ass. Xiao, isn't your son, so you're not paying attention. Yang Kai was suddenly unhappy. How is Xiao, not my son? Since he calls me father, he's my son. I wasn't being careless. It's just that this boy disappeared by accident, and when I found out, they were already in the Four Seasons realm. If you were really paying attention, how could you not watch over a child? Zhu Yin was furious and wanted to beat Yang Kai up to vent his anger. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Great Elder, although Xiao, is still a child, you shouldn't underestimate him. This time for Xiao, I'm afraid that not only is this not a bad thing, it might even be a good thing. Zhu Yin sneered, then I'd like to hear how this is a good thing. Yang Kai said, Xiao, may have comprehended the time principles. Zhu Yin was startled and squinted at him. Do you think this old master is a fool? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Great Elder, don't think I'm just comforting you. What I said is the truth. Zhu Yin coldly snorted. How could Xiao, comprehend the time principles? Second Elder and I have never. As he spoke, he suddenly frowned and looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. This old master remembers that you seem to understand a little bit of the time principles. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. In my early years, I went to the Four Seasons realm and obtained some opportunities there, comprehending the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal. I suspect that when Xiao was hatched, Xiao inherited something from me. Of course, it was also the result of Fu Ling's initiative, saying that she wanted to atone for her crime. However, she also had a valid reason, and that was the people of Half-Dragon City. They had always lived on Dragon Island and had never been to the outside world. They had a lot of people and were very powerful. Even if they were handed over to Yang Kai, he might not be able to command them smoothly. If there was a dragon race accompanying him, these people wouldn't dare to act rashly. And Fu Ling's main task was to intimidate the 100,000 people of Half-Dragon City and make sure that they would obey orders. Yang Kai couldn't say anything about the Great Elder's approval. He reminded Fu Ling, don't cause trouble outside, otherwise I will immediately send you back here. Fu Ling nodded her head like a chick pecking rice. Brother-in-law, don't worry, I won't cause trouble and will definitely be obedient. I will do whatever you tell me to and won't resist at all. The last sentence had a deep meaning, and Yang Kai gritted his teeth when he heard it. Turning his head and looking at the 100,000 people, Yang Kai opened his mouth and said, some of you might find me familiar or have already recognized me. That's right, I came to Dragon Island more than 10 years ago and also entered Half-Dragon City. I also snatched the dragon race's bride. Now, I have fallen in love with the dragon race's fifth elder and we are husband and wife. The 100,000 people were amazed by his words, but there were indeed many people who recognized Yang Kai. After all, there were many people who were captured to build Fu Chi's wedding palace, so they had met Yang Kai before. Yang Kai snatching the bride was also witnessed by everyone. As for what happened after that, they didn't know. Now that they heard Yang Kai say that he actually fell in love with the dragon race's fifth elder and they were husband and wife, they were immediately shocked. The current situation in the star boundary is very bad. Leaving Dragon Island, you might not be able to adapt to a lot of things, and you will also have to deal with all kinds of dangers. I only have one request for you. He looked around and said word by word, "Stay alive." The 100,000 people's expression turned cold. If anyone has any questions you can ask now. If there are no questions we will set off now. We obey Lord Yang's orders. Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. The 100,000 people shouted in unison, "We obey Lord Yang's orders." They were on the Dragon Island. Admittedly there wasn't much fighting and killing, but they were naturally inferior to the dragon race. Those half-dragons with decent strength were often on tenterhooks, wondering if they would be captured by the dragon race to cultivate the dragon blood flower. Now, there was a guy who actually subdued a dragoness. Moreover, it was the fifth elder of the dragon race.